This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate first part of What If Kid Naruto was trained by an assassin. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
France's Paris 1507. The moon glowed brightly in the sky above the deserted streets of Paris. There were a few people on the streets, primarily the city guard. The few that weren't were either drunken men and women making their way home from the taverns they had been frequenting, or courtesans going about their business. A man approaching the magnificent Notre Dame Cathedral was dressed in somewhat of a regal manner. Every now and then, he would cast a sidelong glance, as though trying to find something or someone. However, nothing was apparent to the unaided eye. He eventually worked his way around the side, stopping when he came to a particular wall section. The man pressed a spot on the wall, looking around one last time to make sure no one was watching him. There was a click as that section of the wall slid in. Suddenly, a sizable opening appeared in the wall, big enough for a man to squeeze through. The wall closed behind the man as he cautiously slipped inside. A moment of silence and stillness passed before a figure appeared from the nearby canal's wall. With purpose, the shadowy figure made his way to the same area that the man had just vanished through, and he quickly mimicked the first man's actions. The figure slipped through the secret door, which opened in a matter of seconds. There were some torches lit along the walls as the shadowy figure arrived at the top of a long, steep staircase. Before lowering itself, the figure appeared to search the stairwell for something. The first figure had already gone downstairs and was standing farther ahead in a spacious chamber crammed with numerous stone tombs. He moved past each of them slowly, coming to a stop against a back wall. The wall in the crypt appeared to be no different from any other. Unaware of the second shadowy figure entering the crypt and hiding behind one of the tombs, the man took a piece of parchment out of his coat and started to examine it. With a slow glance around the corner, the second figure observed the oblivious man starting to trace a finger across the wall. He started to gently press on different areas of the wall, and those areas sank in. He shoved the last one, and the wall slowly parted, exposing a dank, small passage. The man hurried inside after stuffing the parchment back into his coat. Just before the wall closed behind them, his silent follower quietly shot up and hurried into the passage behind him. The first man moved slowly down the passage, following its turns and twists until, at last, it opened up into a long hall in front of him. With the exception of some pillars and wall sconce mounted torches, the hall was largely empty. But at the end was a raised stone platform covered in a faded red cloth. And there were two items lying on that fabric. The man bounded excitedly toward the platform, pausing when he got there to admire the two items there. One of them was a silver sphere that was round and had odd glowing markings on it. The other was a spear with a simple pole and a decorative spearhead. It glowed with odd markings and was silver, just like the sphere. The man smiled and reached out to pick up the items one by one, until a voice interrupted him. "That is, I would not do that if I were you, senor." His eyes widened, he spun around and saw the second figure emerge from the shadows at the base of the stairs. The figure was now at last completely illuminated. The man had on a long, crimson robe that had splits at the front and back for comfort. In addition, he had an open collar, long sleeves, and a peak-shaped hood. He had on a black pair of pants and boots along with another clothes collar shirt underneath the robe. The figure had a red sash around his waist and a pair of steel bracers over his robe. Above that sash was a belt adorned with supply pouches, throwing knife sheaths, and two scabbards, one holding a long knife and the other a sword with a straightforward hilt and crossguard. The belt buckle had a rounded bottom and an odd triangle-shaped design. The man's attire consisted of a small crossbow slung on his back, a cloak covering his right shoulder and arm, and leather armor covering his left shoulder, boots, and chest. First of all, the figure's hood partially obscured his face, leaving his eyes dark. However, his younger, tanned face was visible when the lower portion of his face was exposed. He had his hands extended and was wearing a slight smile. The initial man growled. "Assassin," he exclaimed, taking out a wheel-lock pistol from inside his coat. A crossbow bolt shattered the gun out of his hand as he was about to pull the trigger, sending it flying across the floor. The assassin was putting his crossbow away calmly when the first man gave him a glare. The assassin calmly said, "François Ansel," in a slightly rough French, member of the French chapter of the Templar Order, assigned to investigate the rumors of strange artifacts within Paris. "My name is Raphael Cortez, and I'll be the assassin assigned to stop you tonight." François gave him a snarl. He whirled around, lunging and snatching the spear off the platform. "You can't stop me, assassin. With these artifacts, I'll be invincible. I shall take over the Templar Order. wipe out your pathetic kind, and finally bring peace to the world. Raphael pulled his sword from its scabbard and lunged forward as he did. Francois whirled around and stabbed at Raphael, but Raphael quickly blocked the blow with his sword and struck Francois in the jaw. When Raphael leapt on the table and slashed down at him, the French Templar rolled over the platform and stood up. A sudden burst of energy from the spear blew Raphael back, and Francois blocked the sword with it. Raphael landed upright, staring as Francois, now holding the glowing spear, grinned almost insanely. "Yes, I can feel the power now. The power coursing through this. Do you know what this is?" he replied with a grin. As Francois went on, Raphael slowly raised his sword in a defensive stance. "This is the famed Spear of Destiny. The Holy Lance. The spear that pierced the side of Jesus Christ during the crucifixion. With it and that apple of Eden, I am invincible. I will take over the Templar Order and kill your pathetic rabble of assassins, and then the world will know true peace." Raphael barely managed to deflect the spearhead to one side as Francois lunged at him. With a swift motion, he swung his blade and attempted to strike Francois. However, a strange golden energy erupted around the Templar, deflecting the blow as his blade approached his arm. The spear shaft slammed into Raphael's chest, knocking him back, and his hidden eyes widened in shock. Raphael rolled onto his right arm, raising it and turning on a tiny mechanism located on the underside of the steel bracer. When the mechanism broke, it was discovered to be a tiny pistol. After striking Francois's energy field, the bullet was again deflected. With a fit of laughter, Francois lunged forward and swung the spear towards Raphael. Raphael pushed him back and blocked with his sword. Francois gave him another stab after growling. Raphael rolled behind him, slamming and hitting him with force. The energy field halted his attack once more. Sheathing his sword, Raphael leapt quickly back, putting some distance between him and Francois. It appeared that none of his weapons were doing anything. He appeared to be shielded by some kind of energy field from the spear. With a growl, Francois lunged towards him, attempting to stab him once more. With the spear shaft in hand, Raphael punched Francois, who turned his head to dodge the blow. With the spear shaft in their hands, the two were fumbling to remove the weapon from one another. They were forced toward the stone platform by their struggle. Francois suddenly delivered a vicious headbutt to Raphael. The assassin, taken aback and dazed, collapsed back onto the stone platform, hood tumbling to the ground. This displayed his dark brown eyes and shoulder length brown hair pulled back into a ponytail. In an attempt to shake it off, he shook his head, but Francois's foot on his chest caused him to grunt. Holding up the spear, ready to stab him in the stomach, the French Templar smiled. With an insane smile, he declared, "You will be the beginning. You are the beginning of your order's end." Savoring the instant just before the kill, he raised the spear higher. Raphael's eyes grew wide, then he glanced wildly in both directions. His gaze landed on something on his right, and he extended his hand to seize it. Raphael grabbed the nearest sphere and used it to deflect Francois's spear, causing it to stab into the stone platform instead of passing through. Cracking his left fist, he reared back and slammed it into Francois's face, sending him flying back. Ignoring the two crackling over the sphere's surface and the spear head, glowing with energy, he dropped the sphere onto the platform. Slowly, Francois stood up and took a knife out of his coat. He snarled and sprang towards Raphael. Raphael used his right arm to block Francois's knife, wielding arm while continuously striking Francois in the face with his left fist. Subsequently, he pushed Francois up against a wall while maintaining his grip on him. With a silent, "I take no joy in taking a life," he raised his left arm. "However, I take necessary action to safeguard human freedom," he declared, appearing to extend his left hand. A foot-long blade protruded from the underside of his left bracer as he was doing this. The French Templar's eyes widened in agony and terror as he drove it into his neck. Raphael pulled the knife from Francois' throat, causing blood to spill from his mouth. Slowly, Francois fell to the ground, staring at Raphael with blood dripping from his mouth and throat. But slowly, he sagged down and his eyes glazed over. Raphael bowed slowly and shut his eyes. In Spanish, he mumbled, "Descansa en la paz, rest in peace." Once more standing, he turned to face the stone platform. He then became aware of the two artifacts now. High levels of energy emanating from them. He lunged over to them, his eyes widening, but it was too late. He was hurled backward by an abrupt burst of energy. The spear flew past him and struck the distant wall, sending him crashing to the ground. The sphere came to rest beside Raphael. Raphael moaned and attempted to slowly rise, but he was pulled away and had to blink. Glancing up, he saw fear flare in his eyes. There was a rip in the air where the stone platform once stood. And it was absorbing all of the air in the space. The sphere next to him, the Apple of Eden, was already rolling toward the rip. As Francois's body and the apple were dragged into the rip, Raphael scrambled to escape by holding onto a pillar. Raphael moaned as his body was gradually drawn toward the odd anomaly and raised off the ground. He was struggling to hold on as he felt the pull growing stronger. But eventually, it became too much. Raphael sensed his hold easing before he was taken out from under him. He threw himself into the rip with a yell. After a few minutes, the hole vanished due to the exhaustion of the energy that was fueled by the collision of two pieces of Eden. Unknown time and location, perched on a hilltop with a view of a verdant plain, was a man clad in Buddhist monastic robes. He was writing in a scroll with a calligraphy brush while humming softly. He looked up as he took a break from writing to enjoy the afternoon. With closed eyes, he grinned. He heard what sounded like explosions coming from above him, and those eyes snapped open. As the sky grew darker and lightning started to streak across it, his eyes grew wider. The sky appeared to split open, and a strange silver object shot out of the opening, smashing into the grassy plain below, before he could even get up to seek cover. The opening vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. The monk blinked, got to his feet, and picked up his staff from the floor. He moved toward the thing that had collided with the earth slowly. Was it some weird meteorite? Maybe. He was taken aback upon reaching the crash site. There was no debris or fire, just a small impact crater. And what he saw now was a sphere with strange glowing runes on it, seemingly made of silver. With a slow motion, the monk touched the object with his staff. He touched the end of the staff and pulled it back after a few seconds. He knelt, feeling that it was still cool. He extended his hand very slowly and made contact with the sphere. He picked it up to take a closer look since it felt cool to the touch. He turned it over slowly and gave it a thorough inspection. As he watched the glow grow stronger, his eyes grew wide. Energy shot out of the sphere before he could drop it, striking him in the eyes. The energy kept flooding into his eyes and mind, causing him to scream in agony. He had never felt such excruciating pain before. He also experienced a sensation of fire rising within him. A blaze that extended to each extremity of his body. The energy subsided after a few minutes, and the monk dropped to his hands and knees. He stood there, panting and trembling, as the sphere rolled a few feet away from him. With his eyes closed and panting, the monk slowly raised his head. But his eyes changed when they opened. They were purple, almost gray, with many rings in a ripple pattern where they had once been black. With panting eyes, the monk turned to face the sphere. His mind was racing with so much information, so much wisdom. And that previous fire. It affected him physically. Even though he had never experienced this before, it felt right. Like it was ingrained in him from the beginning. The monk's gaze was fixed on the sphere. This feeling in his body, this knowledge. He had to learn more about it. To comprehend the actions done to him. He took the sphere slowly and got to his feet. He would need to give this energy a name, whatever it was. Maybe a chakra? That might function. The man referred to as the Sage of Six Paths was born on this day, too. One more unknown time and location. Fireworks lit up the night sky above a village, illuminating both the village and the sky. Below, the people were having a good time at some kind of festival. As they ran from stand to stand, children laughed and their parents kept an eye on them. Young couples would come to buy things or disappear into a private space to have sex. Elderly men and women paused to chat, remembering times when they were younger. No one noticed the rip in the sky or the figure falling from it because of the explosions and fireworks above and the celebration below. The figure struck a pond in a wooded area on the outskirts of the village, inside a huge defensive wall that surrounded it, and sank. The figure emerged from the water and swam to the shore, collapsing with heavy breathing after a short while. Rafael Cortez was unconscious for an unknown amount of time, but at some point his body began to regain some strength. With some effort, he was able to extract himself from the pond and land on the surface. He rose slowly to his feet while clutching his head. His head was pounding, and he felt like his entire body was on fire. He was startled by the sound of an explosion and snapped to attention when he saw fireworks shooting into the night sky. And as he watched them light up a strange mountain that appeared to have enormous faces on it, they grew even wider. 4 faces, each staring out over what appeared to be a distant village. Raphael just looked in confusion. God, where had he gone? After spending time in a crypt beneath Paris, he found himself in some kind of field overlooking a distant village, accompanied by the sound of fireworks. It was nonsensical. With a grumpy expression, Raphael crouched down and made his way towards the village. Perhaps they could explain his situation to him. He could feel the pain gradually leaving his body as he moved. The pain from his time in whatever it was lessening, though he was still hurting from the impact with the water and the frantic swim to shore. He straightened slowly and began to move more normally. It finally took him 20 minutes or so to get to the village. His eyes grew wide when he did. Hundreds of people were mingling, as if it were a festival. They had on a diverse range of outfits. Some appeared to be dressed in regular shirts and pants in a range of colors, but the majority appeared to be donning elaborate robes of some kind. Some appeared to be dressed in a uniform of some kind, with dark blue shirts and pants and a green vest with a red swirl on the back. These characters also wore headbands with an odd emblem on a metal plate placed on their foreheads. They appeared to be wearing some sort of uniform, suggesting that they were either guards or soldiers. Raphael watched them as he carefully slid into an alley. It didn't seem like any place he had ever seen or heard of, wherever he was. When did people start wearing red, blue, or green hair? A family went by, pausing at a stall as he stayed in the alley. He tried to listen in on them, blinking. But when he heard what they were saying, he stopped. Is it Japanese? He pondered. His thoughts drifted back to a woman he had met in that nation a few years prior. A fellow assassin who, after being sexually assaulted and her father killed by a samurai, fled Japan. In her native tongue, her name had been Suiseki, which means tracking, perfect moniker for an assassin. She had taken refuge on a fishing boat after fleeing Japan. After she discovered an assassin cell in China, she was welcomed into their group. She had gone to Rome after becoming a complete assassin in order to get additional instruction from Ezio on how to launch an assassin cell in Japan. She had made friends with Raphael during her stay in Rome. Before she arrived in Rome, she had picked up some basic Italian. In exchange for her teaching him Japanese, Raphael had assisted her in completing her lessons in Italian. He tried to think back on those lessons now, and as he did, the family's words started to make sense. The son of the family excitedly asked, Oto-san, can we go play the fishing game next? While the father was purchasing some food. With a smile, the father said, of course Sochi. This is a special night after all, and they left. Raphael let out a soft sigh. He hoped he could recall what he had learned. If not, there might be problems. However, this could indicate that he was in Japan. Maybe he could locate Kuki once more. Discover how he got to be in Japan. He required additional details. And a plaza or market of some kind would be the ideal location for that. But from down here, he would see nothing. He nodded, seeing flaws and ledges in the buildings on either side of the alley he was in. But no windows. That might cause some issues. But he'd managed to get up. He pivoted and dashed up the wall he was resting on, ascending high enough to seize a crack in the wall. After that, he made his way to a protruding section of masonry and continued climbing until he reached the roof, where he pulled himself up to the top of the structure. He slowly scanned the village, searching for a high point she could climb. His gaze settled on what appeared to be a nearby tall apartment complex. He nodded and started running in that direction. The figure running from rooftop to rooftop in robes and hoods went unnoticed by those below. However, a quartet of enigmatic figures did. When they had noticed the figure, they had been speeding along rooftops in the opposite direction. With an uplifted hand, the quartet's leader gestured toward the silhouette. They trailed along together, hiding from the assassin. Raphael arrived at the apartment building in short order and started to ascend to the top, arriving at the top in time to crouch on the building's highest point. He slowly started to look around the village, taking in the layout as far as his eyes could see. He paused as he passed to take in the sight of the massive mountain topped with 4 stone faces. A monument of some kind. Very impressive. But he blinked, perplexed, as his gaze returned to the village. The buildings and the streets were something he had not really noticed before. They were illuminated in an odd way. Though he saw the lights, he thought they were lanterns or torches. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that was untrue. A lot of the lights appeared to be some kind of weird glowing sphere that didn't flicker like a candle or torch's flame would. These odd lights, what were they? Shaking it from his mind, he turned back to look over the village until he heard someone yell. He turned to try and identify the general sound of the yelling. A side street appeared to be the scene of some kind of altercation. After biting his lip, Raphael nodded to himself. He got to his feet and peered out at the street below. He took a deep breath, spread his arms, and leapt upon seeing a hay cart. He landed in the hay cart after doing a backflip. He took a moment to gather himself before getting out and walking down the street, attracting some curious looks. Particularly from the quartet of shadows that had been pursuing him. Raphael made his way quickly to the street where he had witnessed the altercation. He stopped at a crosswalk and peered around the corner. His heart began to race as a result of what he saw. A group of people were there, and they were all carrying something. Some carried broken glass bottles, others carried knives and rocks. They were shouting at two figures that stood before them. Among those figures was a small boy, maybe 5 years old, dressed in blue pants and a dirty white shirt with a red spiral on it. The boy was cringing and covering his head with his arms, so any other features were hidden by his blonde, spiky hair. The other was a 17-year-old girl. Her violet hair was pulled back in an odd little fan-like ponytail. She wore a sleeveless mesh fishnet top, a black tube top covering her breasts, and brown eyes that didn't appear to have pupils. She also had mesh armbands covering her elbows and forearms, knee-high boots, and dark shorts on. She had the headband he'd seen on other people, too. She was shouting at the group in front of her while holding a knife of some kind. Free. The girl gripped her knife and yelled at the others, "Just leave him alone." The group leader gave a sneer. The others sneered and cried, "Look at this, boys. The snake whore is defending the demon. Why isn't that surprising?" The young lady scowled, her gaze narrowing with rage. "The only demons I see are the people who would pick on a defenseless boy. Just leave him alone." A man gave a sneer. Raising a knife, he charged at Anko, saying, "Forget about it. We'll kill them both and rid this village of the demon and the traitor." Anko, the girl, held her knife tightly, prepared to block. She was spared from doing so. A red blur shot in from the side, sending the man flying into the earth. After identifying himself as Raphael, the red blur struck the man in the face with his left fist, knocking him unconscious. He stood up and turned to face the small group of people who were now holding their weapons. "If you know what's good for you, you will leave now," he said in a rough, nearly broken form of Japanese. The boss snarled. With his supporters trailing him, he charged Raphael, yelling, "He's just one man, get him." Raphael took a stance and raised both hands, shaking his head. With a rock in hand, the first man attempted to whack it into his skull. Then Raphael kicked back at the next man, his foot slamming into his stomach, grabbing his arm and flipping him over so he smashed into the ground. Rolling to one side, he kicked the third attacker's feet out from under him and quickly struck his face, knocking him out. The fourth one brandished a knife at him. Grabbing the man's arms, Raphael twisted them around behind him, prying the knife from the man's grasp. He grabbed it and whirled it, striking the man's skull with the handle. With a butcher knife in hand, the leader charged at him. Raphael's two hands flexed, revealing two blades beneath his bracers. He brought them up, deflecting the man's overhand swing and sending it to the right and down. He kicked the man in the chest and rammed his left elbow into his face. The small mob leader struck a building's wall, only to discover that Raphael's bracers had two blades crossing over his neck, ready to slit his throat in an instant. With a slight pain, Raphael looked at the man and then gave him a headbutt, knocking him out. Astonished, Anko watched the entire scene. In less than a minute, this man had vanquished the small group of people. She was not aware that the blonde person she was guarding had fled. Just as Anko opened his mouth to speak, four shadows descended and encircled Raphael. They were all dressed in sleeveless shirts and dark blue pants. They each wore some sort of armored vest and gray metal bracers. They each wore a full face mask with what appeared to be a different animal design on it, and they each had a tanto strapped to their back. Each of these figures drew their tanto, and Raphael blinked at them. Speaking from behind their mask was the person donning what appeared to be a bird mask. "Sir, we must ask you to step away from the civilian and keep your hands in the air," he responded. With his hands at his sides, Raphael gradually withdrew from the unconscious man. While doing so, he carefully withdrew a few items from his belt pouches. The figure with the bird mask moved forward. "Sir, put your hands in the air or we will be forced to attack," he yelled. With clenched hands, Raphael slowly raised his arms. He gave a small smirk as he did. All four of the masked figure's instincts were triggered by that sly smile. "Take him down," exclaimed the masked bird. Raphael threw down his hands as they lunged at him. The smoke bombs he'd been hiding detonated, filling the room with billowing smoke. In order to avoid getting lost in the smoke and missing their target, the four masked figures leapt back. Upon clearing the smoke, Raphael was nowhere to be found. The four masked figures exchanged glances and nods before dividing. Raphael was running through the festival attendees in an attempt to get away. He was being watched by onlookers, some of them yelling as he nearly ran into or knocked some of them over. Raphael continued to run, but as he approached a cart that was in the way, his eyes widened. With no other option, he veered to the left and leapt through a stand, forcing the person operating it to duck underneath. Raphael sped past the cart and carried on running. One of the masked figures above had tracked him down, making use of the rooftops. He reached up to touch his ear as he was doing it, found him. As Raphael proceeded down a side alley, he suddenly saw one of the figures with the green vest and headband. This man also had strange black markings in his red eyes. The man began to make strange hand gestures, and Raphael blinked before his eyes widened and a massive fireball appeared to shoot out of the man's mouth and towards him. Raphael pivoted and noticed an awning covering a storefront entrance. The fireball shot by as he grabbed it and toppled over, landing on it. Raphael leapt from the awning onto an exposed signpost and then up to the rooftops. Not wanting to turn around, he started running once more. He had no idea what the devil that was, but it was definitely not something that a regular person could accomplish. Was it an artifact? Derived power? He was unaware. All he knew was that a fist was now aimed directly at his head. With a narrow escape, he spun around and faced his assailant. It was another masked figure, this one wearing a mask resembling a tiger. The figure yelled, "Surrender now or I'll have to use lethal force." In response, Raphael clenched his fists, prepared for battle. With a shake of his head, the figure lunged towards Raphael. After blocking his first blow, Raphael took a second one to the ribs. With a grunt, he took the man by the arm and threw him aside. The figure shot back at Raphael, flipping in the air and bouncing off a power transformer. With a swift blow to the masked man's head, Raphael's eyes widened and the man vanished into a puff of smoke, to be replaced by a log. He was knocked to his knees by a sharp blow to the back of his head. He was knocked down and landed on his back after taking a kick to the ribs. He skidded and struck the ground, causing his crossbow to come loose. When he attempted to stand up, the masked figure pinched him instead. A fist aimed towards his head was the last thing he saw before everything turned black. Standing over the now unconscious figure, the masked figure sighed. Gradually, he reached up and turned on his microphone. "This is Tora. Tiger, Totori, bird, target has been subdued." Over the communication radio, the leader said, "Acknowledge. Remove all weapons on his person and take him to Anbu headquarters. I'll contact Hokage Sama about this." As he started taking away Raphael's weapons, Tora gave himself a nod. Things in Konoha appeared to be going to be interesting. Walking down a corridor in the Anbu headquarters, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, sighed and rubbed his furrowed brow. When an Anbu showed up and broke the news, he and his family were at home relishing a little peace and quiet. Naruto Uzumaki was cornered by a few inebriated men who attempted to attack him, but Chunin Enko Mitarashi intervened. An unidentified attacker used only an unidentified type of taijutsu to attack the mob when they moved to attack her as well. He almost got away when an Anbu patrol tried to arrest him by using his amazing parkour and free running abilities. But eventually they knocked him out, strapped him down, and brought him here. In silence, Sarutobi studied a scroll that summarized everything that had been discovered thus far about this person. The individual carried a number of weapons and had on some sort of robe with hood and armor made of leather. Sarutobi quickly skimmed a section of the report that described the items taken from the prisoner. The assailant carries numerous weapons, almost all of which seem to be light and maneuverable. These weapons include: 1 sword of unknown design and origin, 1 dagger of unknown design and origin, 1 crossbow with quiver of 25 bolts, 1 pouch containing 2 smoke bombs, 1 pouch containing 10 unknown small metal balls and 10 small paper tubes filled with black powder, possibly explosives, 1 belt containing 20 small throwing knives of unknown design and origin, 2 bracers containing retractable blades. Right hand bracer also contains a hollow needle containing poison, some type of dart launching system, and an apparatus of unknown capabilities. Tactical analysis. Due to the light weight of the weapons and armor removed from individual, as well as the nature of quite a few of the weapons and items removed, assailant is possibly a non-ninja trained assassin. A scan of the assailant by a Hyuga has confirmed that assailant has chakra coils of sufficient size to be a ninja, but that no evidence of any type of training or control of chakra is present. At that, Sarutobi sighed once more. This man appeared to be some kind of assassin. However, the questions were where he was from and what his objective was. But he had another question on his mind. Why did this man reveal his identity to protect Anko and Naruto if he was an assassin? He could have easily killed those civilians and gone, so why did he use non-lethal force against them? As he got closer to the safe room where the man was being held, Sarutobi shook his head. 2 Anbu stood alert and rigid outside. After giving each of them a nod, Sarutobi opened the door. There was just one lamp in the room, and it hung over a table. An imposing figure, wearing a gray uniform with a black overcoat and gloves, sat on one side. He covered the many burns and scars that adorned his head with a Konoha headband that resembled a bandana. This was Konoha's chief interrogator, Ibiki Morino. He was seated opposite the attacker. With the hood down and without the armor, the figure was still dressed in the robe. This exposed a young man who was presumably 18 or 17. His skin was tanned, and a beard was starting to grow in his shoulder. Length brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail. With his brown eyes, he was observing Sarutobi. Ibiki got up gradually and approached Sarutobi, speaking softly to him. "Hokage. Sama, I haven't been able to get anything out of him. I'm tempted to bring a Yamanaka in to do a mind dive, if we can't get any answers from him." Sarutobi gave a quiet nod. "Call Inoichi in. While you do that, I'll see if I can't get through to him." Ibiki nodded before leaving through the door. One of the Anbu moved inside to serve as a guard in case the prisoner did anything while he was doing this. Sarutobi sat down slowly, observing the young man facing him. The man gave him a smile. He said, "So, what can I do for you, senor?" Sarutobi's eyebrow shot up. He questioned, "What?" Raphael merely grinned. "Pay it no mind. But I have to ask, is this how people who rescue damsels in distress and young kids are treated? If so, I'll have to remember not to do it again. Or at least, not get caught," he joked. A sigh was released by Sarutobi. He said simply, "I do not wish to waste time with jokes. The only reason you are not being interrogated and tortured for information is because you were protecting one of my shinobi, and a child being unfairly abused. That can be changed quickly. Now tell me, who is your target here in Konoha?" Raphael sighed as the smile left his face and eyes. He said simply, "Very well. I have no idea where I am. I did not come here to your village on purpose. One minute I'm in an underground chamber under a city. The next I'm falling into the woods outside your village. I was trying to get my bearings and locate some information when I ran into the mob problem," he said quietly, leaning back. Sarutobi gave him a sidelong glance. "You expect me to believe that you just appeared suddenly? From out of nowhere?" Raphael gave a shrug. "I expect you to believe nothing. Accept my story or don't. All I care about is not dying or being imprisoned if I can avoid it." Sarutobi reclined. He said simply, "Then please, tell me your story." After giving a moment of thoughtful tilt to his head, Raphael spoke at last. "My name is Rafael Cortez. I was born in a country called, what's the word again? Ah yes, Supan, Spain, 1. At that, Sarutobi blinked. "I've never heard of such a country," he replied. Raphael gave a shrug. "That is not entirely surprising, I suppose. Cathay has been pretty much closed off to outsiders for centuries, hasn't it?" he responded. "Too?" Sarutobi gave a blink. "Cathay, what is Cathay?" Raphael's eyebrow went up. This country, or rather this area is known as Cathay to my people. Although, if I remember correctly, your people call it Nippon, or Nihon, yes." All Sarutobi did was look at him. "This country is called Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. I have never heard it referred to as Nippon," he stated. At that, Raphael's eyes grew wide. Okay, I think I can maybe clear things up," he replied. "May I see a map of the world, please?" Sarutobi simply sighed and motioned for the Anbu to enter the space. The person outside nodded and vanished as that Anbu went to the door and spoke with them. He returned a short while later carrying a map. After taking it and placing it on the table, the Anbu inside the room weighted down the corners. After glancing at it, Raphael's heart stopped. He was aware that maps of the Cathay region were still largely unrefined and imprecise, meaning that a native map of the area would likely differ significantly from a European map of it. But this was too different from anything he had ever seen in this area to be a case of ignorance. It could have only one meaning. Raphael sank back into his chair slowly and continued to stare at the map. Then he raised an eyebrow slowly at Sarutobi. "I believe there is a serious issue here," he stated plainly. Sarutobi inclined his head. "What is wrong is that someone with a lot of assassin weapons attacked civilians in my village. Now I want to know how you got into my village, and why," he said with a deadpan tone. Raphael gave him a raised gaze. "I don't know, all right? I don't know. As I said, I was in a tomb underneath a cathedral, and then there was an explosion of energy and some type of hole or vortex that sucked me in. And then I'm suddenly falling into the woods outside your village. That's all I know," he yelled. Sarutobi observed him. I see. And what proof do you have exactly of this vortex that brought you here? Raphael snarled. I don't have any. How can I prove a giant rip in the air dropped me here into your village? At Raphael's scream, the Anbu stiffened and reached for the ninjutsu strapped to his back, but Sarutobi's raised hand stopped him. Sarutobi observed Raphael, who was once more examining the map. A defeated aura seemed to emanate from his body. Just then, the door opened, and Ibiki came in, accompanied by a man dressed in all black long sleeves and pants. In addition, he had on a green flak vest with lots of pockets, gauntlets over his forearms, and black sandals with what looked like tape or fabric around the ankles. He wore a red sleeveless coat over this. The man wore a black headband with the metal plate and emblem Raphael had seen all over town, and his long blonde hair was pulled up in a high ponytail. Sarutobi raised his gaze. Inoichi-san, I appreciate your visit, he said as he stood up. Now called Inoichi, he bowed. He questioned his leader. Ibiki-san said you needed me to do a mind dive? Sarutobi gave a nod. The Hokage turned back to Raphael, who looked up. Indeed. I'm afraid that so far, my conversation has not turned up anything concrete. I need to know the truth. Memories? How is he going to see my memories? He was asking. No one responded. Rather, Inoichi started creating odd symbols with his hands. Raphael blinked once, then felt as though something was getting inside of him and made him rigid. His eyes were glassy and half-closed as he slouched over. Ibiki caught Inoichi as his body sagged and gently placed him in a chair at the same moment. Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not sure exactly what to make of him, Ibiki. So far, it almost sounds like he was transported here from somewhere else. Like a summoning jutsu almost. While I find it highly ridiculous, I'm still wondering if he wasn't somehow summoned here. Ibiki looked up at his commander. If that is the case, Hokage Sama, the real question is who or what summoned him here. I do not doubt though that he is not from any of the major shinobi villages. His weapons and clothing match nothing we've seen before from the other nations. And you would think if he was an assassin, he would be trained in ninjutsu and such. According to the Hyuga who scanned him, he basically has none of the signs of being trained in the use of chakra. Sarutobi gave a nod. This is all just too strange to understand. Inoichi's body jerked at that precise moment, revealing his return. His eyes snapped open, and he gasped, taking deep breaths. Raphael looked up and jerked too. He exclaimed, what the hell was that? Inoichi turned to face Sarutobi and Ibiki, ignoring him. Hokage Sama, you're not going to believe what I have to tell you, said the man. Konoha's Rusty Kunai, one of those bars that catered to shinobi, was the Rusty Kunai. Although there were bars that catered to both shinobi and civilians, Konoha's ninjas were unable to speak as freely because of the presence of potential spies and civilians. However, shinobi bars were far more secure. Whether they were the few who lived to old age or were suffering from a physical or mental trauma that prevented them from performing active duty, the staff was always made up of retired shinobi. Kurenai Yuhi was one of the chunin working for Konoha who was a guest of this specific establishment tonight. The 19-year-old Kunoichi was wearing a standard military green flak jacket and a crimson bodysuit without sleeves. Her long, curly, raven hair cascaded past her shoulders, her headband securely fastened around her forehead. Before taking a sip of the sake, her ruby-red eyes fixed themselves on the cup in front of her. It wasn't until they took a seat on the bar stool beside her that she became aware of their presence behind her. With a sigh, she looked to her right and saw her most likely closest friend. She asked, her voice a little slurred and exhausted from the sake she had been drinking for the past hour, finally get off duty, Anko? Mitarashi Anko smiled. Ah, don't be like that, Nai-chan, I got a good excuse, she replied. Kurenai simply sighed and motioned to the bartender to get Anko a round of sake. Anko took her drink, gulped it down, and smiled. Good stuff, thanks Kurenai. Anko pouted, Kurenai just grunted. Come on, liven up a bit. Kurenai simply looked at Anko, who let out a sigh. For the past 5 years, it had been this way every year. Kurenai would find a bar on October 10th and start drinking. She tried to numb the pain and the memories of this night 5 years ago by doing it. When the Kyuubi no Kitsune, a massive chakra entity of hatred and destruction, attacked Konoha, her father had perished battling it. Glancing down at her cup, Kurenai refilled it. So what happened? She inquired while taking a sip. Anko smiled. Well, I was out patrolling the festival, keeping people from getting out of control, and I found this group of drunken idiots causing problems. Now when I stepped in, I think you can guess how they reacted, she continued. Kurenai simply nodded silently. The people in the village had a strong dislike for Anko Midarashi. She did nothing to deserve it, which was a sad fact. However, people stopped caring about that when you're apprenticed to one of the village's biggest traders. Anko was the target of more hate and contempt than anyone else in Konoha. Anko merely grinned. She started laughing and took another drink from her own sake cup, refilling it. So anyways, it looked like they were going to attack me. When out of nowhere, this guy wearing this weird hooded robe thing or whatever came flying in, and just takes these guys apart. I mean, he took them all down in less than 20 seconds. And the last guy, he totally made him pee his pants, she exclaimed. And then the Anbu came in since he was attacking civilians, and he totally gave them the slip. Whoever that guy was, he was pretty good. Kurenai gave her a raised eyebrow. You're complimenting someone who broke the law and escaped from justice? She inquired. Anko scowled. Well, he was arrested eventually. But come on, the guy came in, saved my butt, and totally took those ass holes down. I can't admire that. Kurenai merely moaned. When Anko nodded, Kurenai turned back to her drink. So you're late because you had to be debriefed on the whole thing, right? She asked. So what were those drunkards doing in the first place? Anko paused for a moment before responding. They were about to attack Naruto Uzumaki. With her drink halfway to her lips, Kurenai tensed up a little. It took her a few moments to actually drink it. Looking at the bar, she questioned, that brat, huh? Anko let out a sigh, but Kurenai continued talking before she could answer. Maybe you should have let them have their fun, she replied. At that, Anko froze. That was unlike any Kurenai conversation she had ever heard. Kurenai, he's only 5 years old. He's just a little kid. I'm supposed to let a bunch of drunken assholes beat him up? Kurenai gave a shrug. Everyone needs to take care of their grief some way, she stated. All Anko did was narrow her eyes. And what if it had been family or friends of the victims of Orochimaru's experiments? Should I just let them take care of their grief by beating me up? Kurenai gave her a look. It's not the same, Anko. Anko just gave a growl and stood up. You know damn well it is the same, Kurenai. I'm right behind Naruto on this village's shit list. You need to wake up and realize that Naruto isn't the reason your dad's dead. He's just the scapegoat everyone likes to use when they're not using me. She walked away. Kurenai made an attempt to stop her, but Anko had left. Kurenai leaned back on her bar stool and sighed. After taking a quick look at her sake cup and leaving it with cash for her drinks, she headed home. If the snake wielding Chunin would even listen to her, she would have to speak with Anko first thing in the morning. As she staggered home, she thought, maybe drinking on the anniversary of my dad's death isn't such a great idea. Interrogation room at Anbu. After hearing Inoichi's report through to the end, Sarutobi was furrowing his brow. For the time being, they had left the interrogation room. I'm really too old for this. So you're telling me he is from another world? Inoichi responded. Inoichi gave a headshake. Not just another world, Hokage. Sama. He's from another reality, another realm of existence. I saw everything he remembered. The people where he came from have no chakra or inner energy. None whatsoever. Even civilians here have very basic chakra coils. They might not be able to access their chakra, but they still have it. But in his world, chakra does not exist. Ibiki peeked through the observation window to see Raphael glaring at them from across the room. Having the sanctity of his mind violated had not gone down well with him. And what is his role exactly? Inoichi gave a nod. He is an assassin, and I don't just mean he's a person who goes around killing people. He is part of a brotherhood of assassins. From what I could understand of his memories, his order works entirely by itself, with no connections, backing or funding from any village. They claim they are safeguarding the future and freedom of mankind, fighting against some mysterious shadow group. I believe he calls them Templars. Apparently these Templars are trying to bring about world peace by enslaving people and taking away their free will. And the assassins are stopping them. Sarutobi merely gave a headshake. And you're certain these memories are authentic? He inquired. Inoichi gave a nod. Believe me, Hokage. Sama, I checked, double-checked and triple-checked his mind. There were no signs of these being false memories that he created, or that were implanted into him. These memories are 100% purely his own memories. Then how is it he has chakra? You said yourself according to his memories they aren't supposed to have chakra, Ibiki responded. Inoichi let out a sigh. I can't be sure, it might have to do with what brought him here. As he told you, Hokage. Sama, he was in an underground tomb, stopping one of these Templar from acquiring ancient and powerful relics. There was a fight, and he slew the man. But during the fighting, the relics were activated, and their energy ripped open a hole that swallowed him up. His memories are mostly blank during his time in this hole or vortex, except for the memory of excruciating pain. Then he crashed into a pond, in training ground 14 I believe. It's possible that whatever chaotic energy was in the vortex transplanted chakra into him before it spat him out. Sarutobi gave Raphael a close examination. And we have no way of sending him back, he stated. Whatever sent him here is not something we can reproduce. In essence, he is stuck here, he whispered quietly. Ripped away from everything he knows, and cast into a world full of unknown dangers and secrets. Ibiki gave him a quick look. Hokage. Sama, perhaps we can give him a home here then. Put him to use. He is obviously skilled at what he does, despite his age. With training in how to use his chakra, he could make a powerful asset. Sarutobi gave Ibiki a quick look. A few moments later, he nodded softly. Maybe, he uttered before going inside. Raphael gave him a quick glance. The question was asked in an emotionless voice, so what now? Are you going to lock me away? Sarutobi gave a headshake. No, I wish to make you an offer, he replied. Whatever it was that brought you here, it is not something we can undo. We don't know how to send you back home. But if you wish, we're willing to help you settle into this world. Raphael laughed. And what exactly would I do? I'm the only one of my kind here. Sarutobi grinned. Not quite. You may be the only one of your order here, but you are not the only one trained to kill people stealthily. In fact, every shinobi under my command is expected to do such a thing one day, if they haven't already. We are ninja. It is our job, sometimes, to assassinate people. If you like, I'd be willing to offer you a job here in Konoha. Raphael gave him a look. So what is it you'd want me to do exactly? He inquired. Become your personal assassin? Take down targets who threaten this village and your rule? I will not become some cold-blood enforcer, if that is what you are asking, he responded. Sarutobi let out a sigh. I am not asking that of you. Konoha tries to be more diplomatic and peaceful. Or at least, as much as we can in this world. I would need you to assassinate people, yes. But generally it would be those who are threats to the safety of the people in this village, whether inside or out. I would ask you to take down those who would bring war and harm to the people I lead and protect. Is that too much to ask for? Raphael sighed after glancing down for a while. I need time to think about everything that has happened. My entire world has been turned upside down. Sarutobi gave a nod. I understand, Raphael.san. I will have you escorted to someplace more comfortable, where you may think about it. However, your weapons and armor will remain in custody for now, and you'll have an Enbu stationed outside your room. He quietly got up. When you make your decision, please inform the guard outside your room. He will escort you to me. Good night, Raphael.san. Raphael just stared at the table as Sarutobi left the room. With barely a glance up, he felt one of the masked figures, like the ones he'd seen earlier, take off the shackles from his arms. As he was led to the upper floors of the Anbu headquarters, where rooms reserved for VIP prisoners were located, his body appeared to function automatically. They showed Raphael around a two-room apartment that had a couch that could be made into a bed. The restroom occupied the second room. After being shown how to use the couch, bed, Raphael nodded to the guard and lay down quietly while the guard left the room to resume his duties. Raphael's thoughts were racing 100 miles per hour as he lay there. It had pretty much destroyed his entire world. He had no idea how he was going to get back home and was stuck in a foreign world. How would he respond to this? How could he respond? He started to consider that. He knew nothing about this world at the moment, other than the fact that it resembled Japan a lot. What he remembered of Japan, anyway, was what his friend Suiseki had told him. Beyond the abilities of a thief or an assassin, he possessed no real skills. Quite frankly, he had no desire to resume picking pockets. Not unless it was a mission-related task. Raphael realized the unavoidable truth the more he considered it. That whatever he had, that was going to have to do. And what he had now was an offer from someone who wanted to use his abilities. With a sigh, he closed his eyes. Maybe he could get a job here at the village. For a short while, anyway. He fell asleep gradually. The following morning Raphael woke up with a quiet moan as sunlight streamed in through a barred window and fell on his face. He stood up slowly, murmuring under his breath, then peered out the window. Seeing the sun come up every morning has always been one of his favorite times of the day. He moved slowly over to the window and watched the sun slowly rise while holding one of the bars. With a sigh, he turned to see one of the masked guards come in carrying a tray of food. He said, "Breakfast," casually placing it on the couch, bed. Raphael approached and nodded. I'm grateful, he said. May I ask when your leader is available to speak to? He was observed by the Anbu via the mask. He said, I'll send a message to him. He'll send for you when he's ready, and walked away. While eating in silence, Raphael prayed silently that the old leader would agree to his terms. Sarutobi was in his office a few hours later when he received a buzz from his secretary. Hokage. Sama, the Anbu is here with Raphael.san. Excellent. Please send them in, he stated. Soon after, the door opened, allowing Raphael and his Anbu escort inside. Sarutobi grinned. It is good to see you, Raphael.san. Please sit. After giving a nod, Raphael began to speak. I've thought about your offer, and I'm willing to perhaps offer you my services. If you agree to some conditions I have, he replied. Sarutobi reclined. Let me hear them. Raphael let out a sigh. I'll agree to work for Konoha, but I will not accept assignments for targets that I do not consider legitimate targets. If you ask me to target a warmongering noble who is trying to spread war and chaos, I'll do it. Or a weapons merchant who is supplying bandits and other such shady or illegal groups, I'll do it. Or someone who intends ill against this village or people in general, I'll do it. But I will not target someone who is not doing wrong. One of the tenets I follow is, stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent. That means that if you ask me to kill someone simply because you disagree with them, or because it will expand Konoha's power, or because you receive a mission for taking out such a target, I won't do it as it goes against my principles and beliefs. Sarutobi gave a nod. I can agree to that. I highly doubt I would order such an assassination anyways. Secondly, I wish for your permission to perhaps begin building a new brotherhood here in Konoha, and eventually expand it out to other villages. By recruiting other assassins, we can start to hand out assassination missions to those in other villages, instead of having to travel there myself. I also ask that any recruits I might draw in be allowed the same conditions I am asking for. Sarutobi gave it some thought. It will depend on who you recruit to your cause, but I think for now, I can agree to this condition, provided I am allowed to make exceptions based on recruits you choose. Raphael gave a nod. Agreed. Next, I will only answer to you or whoever your replacement may be. I will not answer to anyone else unless you put them in charge of me. Agreed? With a nod of confirmation from Sarutobi, Raphael went on. Lastly, I want your word that if Konoha should violate my conditions that I have set, or that it becomes corrupt, me and those I may have recruited from this village are free to leave, or are free to take out those who are responsible for the violation or corruption. Sarutobi paused. He remarked, that is a steep order. But then again, if such a thing were to occur, it would likely be because I am no longer Hokage. I will write a document up now, and we shall sign it. Before signing the contract, he started to draft it, but Raphael bit his lip. I'm afraid I can't read your language, he replied. Sarutobi's eyebrow shot up. I see. Well, that does raise a problem, as you have no idea what I wrote here, do you? He inquired. We'll have to rectify that problem and swiftly. For now though, I give you my solemn vow that what I have written here will not entrap you in any way, shape, or form. With hesitation, Raphael accepted it and signed his name. I will wish to see this document once I have learned to read your language, he concluded. Sarutobi gave a nod. I'll make you a copy so you can have it at all times. For now though, we shall see about proper accommodations, as well lessons in reading in this world, said the man. I would also like to offer you the chance of learning some of our skills and abilities. You possess the means to do so, though it will take time and effort. Raphael gave a nod. He said, I thank you for that, as Sarutobi completed copying the contract, which they both signed once more, and gave it to Raphael. He then motioned for the Anbu to advance. The agent gave him a note when he did. Please escort Raphael.san to the apartment complex at this address, and give the owner this note, he stated. The Anbu gave a nod. Afterwards, please retrieve Raphael.san's equipment and have it brought to his apartment. The Anbu made a bow. He greeted Raphael with, as you command, Hokage. Sama, and then waited. Raphael thanked the elderly Hokage with a bow of his head and followed the Anbu outside. Sarutobi took a seat back and gave it some thought. Perhaps Raphael was the perfect fit for a mission he had imagined but was never able to carry out. But the young man would not survive as he was. Not at least not yet. With a sigh, he withdrew a small stack of papers listing the shinobi that were available at the moment. One of them had a C-ranked mission assigned to him. After locating the desired shinobi, he buzzed his secretary and instructed her to make contact with him. Raphael, meantime, discovered himself waiting outside the door of his new residence. After taking him to the apartment, the Anbu spoke with the owner, who gave Raphael a key with a symbol on it after reading the note. Raphael searched for a while before locating a matching symbol on one of the doors. Silently, he opened it and went inside. He looked around slowly, and his eyes grew wide. From his perspective, the place appeared peculiar. The layout of the 3 rooms included a kitchen, a living, dining area, and a bedroom with an adjoining bathroom. But he couldn't figure out what was in the kitchen and bathroom. There was this big, cold construction in the kitchen, and a basin with an odd projection that released water. There was no space to start a fire so that food could be cooked, but the oven looked to be there. The restroom was equally peculiar. He was intrigued by the odd metallic protrusions that seemed to hold water in the sink and bathtub, even though he knew what they were for what they were. He was also intrigued by the weird ceramic bowl thing that, when he pressed a metal lever, seemed to have a pool of water inside that was sucked into the interior of the bowl. How in the world could it be? And where was the chamber pot for his personal urinal needs? There was a knock on the front door, cutting his thoughts short. Approaching it, he opened it and saw the previous Anbu operative inside. "Yes?" he inquired. The Anbu extended a sizable sack towards him. "Your equipment," was all he said. Raffles' gaze expanded. With a, "Oh yes, thank you," he accepted the bag. "Hokage. Sama also wished for me to inform you that he is sending someone to teach you the basic things you need to know. You can expect them here in the next hour or 2 to begin your lessons," the Anbu stated, and then vanished. With a simple blink, Raphael shrugged and shut his front door. He proceeded to the bedroom, put the bag on the bed, and started trying to figure out how to open it right away. He had to try a few different things before he discovered a tiny metal strip he could pull on that appeared to run along 2 metal strips. The strips separated and the bag opened when he pulled it in one direction. It closed when he pulled it the other way. Whispering, "Interesting," he experimented with it several times. At last, he had had enough and started taking his belongings out of the bag to inspect them for any damage or missing supplies. A somewhat irate figure was walking toward him and whispering to herself while he was working. "I can't believe I'm being assigned such a stupid and mundane task. Damn it, Hokage. Sama, what did I do to deserve this?" Anko Mitarashi had good reason to be extremely irate. Last night, her one and only friend had verbally stabbed her in the back. Her next door neighbors had also kept her up all night with their arguments and make-believe sex when she had tried to go to sleep. She was summoned to meet the Hokage this morning. She had anticipated receiving a respectable mission. She had been informed that she would be tutoring someone instead, on subjects like history and reading. She was not an educator. What a chunin she was. An abominable chunin kunoichi. She simply moaned as she made her way to the provided address. It was, surprisingly, on a higher floor of her apartment building. It would simplify matters. She inhaled deeply as she approached the apartment door. She said, "Time to get this over with," and then she knocked. After a few minutes, the door opened, and when she looked up, her eyes widened, because the man who saved her from last night was in front of her. Raphael glanced at her and blinked. "Hey wait, you're the girl from last night." Anko gestured to him. "You're the guy who took out those civilians. What are you doing here?" Raphael gave her a look. "Well, I live here now, and I'm waiting for a tutor, and I'm guessing you're the tutor?" She gave a slight nod. "Why? Yeah, can I ask what is going on?" With a sigh, Raphael stepped aside to allow her to pass through. He said, "It's a long story." She looked at Anko, who came in. "I've got lots of time, it seems." After shutting his eyes, Raphael pointed to the couch that came with the apartment. "Sit down then, and I'll try to explain. You probably won't believe me." Anko smiled. She said, "Try me, I've heard everything." How mistaken she was. Oh, 2 months later, Konoha. At her favorite cafe, Anko chewed some dango while thinking quietly to herself. For the young kunoichi, the past few months had been interesting. She first discovered that the man who had saved her was, in fact, from a different reality. A place seemingly devoid of indoor plumbing and electricity, as well as chakra. She had assumed it was all a big joke or prank when Raphael had finished telling her where he was from on the first day she had gone to teach him. But she discovered, after discussing it with the Hokage, that it was all true. Which caused her to get wasted trying to figure everything out. But eventually, she accepted what she had discovered and discovered that Raphael was a fairly motivated learner. Explaining certain things, like how a toilet worked and what a refrigerator was, had been both hilarious and embarrassing. But she had found him to be very studious when it came to learning geography, history, and how to read and write. He was working on mastering the fundamentals of reading and writing kanji after having a firm grasp on the language. She had also been there when Raphael's fighting prowess was evaluated by the Hokage. Raphael was paired up against a chunin, and the only weapons and taijutsu allowed in the spar neither genjutsu nor ninjutsu. With a punch to Raphael, the Chunin had initiated the fight. In response, Raphael had used his left hand to grab the Chunin's fist, strike him forcefully in the stomach to take the air out of him, and then give him a vicious uppercut that left him flat on his back. Raphael was on him in an instant, a hidden blade at his throat. Raphael was fast and skilled, but he was no match for the sheer speed that a shinobi of Junin rank could achieve in a second battle, this time against a Junin. That is not to argue that the conflict was one-sided. At first, Raphael had stayed on the defensive, letting attacks into the Junin with counters and blocks. That, as he explained to Sarutobi and Anko, was the manner of an assassin thrust into battle. They assumed a defensive position, moving and waiting for their chance to attack, if they were unable to flee or eliminate their adversary with the first blow. Following the evaluation, Sarutobi had requested that Anko start teaching Raphael how to use his chakra, which Anko had happily completed, preferring to teach academic material in practice. The two would go to a training ground every morning where they would exercise, spar, and Anko would teach Raphael how to access and then control his chakra. Raphael was not experienced in calling upon his chakra, so it had taken him approximately a week to do so. Subsequently, Anko had instructed him in the fundamental control exercise known as tree walking. Raphael needed the remainder of the month to get the hang of it before Anko introduced him to water walking. Raphael had been incredibly appreciative of all that Anko had taught him thus far. He promised to teach her some skills that would be useful to her in exchange. He had begun instructing students in assassination techniques, how to move around in public without being noticed while blending in with the throng of people. In addition, he started instructing her in parkour and free running. When they could use chakra to climb a building, leap over obstacles, and other such feats, most shinobi would laugh at the idea of learning these skills. However, Raphael identified a few issues. How can one prevent an adversary from detecting the chakra being utilized to scale a building? Alternatively, what if the shinobi's chakra was depleting or disconnected for an unknown reason? In those circumstances, being able to move swiftly with just their muscles and stamina as well as smoothly navigate any terrain would be extremely helpful. She smiled, reaching for another dango skewer, reflecting on how things had turned out well for them both. But she stopped when she felt someone approaching from behind. She gave a slight turn of her head. She said, sounding a little irritated, "What are you doing here, Yuhi-san?" Kurenai sighed inwardly as she took a seat beside Anko. She regretted not being able to apologize to Anko sooner, but regrettably, she had been assigned to border patrol just a few days after their little argument. After returning yesterday evening, she went to find her friend in an attempt to patch things up. "I wanted to apologize to you, Anko. You were right. The Uzumaki kid shouldn't be punished for what he holds inside himself. It's not like he chose to be the container of the Kyuubi," she murmured. "And you were right about how you two are similar. I see now how you could take my words to mean that I was saying you should be attacked by those who were hurt by Orochimaru. I never meant that, and I certainly don't think that. So, I'm sorry," quietly replied. Anko observed her, then let out a sigh. "I'll forgive you, but don't expect me to be all chummy right off the bat. It really hurt hearing you say those things. And I've already had enough people I thought were close to me betray my trust," she continued. Kurenai gave a nod. "I understand, Anko, and thank you." Anko nodded and then smiled. "So, you remember that guy the first told you about? Who rescued me? Well, guess what? He's here in the village now," she continued. Kurenai gave a blink. "Oh, is he a shinobi?" Anko gave a headshake. "Not yet. It's really a complicated story, and you should ask Hokage Sama about it. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell or not, but I can say that I've been sorta training with him the past couple of months." Kurenai grinned. "Sounds a lot more exciting than what I was doing. Boring border patrol," she replied. Anko smiled. She exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, it was. Maybe I can show you what he taught me." Kurenai gave a playful back smile. "Oh, does Anko-chan have a crush on the new guy?" With wide eyes, Anko shoved Kurenai. She growled and retorted, "It's not like that, he's just been helping me, and I've been helping him." Kurenai merely laughed. She answered, "I'll take that as a maybe." Anko merely snarled. She savagely tore into her last stick of the delicious dumplings, saying, "Oh, shut up and buy me some more dango." Kurenai simply burst out laughing as she gave Anko another plate. Raphael, meantime, was moving in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Rather than his typical assassin garb, he had on a long, sleeved shirt, pants, and Zori sandals. He had on a long coat over this. But since he always carried them with him in case he needed them, he was wearing his hidden blade bracers. These outfits were chosen for two reasons. 1. Compared to his assassin robes, they were much more comfortable for just strolling around, conversing, and unwinding. Furthermore, it helped him become less noticeable. Even in situations where he is adept at disguising himself from passing onlookers in a crowd, his robes would serve as a warning sign to potential enemy spies in the village. He would thus dress more normally when he wasn't in training or on a mission. He arrived at the tower in no time, and went up the stairs to the Hokage's office. Since the secretary knew the Hokage was expecting him, she buzzed him in. Inside, Sarutobi was speaking with a man who had a goatee, scars on the right side of his face, and black hair pulled back into a ponytail. He wore a ragged vest coat made of deerskin, standard shinobi pants, and what appeared to be a mesh shirt covered by the standard vest worn by Konoha shinobi. He was also equipped with arm guards. As Raphael walked in, Sarutobi looked up. "Raphael-san, it is good to see you. Please, have a seat," he responded. Raphael bowed in response to Shikaku's nod. "This is Shikaku Nara, head Junin of Konoha." Sarutobi produced a file that was on his desk as Raphael took a seat. He handed Raphael the file and said, "I know this might seem a little early, but I have a mission for you." When Raphael opened it, he saw multiple reports folded under a photo of a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Kasui Itama, cunning mind. He's a Chunin-ranked shinobi of Kumogakure no Sato. Almost 2 years ago, he masterminded Kumo's attempt to infiltrate and kidnap the heiress of the Hyuga clan under the guise of a treaty agreement. "The Yondaime Raikage authorized the mission that this man came up with," said he. "First of all." Raphael studied the photo and the reports that accompanied it. "Is there a reason you want him dead?" he inquired. At this, Shikaku raised his voice. The attempt to kidnap the Hyuga heiress was foiled 2 years ago by Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the clan. However, the kidnapper was the ambassador sent by Kumo. They denied any involvement and demanded Hiyashi in exchange for their unjustly executed ninja. The Hyuga instead sent Hiyashi's twin brother Hizashi. The reason for this is Hizashi was part of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Every branch member of the clan bears a seal that protects the bloodline of the Hyuga, the Byakugan. Raphael gave a blink. Confused, he asked, "The what?" Sarutobi gave a slight cough to get Raphael's notice. It is a special bloodline ability of the Hyuga clan. They are able to use their eyes to see a person's chakra network, among other things. I'll have to make sure Enko teaches you about bloodlines and such after this mission. Shikaku went on. Since Hizashi had the seal, his bloodline would be sealed upon his death. Kumo wouldn't be able to study it or use it against the Hyuga clan or Konoha. Sadly, this has not deterred them, as a contact we have in Kumo has informed us that Kasui here is already in the process of beginning a second attempt to kidnap one of the unsealed main family members of the Hyuga clan. So, we want to send you in to take care of him. Raphael took another look at the reports. How reliable is this contact? Sarutobi responded once more. The contact has been fairly reliable. They've been sending us info for close to 2 years now, and each bit of info has been completely accurate and helpful. However, this time they have requested extraction and asylum within Konoha, making us believe that they are a Kumo shinobi or citizen. Do you accept the mission? He inquired. After considering it for a short while, Raphael nodded. Sarutobi gave a scroll to him. The details of your mission. Your objective is to infiltrate the village of Kumogakure no Sato and make contact with our informant on the inside, codenamed Kage Neko. They will provide you with info necessary to get at your target. You will then target Kasui Itama and remove him. Recover any information inside his house, and then destroy any information you cannot retrieve. Lastly, extract yourself and Kage Neko from Kumo and return to Konoha. Shikaku nodded, and Raphael nodded softly. You'll be heading out tomorrow morning, to a small outpost south of the border with Yu no Kuni, where you'll pick up documents that will let you enter Kumo. After that, make your way to Kumo. Raphael got to his feet. I understand. How will I recognize Kage Neko? He inquired. Sarutobi gestured to the scroll he'd given him. The code phrase will be in there. I would suggest going in civilian clothes till you reach Kumo. Raphael gave a nod. He let out a breath and said, I understand, before bowing and walking away. This would be the first murder in the elemental nations to happen to him. If he had learned anything, it was to never undervalue the skill or suspicion some of these shinobi possessed. Kumo Gates, 2 weeks later. Similar to Konoha, Kumo was encircled by a sizable defensive wall that was carved out of the side and base of a sizable mountain. The wall featured a single entrance, a colossal gate that was guarded by Kumo shinobi at all times. A sizable caravan of wagons approached this gate. a convoy of merchants traveling south from Shimo no Kuni with merchandise to trade and sell inside Kumo's boundaries. A group of 4 Kumo shinobi stopped the convoy as it got closer to the gate and went up to speak with the head merchant. Gyosha-san, merchant. We'll need to examine the contents of your wagons for any smuggled weapons or black market items, the squad's commander stated. The businessman gave a nod. Of course. Yohei-san, mercenary, please aid these men in examining the merchandise. A figure approached the ninja at the back of the first wagon, wearing a dull brown cloak and hood, and nodding, a battered looking katana by his side. Shinobi-san, he uttered as he started to remove the covering, allowing the shinobi to investigate the contents. The shinobi started going through each wagon one by one, inspecting what was inside. The lead shinobi turned to face each of them after they were done. Alright then. Remember, don't cause any trouble while within our village. We'll be watching all of you. Especially you Yohei-san. Keep that blade of yours sheathed at all times, he concluded. The wagons then began to roll into the village, moving in the direction of the business district. When they did, the head merchant approached the cloaked Yohei and the others started unloading the wagons. This is the money we owe you for your excellent work, the merchant said, passing over a few stacks of ryo. Yohei gave a nod. Thanks. I don't suppose you know where I can find a bar named the Drunken Thunder? The salesman laughed. He pointed and said, it's 2 streets down to the right. Thanking him once more, Yohei nodded as he made his way through Kumo's bustling streets to the bar. The man was walking along, his eyes quietly searching the rooftops and streets, though no one could see them because of the shadow cast by the cloak hood. After a while he arrived at the bar and went in. He nodded as he walked over to the bartender. Nice fall weather we're having, huh? He responded. The bartender blinked and then took a step forward. Yeah, too bad the leaves are changing, he responded. Yohei grinned. Well, there are some places where the leaves never change. The bartender gave a nod. I've got a friend who'd like to see that. They're in the back room. Yohei nodded, picked up a sake bottle, and went to the rear chamber. He knocked 3 times, but the door was closed. The door opened in a few seconds, and he went inside. Inside, he discovered a figure in a cloak donning a black Anbu mask featuring a Neko motif. Their gender and identity were concealed when they spoke because a jutsu or a device on the mask distorted their voice. After Yohei shut the door, the figure said, I take it you're the one sent from Konoha? Yohei revealed that he was actually Raphael when he lowered his hood. I am. Your cage Neko? The figure gave a nod. Kasui will be out drinking this Friday evening. He does so every Friday. His guard will be lowered once he's inside his apartment. That will be the ideal time to strike. This map shows you how to reach his house from here. It also has the scheduled patrol routes of the shinobi patrols within Kumo. Kasui has no defensive measures applied to his apartment, so it should be simple enough to break in. I would suggest making a preliminary assessment of the target's apartment before you attempt to take him down. Raphael looked at the map, nodding. He questioned, what about getting out? The figure in the mask laughed. I have that covered as well. Once you've done the deed, return here, and I'll handle getting us out of the village. I just hope you're good enough to handle the job, Cage Neko said as they got up. You can stay here until it's time. The back door here will lead you to an alleyway. Good luck. Raphael had one last question before they left. He asked, observing them stop, why are you doing this? Cage Neko stood for a moment, then slightly turned their head, seemingly to glance back at Raphael. Why am I betraying my village, you mean? Because a long time ago, this village betrayed me, they then left. Raphael sighed and took a quiet seat. That had been a rather cryptic reply. After taking a quick look around the space, he raised his hood and stealthily walked towards the rear alley. While he was in town, he might as well complete some scouting. Kasui was meeting with the Raikage in the Raikage's tower, which was carved into the side of the mountain. Kasui looked to be in his mid-30s, dressed in the typical Kumo shinobi uniform, his hair covered like a bandana by his headband. On the collar of his flak vest, though, was a small kanji that read, Strategy, designating him as a member of Kumo's shinobi force's strategic division. In times of war, it was their responsibility to plan Kumo village's battle plans. In times of peace, they were responsible for planning covert operations and internal security measures. Although he wasn't the branch leader of strategy, Kasui was one of its most well-known and productive members. The Raikage, it was currently observing the strategist shinobi while pumping iron. I want a status report on Project Blind Eye, he replied. Of course Raikage. Sama. Initial planning for Project Blind Eye has been going well. I should have a finalized operation plan after the new year. I would suggest readying teams for training sessions. I glanced up at him. Excellent, excellent. And where are you keeping the information on your plan? Due to the recent security leaks, I've been keeping the information at my home, in a safe. Once the plan is finalized, I'll make a copy to be held in your personal archive for safekeeping. He nodded and swung his arms around. Kasui started talking once more. In a quiet voice, Kasui said, there have been some concerns, about her, Reikage. Sama. He froze, then resumed pumping iron, albeit with a more rigid form. He inquired, what concerns? Kasui let out a sigh. She has not been socializing well, Reikage. Sama. After her training was complete and she was assigned to a team, it was noted she was rather standoffish towards her teammate. She is working hard with them, but she tends to keep largely to herself. It is not good for someone of her status to be so anti-social. At last, I placed the dumbbells on a specially made holding rack. The rack made a slight creaking and trembling sound despite its reinforced design and reinforcement seals. I will speak to her about this. But given what she's gone through, can you blame her? He inquired. Reikage. Sama, I understand you feel guilt over what we had to do, but it was necessary. Kasui countered. I let out a soft sigh. He asked, was it really? And waved Kasui off. Unless we start seeing her behave in a negative way, she is free to spend her free time how she sees fit. Now go. You're dismissed, he stated. Kasui sighed, bowed, and walked away. I sat silently for a moment, then shook his head to push the memories of the past away. Silently, he started working on his paperwork, hoping that the negative memories and thoughts would fade. December 27th, 2 days subsequently in Kumo, night had fallen. Apart from the ninjas and civilians who were out late partying, the village was largely quiet. In addition, the night was chilly, making few people want to spend time outside. Naturally, it was getting close to the end of December, so the cold was to be expected. Nobody noticed the hooded figure slipping out of the Drunken Thunder's back door because hardly anyone was outside. The figure turned and moved toward his destination, walking down the alleyway. He stayed in the shadows, giving them only enough time to dart through the mostly empty streets, crossing from one alley to the next. Occasionally, he would halt and cling to the walls of the alley he was in while a patrol of Kumo shinobi passed by above him or by passing on a street in front of him or behind him. Raphael finally came to a stop in front of a sizable apartment building. The structure was at least 5 stories tall, and its many windows revealed the various apartments that occupied its many floors. Before he slipped out of the shadows and hurried to the apartment, his hooded head twisted this way and that, surveying the surroundings. Rather than entering, he made his way to the alleyway that separates the apartment building from the shop next door. After entering the alley, the assassin carefully raised his head to study the building's side, sweeping his gaze over each detail. He stepped back a few times before charging right at it, and then he practically ran up the side of the building and grabbed onto a window ledge. Raphael started to climb slowly and stealthily, trying to stay out of the windows as his hands and feet searched for every priceless find on the apartment's stone wall. Raphael climbed slowly and stealthily for 10 minutes or so until he emerged outside the apartment complex's 3rd floor. Taking a deep breath, he silently thanked Enko for the tree-walking exercise and channeled as little chakra as he could into his feet to keep himself in place. He counted silently, and when he discovered the window he wanted, he started to move toward it, crawling up to the ledge. He looked in slowly and saw that it was pitch black. That was expected. If Kage Neko was right, it would take Kasui at least an hour or two to return. With a slow step forward, Raphael produced a small, thin blade from a pouch on his belt. The windows had a sliding lower section and were secured in position by tiny rotating latches that fit into slots on the upper portion of the window. He began working at the latch by sliding the small blade up into the narrow space between the upper and lower sections of the window, slowly rotating it until it was unlocked. He quickly unlocked the window by doing the same with the second latch. Taking another larger blade out of the same pouch, he was able to jimmy it under the lower portion of the window and pry it up until he could open it with his hands. With haste, he slid inside, shut the window, and secured it. He awoke to find himself in the apartment's darkened living room, with just the moon and street lights for light. Realizing that turning on the lights would be too risky, he opted to light a tiny torch, like candle that he had taken out of one of his supply pouches. Silently, he started going through the apartment, trying to find any information the man might be working on about projects or operations. At first, he couldn't find anything concealed in any bookcases or drawers or just left out. However, after searching for 40 minutes with great care and attention, he discovered a safe hidden behind Kasui's clothing. He looked it over several times and could find no opening or weakness. Rather, he decided to wait patiently for his target to arrive and made the closet back to how he had found it. When he got back, maybe the man would check the safe. Raphael was rewarded with the sound of movement outside the apartment door nearly 30 minutes later. Muffled cursing accompanied the fumbling of keys in the lock. Raphael slid quickly into a dark living room corner, where he stayed motionless. Kasui eventually unlocked the front door. Breathing heavily, Raphael watched his target stagger a little inside his apartment's living room. After the ninja entered the kitchen, Raphael heard someone running the sink and Kasui sipping the water that he had poured for himself. After that, the man staggered in the direction of his bedroom. Raphael slipped out of the corner and followed in silence. He pulled up outside the mostly closed bedroom door and took a quick look inside. At the nearest, Kasui was fumbling with the safe that Raphael had looked into earlier. He heard Kasui grunting in satisfaction as the safe opened and the combination on the front was turned. At that moment, he took action. Before Kasui could even respond, a sharp pain tore through his chest and he felt one hand cover his mouth. He struggled feebly before the world went dark, feeling the life drain from him. As he gradually started to lower Kasui to the ground, Raphael withdrew the blade of his left bracer from his heart. He said, "Descansa en la paz," and he shut Kasui's eyes. Silently shaking his head, he turned to face the safe and started removing the files and scrolls from within. He took his time going over them, nodding as he tucked them into his robe. After locking the safe, he turned off the lights in Kasui's apartment. Before descending the building's side, he slipped out the window, shut it, and once more did his best to jimmy the locks. Raphael had finished his first murder in the country of elementals. He had no idea that he had killed Kasui on the anniversary of Kumo's second attempt to steal the Byakugan. After an hour, he was sneaking into the Drunken Thunder's back room, where Cage Nako was waiting for him. He gave them a nod. "It's finished," he muttered. Cage Nako only gave a nod. "I've set up a series of low-level explosives to go off in exactly 20 minutes. They'll make a lot of smoke and noise, drawing a lot of attention into thinking they're explosions and fires. We'll use the chaos to flee the village." Raphael gave a nod. He nodded toward the door and said, "Then let's get moving." Following the shadows cast by the buildings and alleyways, the two of them tiptoed out of sight into the alleyway's shadows and made their way towards the front gate. It took them almost 20 minutes to get to the vicinity of Kumo's gates. 4 shinobi at the Chunin level stood watch over the road outside the village. Raphael looked up after glancing at Cage Nako, who was checking the watch on their wrist. They waited, and she raised a hand for silence. After 2 minutes, the east side of the village was rocked by loud explosions, and smoke was rising above the structures. Before the alarm went off, the village could be heard hearing several shouts. The Chunin started reacting right away. The quartet's leader gave the order for 2 of the others to begin using the seals to operate the enormous wooden constructions to close the gate. At this, Cage Nako gave a nod. "We'll need to get out of the gate and fast. The guards will probably tail us, so we'll have to be quick." Raphael smiled. "Not necessarily," he remarked as he took out 2 items from his pockets. "I'll need to see about finding more of these back in Konoha." "Go now," he yelled. The gate was partially closed as the 2 broke through. After spotting them, the 2 Chunin who weren't closing the gate grabbed kunai. But Raphael, holding the 2 objects, let loose. One landed at the 2 Chunin's feet and burst, covering them in a white smoke cloud that instantly burned their throats and nostrils. The other one landed in the still closing gate behind them. Raphael and Cage Nako raced through the closing gate, their identities hidden by the 2 clouds of smoke. In just a few moments, the gates had closed, preventing further investigation. As they bolted from Kumo, which was now a massive hub of activity, Raphael smiled. "I never did give you my name, did I? Raphael Cortez, at your service." Cage Nako gave him a quick glance before taking off their mask and hood to reveal a young adolescent girl, about 15 years old, with black eyes and long blonde hair pulled back in a braid. "I'm Yugito." "Yugito ni," she uttered as the 2 hurriedly departed from Kumo. Kumo, after 2 hours was going through the report that had been given to him regarding the incident that had happened on the east side of the village and the gate. "Can someone please explain to me how 24 mock explosions were set up and triggered without anyone noticing? Not to mention how 2 people were able to escape out of Kumo without being identified at all." Speaking up was the Anbu who had turned in the report. "Rakage. Sama. The items used to simulate the explosions was simple high-yield smoke bombs attached to noisemaker tags. They were easily hidden in numerous areas all over the east side of the village. As for the incident at the gate, they were caught off guard. And before they could get a clear look at the escapees, they were blinded by smoke bombs that not only blinded the Chunin, but severely irritated their breathing passageways, incapacitating them. A snarled in annoyance. But why? What was all this for? I want the entirety of the strategic Shinobi Corp in here on the double, he yelled. A sat back as the Anbu bowed his head and vanished. Why was this all happening? Were they spies looking to gather intelligence before heading out? Was it an attempt at reconnaissance from a different village? Did some of his shinobi attempt to defect? 3 Anbu squads had already been dispatched by him in an attempt to apprehend the 2 enigmatic figures. I'm hoping he'll have some answers soon. 10 minutes later, a few people from Strategy Corp were in his office. A frowned upon realizing Kasui was still nowhere to be found. The Raikage growled, damn that man. He's probably hung over at his apartment, but then he blinked and the Anbu showed up. Raikage. Sama. Kasui was found dead in his apartment. Someone stabbed him through the heart from behind. However, we can find no sign of forced entry. We also found a safe in his closest, but upon forcing it open, we found no signs of any valuables or documents. His eyes grew wide with insight. That's what it was, he muttered. It was an assassination. The distraction on the east side of the village, it was so whoever took out Kasui could escape, before Kasui was discovered and the village went on lockdown. A strategy ninja gave a nod of approval. It makes sense, Raikage. Sama. By why strike at Kasui? While he was one of the more brilliant minds of the Strategy Corp, he remained pretty anonymous. Why would they target him and not one of the higher-up members? I looked out of the window. Because somehow, someone knew what Kasui was working on. More than likely, someone found out about Project Blind Eye, and moved to put a stop to it by taking out its creator. Konoha, growled one of the other shinobi. But how could they have known? I cast a sidelong glance. Because we either had, or still have a traitor in our midst. Someone from Konoha, or one of our own shinobi sent them the information. Begin an immediate sweep of the village. I want every shinobi accounted for. As appeared out his office windows toward Konoha, the shinobi scattered to fulfill their orders. This round goes to you, Konoha. The next one will not. 5 days later, Konoha approaching the gate, Raphael let out a quiet sigh. It felt nice to return. 5 tense days of running from the pursuing Kumo ninja had been experienced. Once Raphael had blindfolded Yugito for security, they had gone to a Konoha safe house within Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, where they had hidden out of town wear guises. Raphael was suspicious because, although they had tried their best, the number of Kumo patrols had seemingly tripled by the next day. When the enemy found the body of their assassinated shinobi, he had expected an increase in patrols, but not this many. After several near misses, they managed to cross the border and accelerated their journey towards Konoha and Hai no Kuni, also known as Fire Country. Luckily, his traveling partner had lightened the load. During the journey there, she had gradually become more open. She had shared some personal details with him, even though he was unaware of her life narrative. Since she had never really seen anyone dress like he had or carry some of the weapons he carried, she had been curious about him. After she had settled in, he had offered to help her train a little bit in Konoha and had even disclosed a few things he was willing to trust her with. Presenting his identity documents to the Chunin gate guards, Raphael shook these thoughts away. I have business with Hokage. Sama, as does this lady with me, he stated. Yugito had taken off her headband and was wearing her hood up but not her mask at the moment. One of the Chunin nodded, his nose bridge covered in bandages. Okay, you're good to go, he gestured for them to pass. After gathering his documents, Raphael and him set out. Yugito surveyed his surroundings as they strolled through the streets, taking in the sights. She said to him, this village seems far more like a civilian village. After spending some time in Kumo, Raphael had also noticed that, although there were civilians in Kumo, most of the businesses and structures catering to them were concentrated in a relatively small area of the village, with many shinobi. Focused buildings spread throughout the remainder. Konoha appeared to be more of an enormous civilian village with a few shinobi buildings thrown in. Raphael gave a shrug. Difference in priorities, I guess, he replied. Konoha seems far more interested in peaceful enterprise and diplomacy than it does war. Yugito let out a sigh. That's not a good attitude for a shinobi village to have. It makes me wonder how they've remained such a dominant power for so long. When they got to the Hokage's tower, Raphael just shrugged again. With haste, he led her up the tower to Sarutobi's office, where they awaited the announcement of their arrival by the secretary. They were granted entry after a short while. Sarutobi raised his gaze to them. Raphael-san. Our scouts along the border detected the increased activity of Kumo shinobi. I take it the mission was a success? He inquired. Taking out the files he had taken from Kasui's apartment, Raphael nodded. Here is all the information the man had with him. He was working on a mission called Project Blind Eye. There are other reports as well. Sarutobi accepted the file. Excellent work. Thank you for your aid, Raphael.san. You are dismissed. Raphael turned and bowed, and Sarutobi turned to face her. He questioned, and you must be Kage Neko? Yugito took a step forward. Hokage. Sama, I am Yugito Ni, former Chunin of Kumogakure no Sato and Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Bakaneko, two-tailed monster cat. I seek asylum within the walls of your village, she stated. Sarutobi's gaze widened. Quietly, he said, Did you say? Jinchuriki of the Nibi? Yugito prepared herself for what might come. Yes, I did, she responded. Her entire body tensed, as though she were about to bolt. At this, Sarutobi silently cursed. Granting sanctuary to a genin, chunin, or even a low-level Junin shinobi was one thing. A Jinchuriki was one thing. To grant asylum to one was quite another. This would lead to serious issues with Kumo and perhaps even within the village. I see, this is a rather serious problem. This could lead to war with Kumo, if they found out you were here, he replied. Yugito gave a nod. I understand that, Hokage. Sama, but I think there is a way around that part of the problem. If you'll look through Kasui's files, you'll find he was also working on other operations to infiltrate Iwa, as well as plans to send teams into Kiri to liberate prisoners of the Bloodline Purge. If you were to hold on to those reports, you could use them as leverage against Kumo. Sarutobi blinked, then scurried into the files. He quickly devised those plans. He looked at the two and silently interlaced his fingers. So I see. Well, that deals with Kumo. But there is still the matter of problems here, he said. I will need to inform the council of who and what you are, and they will no doubt wish to exploit you. Yugito gave a gentle growl. Do they want to end their chances of gaining my power? I have a full partnership with my Biju, one that I worked hard for, to earn her respect and even friendship. If they wish to try and turn me into a tool, I'll happily leave and lend my power to another village. Remind them of that little fact, Hokage. Sama, she said. Sarutobi gave a quiet smile. You remind me of someone who was taken far too early from this village, he replied. If you are willing to serve a probationary period, and become a shinobi of Konoha, I will grant you asylum. I again warn you though that there are those who may try to exploit you whether through legal or illegal means. And others will not receive you well. Konoha is still suffering from the Kyuubi attack from 5 years ago. As Yugito considered it, she bit her lip. The thought of being hated for who she was did not sit well with her. But with Raphael, she would have at least one person to turn to, right? Konoha also possessed a Jinchuriki. She could try talking to them. At last, she turned to the person she trusted the most. Matabi, what are your thoughts? She heard a deep female voice answer inside her head. I think that if the Hokage remains true to his word, you should accept. He's offering you pretty much the chance to lead a mostly normal life, if you wanted to. I doubt many other villages would accept that. Yugito gave a silent nod. I accept, Hokage. Sama. He nodded and grinned. Excellent. I shall call for a council meeting as quickly as possible. Until then, I would like for you to remain at the Anbu headquarters, as it is probably the safest place for you. Until after I have finished informing the council. Welcome to Konoha, he said, presenting her with a Konoha headband. Taking it, she wound it slowly around her forehead. She said, Hokage. Sama, thank you. Raphael, meantime, was occupied strolling through one of Konoha's parks. He liked to go for a walk and get some fresh air after an assassination to help him process the fact that he had killed someone else. It wasn't easy being an assassin. Those who adhered to the creed were expected to do a lot. The sound of nearby yelling startled him out of his reverie. Inquisitive, he went to investigate. The discovery he made his blood boil. 3 boys, no older than 10 or so, were laughing after one of them had pushed a young girl, 5 years old, into the ground. The girl had short indigo blue hair and was dressed in a kimono. She was whimpering the word, sorry, over and over, her eyes closed as tears streamed down her cheeks. Once more, one of the boys pushed her face into the ground and exclaimed, this'll teach you and your clan to think you're all better than everyone. The boys burst out laughing, and the girl started crying again. When he was outmatched to the punch, Raphael snarled and got ready to intervene. One of the boys was hit in the back of the head by a small rock. A tiny blur screamed, leave her alone, before colliding with one of the boys. A blonde boy, who was likely no older than the girl being tormented, began beating the boy he had crashed into, causing Raphael to blink. The other two hurried over and let the girl go, attempting to seize the little blonde boy. The person the blonde boy had been attacking got up, bandaging a cut lip, as they quickly yanked him up. He growled and said, "Well well. The little monster comes to the stuck-up princess's defense." All the blonde boy did was growl, "Leave her alone, you jerks." The younger boy doubled over in pain as the older boy smirked and punched him in the gut. At that, the boy grinned. He mocked, "Not so tough now, huh? Look at what's happening to the little hero," as the blonde was knocked to the ground by another punch. As he raised his hand to strike the blonde once more, it was seized by a more powerful and sizable fist. "That's enough," Raphael snarled, securing the boy's fist in position. The sight of this towering, menacing figure caused the three bullies to halt, who also possessed some very powerful weapons. Raphael dragged the blonde he had grabbed away from him and gave him a gentle shove, but the two rushed to get away from the fallen victim. He screamed at them as they fled, saying, "I won't be so nice if I catch any of you bullying someone like that again." With a sigh, he looked at the two kids. The blonde was on the ground, and the girl was attempting to help her up. Raphael could see that her eyes were lavender in color and had no pupils now that they were open. With concern in her voice, she stammered, "Hey, are you okay?" The blonde gave a nod. He managed to say, clutching his stomach in agony, "Yeah, I'm okay. What about you?" The girl looked down and poked her fingers together, flushed. I'm better. TT, thank you for saving me," she replied. The boy smiled. "Hey, it's no problem. I'm Naruto Uzumaki." A voice called out to the girl as she was about to open her mouth. "Hinata. Sama, there you are." The two kids and Raphael turned to see a man with short brown hair wrapped like a bandana beneath a headband. He shared the same pure white eyes as Hinata, who is now known. Hinata let out a gasp. She exclaimed, Ko-san." Ko approached. Glaring at Raphael and Naruto, he demanded, "Hinata. Sama, what happened to you? Did they do this to you?" Hinata gave a brief headshake. No Ko-san, they saved me." Ko gave a blink. "I see. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions," he replied. "I am Ko Hyuga of the Hyuga clan, and this is Hinata Hyuga, the heiress." Raising an eyebrow, Raphael thought back to when he was briefed on his mission and Sarutobi and Shikaku had mentioned the Hyugas. "It's nice to meet you both. I am Raphael Cortez." Ko gave a nod. "I thank you both for helping Hinata. Sama. I must get her back to the clan compound though. Please come along, Hinata. Sama." Before nodding and biting her lip, Hinata turned to face them both. "TT, thank you for saving me," she bowed. Naruto merely smiled. He exclaimed, "No problem," and Raphael bowed in response. After that, Ko started guiding Hinata out of sight, but not before she gave Naruto one last glance. With bright blue eyes, the small boy was blinking at Raphael when he turned to face him. He questioned, observing the boy's peculiar birthmarks resembling whiskers on his cheeks, "You alright?" He smiled. "Yep. Those jerks were weak." He gave a blink. "Hey wait, you saved me, on my birthday," he replied. Raphael arched an eyebrow, then his eyes grew wide. "You were that boy, who Anko-san was defending." Naruto gave a nod. With eagerness, he exclaimed, "That was me. Can you teach me? You beat those bad men, and it was cool? Teach me please." Raphael's eyebrow went up. "You want me to teach you? You mean how to fight and stuff?" It seemed as though Naruto was practically bouncing. "Yeah, I want to be super cool, like you and the old man. Then everyone will respect me." Raphael laughed at his eagerness. "I like your spirit. Maybe I can teach you some stuff. With your parents' permission, of course," he replied. Naruto lost all optimism and cast a dejected expression. I don't have any parents. I'm an orphan," he replied. Raphael's gaze expanded. He questioned, "You mean you have no one?" Naruto gave a headshake. A few tears were streaming from his eyes as he said, "No. The mean lady at the orphanage kicked me out, and the old man got me an apartment. No one wanted me." Raphael dipped his head slightly, his face fully obscured by his hood. It struck him as kind of ironic. Ezio had plucked him, an orphan, from the streets of Rome. And here he was now, with the opportunity to, as it were, follow suit. He glanced up at Naruto slowly. "I can teach you. If you promise to work hard, and listen to what I say," he stated. "I won't teach you everything I know. What I know, it's only if you want to follow the same path as me. But there are some basic things I can teach you. Do you agree?" he inquired. Raphael grinned as Naruto enthusiastically nodded. Then, tomorrow at 8 in the morning, come back here to meet me. We have tasks to complete. Morning came early the following day. Raphael was patiently waiting for Naruto to arrive in the park. He grinned as he waited, watching the sun come up in the sky. He heard hasty footsteps behind him and smiled. He turned and saw Naruto come flying in. "I'm here, sensei," he leaned over and exclaimed. Grinning, Raphael examined Naruto. The young boy was wearing rather appropriate training attire, dark blue pants and a white shirt with a red spiral on it. He came up to Naruto. He started to leave, saying, "I'm glad you were on time, Naruto. Come with me and I'll explain what I'm going to train you in." Naruto matched him step for step in no time. "What I'm going to do is simple, Naruto. I'm going to train you in the basics of unarmed combat. I believe Shinobi call it taijutsu. I'll also teach you some exercises to make you stronger and faster," Raphael stated. Naruto smiled. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Will I get cool blades like those ones that came out from under your arms?" Raphael gave a headshake. "I'm afraid not, Naruto. These blades are reserved for those who follow the creed of the assassins. The only way you could have one of your own would be to join the assassins. I will train you in basic things that are not specifically part of the assassins. Afterwards, once I have run out of things to teach you, we will see if you have potential. I will warn you though, being an assassin is not about being famous or strong. It's about being committed to ideals and a cause that others may hate you for. It is not for those who are not ready to commit to it." A bit uneasy, Naruto nodded. With a smile, Raphael tried to pull him up. "I will also be teaching you other things as well. If you are going to become a ninja, you'll need to be smart as well as strong. And, you can join me in learning basics of chakra, such as control," he continued with a grin. Naruto grinned broadly as he grew excited about that. He was even more thrilled when they got to the training area. Anko was occupied with chewing on the last of the dango while perched on a tree branch, her legs crossed in front of her. She threw the empty skewer at Raphael's feet as soon as she saw him coming. "You're running late," she hopped down. She asked, "And what's with the shrimp?" Before blinked. "Wait, you're Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto gave a blink. "And you're the dango lady who protected me from those jerks." Anko smiled and slightly puffed out her chest. "That's me, kid. Anko Mitarashi, at your service. But what are you doing here?" With excitement, he hopped up and down. He exclaimed, grinning, "Raphael. Sensei is going to teach me some stuff." Raphael shrugged, and Anko raised an eyebrow. "I saw him trying to defend a little girl getting bullied yesterday, and I thought he deserved some training. I also thought you could give him a hand as well, with chakra training." The Chunin with purple hair stroked the back of her head. "Well, I suppose I could," she grinned and replied. "All right then. Why don't you get him started on training and stuff, and then we'll work some more on your chakra control." Raphael turned to face Naruto and nodded. "All right then. Let's start off with some basic exercise, all right?" he responded. Consequently, he had Naruto perform stretches and simple exercises like push-ups and sit-ups before giving him the order to run 5 laps around the clearing they were in. The clearing was 3 sides encircled by trees, though it didn't seem particularly large to a 5-year-old. Thus, Anko was assisting Raphael in honing his chakra control while Naruto was completing laps. Naruto collapsed, panting heavily, after completing the laps. After giving him some water and allowing him to relax, Raphael helped him to his feet. Raphael stated, "I'm going to teach you a very defense-oriented fighting style," only to see Naruto's bewildered expression. Raphael gave himself a mental pat on the forehead and went for simpler words. "I'm going to show you a way to fight that relies on you stopping or dodging your enemy's attack, and then striking back at them when there is an opening, okay?" With great anticipation, Naruto nodded while Raphael assumed the stance, slightly repositioning his left foot and raising both hands to roughly face height, with the left hand behind the right. "Now if Anko-san would mind assisting me by attacking me?" he inquired. With a sly grin, Anko stepped forward and gave Raphael a sharp jab. The assassin moved, deflecting and blocking the blow to one side before lunging in for a fast strike that caught Anko off guard and caused him to leap back in time. With a barrage of jabs and strikes, she charged in once more, which Raphael either sidestepped or ducked from. He waited until he had parried a single blow before advancing, slamming into her arm close to her shoulder, then her side, and finally her face, missing her entirely. He turned to face Naruto after taking a step back and nodding. "You see, the trick is to absorb the enemy attacks, or avoid them, until you either see an opening to attack with, or you can create an opening to attack with. Of course you can attack if your enemy doesn't have a strong defense, and end the fight there. The whole point of this style of fighting is to find that moment when you can end the fight quickly. You understand? Naruto gave a blink. With I think so, he replied. Raphael smiled. Assume this stands first, then let's get started, he said, demonstrating. When Naruto attempted to imitate him, Raphael interrupted and changed it. Sorry, I'm left-handed. You'll want to do what I do with the opposite side, he replied. When Raphael had finished adjusting his stance, Naruto nodded. Alright then. Now let's work on blocking. I'm going to punch lightly at you, so you block for now, okay? He inquired. With great anticipation, Naruto nodded, and Raphael started to lightly punch him. Naruto focused on deflecting the blows. Raphael kept punching lightly and nodded. Very good. This has the added benefit of slowly toughening your arms up. It won't do you any good to be able to block if your arm muscles aren't tough enough to take the blows, he stated. Raphael picked up some speed and intensified his punches as Naruto nodded. Naruto continued to block until Raphael gave up. Alright. Now try deflecting. Instead of just taking the blow, trying to knock the blow to the side, or move your arms so it slides off to the side. Ready? Gazing at Raphael's work with Naruto, Anko grinned. It appeared that he was born teacher. Before vanishing into the trees, none of them realized that the figure was observing. Council chambers in Konoha. Later that day with a sigh, Sarutobi took a seat and looked around at everyone in the room. He had summoned the council members to a special meeting today, which was held today. There were 3 components to the council. Representatives chosen by the civilian populace comprised the civilian council. They stood for the different companies and services that the general public owned and operated. They were responsible for providing the full council with advice on matters pertaining to the civilians and for presenting legislation pertaining to civilian matters for vote. Still, they had gradually started to exert some influence over laws that impacted Shinobi as well. One of the best examples is a law that was introduced 3 years ago that made the Shinobi Academy in Konoha more civilian-friendly, meaning that students who wanted to become Shinobi but didn't have Shinobi parents could now enroll more easily. The chiefs of the most prominent clans in Konoha comprised the clan council. They reported to the Hokage on matters concerning their clans, including legislation that was decided upon by the entire council. The clans and civilian councils were able to check each other in this way, preventing any side from passing legislation that would favor them over the other. The Shinobi Council, which consisted of the village's Shinobi elders, was the last section. In addition to serving as the Hokage's advisors, their role included casting votes in the event of a tie. Currently, Hiruzen Sarutobi's former teammates Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane comprised the Shinobi Council. Danzo Shimura, a fellow shinobi from the days when they were all active-duty ninjas, would frequently accompany them. Sarutobi gave a nod to all in attendance. He leaned forward and said, I thank you all for coming. I called you all here to discuss something of the gravest importance. What is spoken in this meeting does not leave these walls without my expressed permission. Anyone who is unwilling to abide by that must leave immediately. When nobody else did, Sarutobi went on. Approximately a month ago, we received word from our informant in Kumo that they were beginning a new plan to attempt to steal the Byakugan from this village. The planning of this operation was being headed by the Kumo ninja responsible for planning the previous attempt to steal the Byakugan. Our informant in Kumo agreed to aid us in silencing this ninja, in exchange for asylum here in Konoha, he stated. Members of the council exchanged hushed whispers before Hiyashi Hyuga, the leader of the Hyuga clan, broke the silence. So I assume we are here to vote on if we accept those terms? Sarutobi gave a headshake. No, Hiyashi-san. I already agreed to those terms, and gave the go-ahead on the mission. 6 days ago, on the night of December 27th, the Kumo ninja was assassinated and all plans he had for attempting to steal the Byakugan were retrieved and brought here to Konoha. The leader of the insect, wielding Aburame clan, Shibi Aburame, raised his monotone voice. The high collar of his coat and a pair of goggles covered most of his face. Hokage. Sama, do you not perhaps consider these actions a bit extreme? What if Kumo traced the attempt back to us? Sarutobi gave a quiet smile. I understand your worries, Shibi-san. But rest assured the one I sent was not a well-known member of Konoha. Even if he had been caught, we could have claimed innocent in the matter. Though I would be loath to do so. Silently and icily observing Sarutobi, Danzo was thinking in his head, that's your weakness, Hiruzen. You refuse to make the sacrifices required in order to prevail. Sarutobi went on. The man I sent into Kumo is a recent newcomer to the village. He is a man skilled in the art of assassinations, and he has agreed to work alongside Konoha. He has even offered to train members of the village in his craft, if he finds them worthy. I have already tested his skills, and even without the use of chakra, he is more than a match for most Chunin shinobi in a fight. Clan leaders glanced at one another, looking somewhat taken aback. Even though it wasn't unheard of for civilians to defeat some shinobi with Chunin ranks, this was primarily because of years and years of intensive training. This man, whoever he was, had to be very talented. The leader of the Uchiha clan and the Konoha police force, Fugaku Uchiha, was the only one who didn't seem impressed, which, thanks to the Nidaime Hokage, was wholly controlled by the Uchiha clan. It was Danzo who spoke now. It is interesting you should bring this man up, Hokage. Sama, he replied. I recently learned that this morning, Anko Mitarashi and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki were spotted with an unidentified man. I was informed that Anko was teaching the man how to control his chakra, and that the man was actually teaching the boy Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi swiftly raised a hand for silence before turning to face Danzo. I assigned Shunin Mitarashi to teach Raphael Dotsan, for that is his name, how to utilize his chakra, so he might be more effective in helping us, he said, amidst some irate whispers from the civilians and mostly neutral looks from the clan heads. I had no idea that Raphael Dotsan even knew Naruto, let alone that he was training him. What worries you, though? Danzo patted the ground with his cane once, his left leg slightly crippled from battle wounds. His right eye was bandaged, his right arm was in a sling, and he struggled to move. Hokage. Sama, I'm worried about someone not being identified having contact with the elemental nation's most potent Biju container. He might be trying to turn the boy against Konoha by manipulating him, or make the boy unusable for us, Danzo stated. I can assure you Danzo-san that none of those things will happen, sighed the elderly Hokage. I and Inoichi-san personally attest to Naruto's reliability, and Raphael-san is not aware of his status as Jinchuriki. Unless they put themselves in danger, he poses no threat to anyone in this room. As Sarutobi went on, Danzo reluctantly conceded, saying, we have gotten off topic. The purpose of this meeting was to talk about the Kumo informant who traveled from Kumo with Raphael-san. I discovered our informant's true identity when they arrived, he said, gesturing to an Anbu member at the door. Saying, Hokage. Sama, the 15-year-old kunoichi with blonde hair in a braid entered and bowed to Sarutobi and the others. Said Anbu nodded before opening the door and beckoning the figure outside to enter. This is Yugito Ni, a former Kumo kunoichi and, until recently, our informant inside the Kumo walls, nodded Sarutobi. In addition, she is the Nibi Biju's Jinchuriki. A few civilians had rather angry and scared looks, and the shinobi were all tense now. Taking the Biju or Jinchuriki from another village, even if they defected, was grounds for war. Even the civilians knew that. There were loud exclamations at this, most of them in surprise. The leader of the merchant guild, among them, raised his voice and said, Hokage. Sama, surely we cannot give her asylum? Without a doubt, Kumo will try to start a war over her and demand her return. He remarked, after the Hyuga affair, we hardly managed to make peace with them. It's true that Kumo will probably insist on having her returned, Sarutobi nodded. However, they refused to fight alongside us. Here, Yugito-san and Raphael-san took care of that. Just know that Kumo won't join us in battle, I won't reveal how. Hiyashi then said, Hokage. Sama, is it not obvious that we cannot trust her? My brother's death and the attempted kidnapping of my daughter were caused by her village. She is probably a double agent, sent here to spy and cause trouble before heading back to her employers. Fugaku bent over and said, Hiyashi-san makes a valid point. He said, she should be detained in the Uchiha prison facility's holding cells until we can confirm she is not a double agent. Once she is broken, she will make a great weapon to use in the coup. The teenage girl glared at Hiyashi and exuded killer intent before anyone else could say anything. I would never serve those bastards. You have no idea what they put me through, she growled. What they trained me with. It's problematic, but Hiyashi makes a valid point, Shikaku sighed. Yugito-san, how can we trust you? Why did you turn on your village? He inquired. It is rather personal, Yugito shook her head and whispered, Can I tell only Hokage? Sama? Privately? I would like to request that Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka be allowed to hear as well Yugito-san, Sarutobi said, glancing at the other members of the council before continuing. I apologize, but this is the only way I can guarantee you a place in the village. The three of them got up and escorted her out of the room as she nodded softly. For a few moments, the council members exchanged glances, pondering whether the matter she was discussing with the Hokage could truly be that serious. When the group of 5 finally reassembled after 10 or so minutes, Inoichi, Shikaku, and Sarutobi sat down silently and looked at Yugito somberly before saying, "I have concluded that Yugito-san is not a double agent of Kumo. She genuinely wants to become a Konoha shinobi in addition to seeking asylum here in Konoha. Yugito-ni will therefore serve as a probationary chunin for 1 month prior to being granted full chunin status in Konoha. I request that every clan head let the shinobi members know about Yugito's standing in the village as a chunin or higher. The non-clan ninjas will be under my control. I will put anyone who revealed Yugito's status to unauthorized parties in jail or have them hanged for revealing village secrets. Recognized?" he inquired. "Since Yugito will also be a shinobi of the village, I expect that the shops and other business of this village will treat her in a civil and respectable manner," Sarutobi said, drawing a reluctant nod from everyone. "If I learn differently, the criminal parties will face harsh penalties." Rejected, he declared. As Yugito was being escorted to the Hokage's office to await his orders, the majority of the council left. Danzo, however, approached Sarutobi in a low key, wanting to talk to him. "Hokage-sama, I must protest you granting the Jinchuriki asylum. At least not before finding out why she betrayed her village," he remarked. Sarutobi merely scowled at his former opponent. The two had attended the academy together, and had been fierce rivals and lifelong friends. However, their friendship soured during the Second Shinobi War, when the Naidame Hokage had dubbed Sarutobi the Sandame Hokage, and Sarutobi had to give his life to prevent the Kumo shinobi from ambushing them. Over time, Danzu's deviation from the teachings of the Shodai and Naidame Hokage further strained their bond, until finally the friendship had all but broken and they were now on opposing sides of the same board, each thinking they knew what was best for Konoha. "Yugito-san's reasons are private and sincere," was Sarutobi's final response. "Danzo, you comply with my commands. Is that clear to you?" Reluctantly nodding, Danzo said, "Very well, Hokage-sama. But then maybe you would listen to me when I say this. I could properly train her and Naruto to become formidable weapons to defend Konoha and her interests if you would allow me to take them under my wing. Such opportunities cannot be wasted. I won't allow you to turn them into your emotionless puppets, Danzo." Sarutobi shook his head. "The emotions of a Jinchuriki are what give them power. It's what gives them the energy to use the chakra in their biju. You would deprive them of their actual potential by taking away those feelings. Even in the unlikely event that I granted you access to Yugito-san, I would not permit you to trample on the Yondaime family's heritage. Do I come across clearly?" "Crystal, Hokage-sama," Danzo said as he turned to leave in silence. The old Hokage sighed and made his way to his office, knowing that he would have to speak with Raphael. If he was going to train Naruto, the assassin needed to know what he was getting into. The last thing he wanted was for Raphael to find out something negative about the young kid. After 2 hours, Raphael hummed softly to himself as he headed for a somewhat delayed lunch. He had taught Naruto the fundamentals of blocking and deflecting enemy attacks, as well as how to punch and kick at his opponent when he was prepared to strike back, a skill that Naruto seemed to normally possess, without over-balancing or leaving himself vulnerable. Afterwards, Enko intervened, showing Naruto a training post where he could not only practice his attacks but also use it to strengthen his arm and leg muscles, making them capable of taking more damage without tiring. After explaining what a chakra was, Enko had begun teaching Naruto how to access it. Although Naruto hadn't been able to fully summon his chakra when Enko had told him to stop, he had begun to feel it. To cap it all off, Raphael had begun teaching him the game of chess, which Ezio made all of his assassin recruits play. It taught them how to see every detail in a situation and how to plan ahead. Initially, there was no time limit, but as each recruit improved, Ezio introduced a time limit on how long they could plan each move, which made them think and mentally react more quickly. Raphael had to make do with chess pieces he found in Shugi, a game that was played in Konoha instead of the traditional sets Raphael was used to, until he could possibly order a set to be made specifically for him. When Raphael first pointed out that learning to play chess could be very beneficial, Naruto tried his hardest to pay attention. After all, he could study his opponents and situations, identify weaknesses in opponents, and plan ahead. All skills that were crucial if he wanted to become a ninja or got into fights. Naruto had initially complained about learning how to play what he thought was a boring game. After they'd called it a day, Raphael had made plans to meet Naruto outside that training ground again the following day, so they could continue his training. For the time being, though, he suggested that Naruto practice everything they'd taught him thus far. Naruto nodded and hurried off to practice, while Enko went off to unwind. An Anbu approached Raphael as he was ready to go inside the tiny cafe, style restaurant he had discovered and said, Raphael.san, Hokage. Sama wishes to speak with you as soon as possible. With a sigh of relief, Raphael nodded to the Anbu, figuring that since they had stated, as soon as possible, whatever it was had to be very important. He then started to move in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Silently, Sarutobi completed signing the final documents required to designate Yugito Ni as a probationary chunin of Konoha. Placing the documents aside, he took a seat and considered his next meeting. Raphael needed to know what he was getting into, should he decide to continue training Naruto. He did not want the young assassin to be provided with inaccurate or incomplete information about Naruto. A knock at the office door at that precise moment caused him to exhale as the moment of truth arrived. Enter, he said. After entering and bowing, Raphael shut the door behind him. You summoned me, Hokage. Sama? He inquired. Please, Raphael.san, take a seat, Sarutobi nodded. I have something I would like to talk about. Raphael took a seat, and Sarutobi silently took out a pipe, filled it with tobacco, and lit it. He took a few puffs before he said, I understand you started training a little boy named Naruto Uzumaki today. Well, I was starting to train him in some basic fighting stances and such, Raphael said, blinking. I believed he could use the assistance after I first saw him trying to protect a young girl from bullies. And I am not against that, Sarutobi said with a nod. I didn't mean for it to appear that way. Instead, I wanted to discuss the boy with you. You see, Naruto Uzumaki is hiding a serious secret. Something to do with his birth date, perhaps. And I think you'll need to know the truth about Konoha if you want to help him and train the boy going forward. First of all, though, have you ever learned about the Biju in any of Anko's classes on the history of the elemental nations? Raphael shook his head slowly and said, Hokage. Sama, I'm afraid not. What do they consist of? Before speaking, Sarutobi paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. In short, the Biju are 9 masses of sentient chakra that take the form of an animal with multiple tails, which indicates its power level. According to old stories, they were formerly a part of the Jubi, a monstrous creature with 10 tails. But after battling this horrible beast, the Rikudo Sennin, sage of 6 paths, the father of all ninjutsu, managed to seal it inside of himself and become a Jinchuriki. As his life was coming to an end, the Rikudo Sennin divided the Jubi's chakra into 9 distinct entities. We don't know what he did with the body. Yet these 9 entities dispersed throughout the terrain. They were sealed away into people over time, producing more Jinchuriki. They are now dispersed across the villages. In actuality, you have already encountered 2 of them. Yugito Ni, who is confined to the Nibi, the 2-tailed cat, is one of them. Naruto. He's the other one containing one of these Biju, isn't he? Raphael asked, his eyes widening. Yes, Sarutobi nodded. The night of his birth, 5 years ago, the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Naruto's Kyuubi was sealed by my predecessor, the Undaime Hokage, who asked to be remembered as a hero. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. I was compelled to enact legislation that forbade anyone from discussing the Kyuubi's sealing into Naruto without my consent. The intention behind it was to give Naruto a normal life. However, the people glare or ignore Naruto while shouting offensive things that they believe he or others cannot hear. Additionally, they are attempting to incite their kids to oppose him. Raphael trembled and balled his fists. And you were worried that I would follow suit? I was worried about what you might do if you heard this information from the wrong source, sighed Sarutobi. What then are your plans? With his hair covering his eyes, Raphael cast a downward glance and said, I'm going to keep training the boy. I'll keep an eye out for him, and I'll train him as an assassin and take him under my wing if necessary. His experiences are not something that anyone should have to endure. You are not afraid of him? Sarutobi asked with an eyebrow raise. He does indeed possess something that is essentially a demon. But that doesn't make him one, snarled Raphael. He yelled, hitting the desk with his fist. Okay. Raphael.san, by all means, grinned Sarutobi. I just ask that if you do decide to offer him a place within your brotherhood, you let him also choose to become a ninja, if he so wishes, he said, sounding relieved and satisfied in his voice. Additionally, if you are not currently Chunin ranked or higher, please do not discuss this matter with anyone. With a quiet nod, the youthful assassin said, as you please, Hokage. Sama. Where does Naruto live, may I ask? May I ask you a question? Sarutobi nodded and gave him instructions. Raphael left with a bow, and Sarutobi grinned quietly. Look after him, Raphael. He needs people just like you, he muttered. The following morning with a quiet sigh, Raphael made his way to Naruto's apartment. Though it was still early in the morning, he was determined to pick up Naruto and ensure that he had a nutritious breakfast. This was a less pleasant area of the village. Although it was still a shinobi village, the relatively large civilian population had created a more danger-light district, home to the thieves, prostitutes, and other people of a less than preferable profession. Not exactly the kind of place one would expect to find a child living alone, though Raphael decided he would return here for another reason. Anyway, these kinds of places were also the best places to make contacts for information, as these individuals consistently seemed to know what was going on. Then Raphael made his way up to the floor with Naruto's apartment, and knocked again. This time he heard some rapid shuffling and a muffled voice, before footsteps approached the door and Naruto's voice came from inside. Eventually, he found Naruto's apartment. It was in the nicest part of this district of the village, in that it was close to a residential district. "It's Raphael," he said simply, grinning. Naruto opened the door as soon as he heard some unlocks being undone. "Raphael. Sensei. How come you're here?" he inquired. "I came by to make sure you ate a healthy breakfast," Raphael grinned. "That will now be an additional component of your training. Eating a balanced diet." "You mean things like those green plant things?" Naruto asked, his expression horrified. As he walked in, Raphael laughed and said, "If you mean vegetables, then yes. However, not at this time," he said. "Now we're going to concentrate on breakfast," oblivious to Naruto's somewhat alarmed expression. As Raphael entered Naruto's apartment, he glanced around the small three-room apartment, which consisted of the living room and kitchen combined into one room, the bedroom as the second room, and what appeared to be a bathroom as the third. Raphael opened the refrigerator and saw 3 eggs and one of the milk cartons. Then he blinked and turned to face Naruto. "Do you have any food in here?" he inquired. "Yeah." Naruto nodded. "The tastiest food ever." Raphael picked up one of the dozens of paper-covered cups that he excitedly unlocked and read the writing on it. "Ramen, instantly." "Is this all you have, then?" he inquired. Shuffling his foot, Naruto cast a downward glance and said, "With the money Gigi.san gives me, that's really all I can afford." "All right, then," sighed softly and shook his head. "We're going to do that following today's training. I'll make sure you get all the food types you need and buy you some real groceries," he said. Just as Naruto was about to scream, a door swung open and there was a small yip or something else. Raphael moved in front of Naruto with his hidden blade out, but he blinked in surprise when he saw where the noise was coming from. The source of the noise was a small red, furred fox kit that was lying on the floor outside what appeared to be a closet in Naruto's room, but it was unlike any fox Raphael had ever seen, with 2 peculiar features. It had rather long-looking ears and strange black teardrop markings around its hazel, almost golden eyes. With a gasp, Naruto leapt over and picked up the fox kit, appearing to protect it from Raphael. "Please, don't hurt him," I said, he said. "Why would I hurt him?" Raphael asked, pulling back the hidden blade with an eyebrow raise. He inquired. Naruto cast a sidelong glance downwards and muttered, because some mean people tried to kill him. His leg was really hurt, by what looked like a knife. I took care of him after I discovered him in an alley. However, the populace dislikes foxes. Please don't mention him to anyone." Nodding, Raphael said, "I swear to Naruto. About him, I won't tell anyone. What is his name?" When Naruto picked up the little fox kit, he had recovered and was licking his face, which made Naruto giggle. "I named him Tomo, friend. Since he's a friend of mine," he grinned. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Tomo," Raphael smiled as he approached and tentatively extended his hand. The small fox kit hesitated, sniffing and then tentatively licking Raphael's hand. Raphael then smiled and withdrew his hand. "Naruto, tell you what. Would you mind taking him with you? I'm sure you would enjoy getting some fresh air. And perhaps we could get him some food as well? It's possible that you could carry him in that, and no one would see him," Raphael said, gesturing to what appeared to be a small backpack after noticing Naruto's terrified and concerned expression. Naruto nodded and his eyes grew wide. "Yeah?" Naruto grabbed the pack and Tomo excitedly hopped in. Lying down as he mostly closed the backpack save for an open part so Tomo could breathe and see. Then he stood up, putting it on his back. He said, as Tomo yipped excitedly, tail wagging. With a smile, Raphael said, "Leave now." Naruto gave him a cheer and followed him out of the apartment, saying, "We've got 3 hungry bellies to feed." Raphael's eyes hardened as he noticed some of the neighbors glaring at Naruto. He mentally sighed, thinking, ignorant souls. Blaming him for something beyond his control. It is as the creed says. Nothing is true. What they believe to be true is false, but to them, The truth is false, and their false beliefs are the truth. Such is the way of the world. Naruto, I hope you let me teach you that one day, so that you might better bear the burdens upon you, he said, glancing at Naruto, who grinned back at him. Shaking off those thoughts, he listened to Naruto ask questions and talk excitedly about training. He smiled as he walked with the young boy, forgetting his darker thoughts, realizing that Raphael would allow Naruto to enjoy his childhood. Konoha apartment complex. With a sigh, Yugito packed up the few personal items she had brought from Kumo and scattered them around her new house. It wasn't much, a few books and some clothes that she put away, but she stopped when she opened the next pair of sealed items. Yugito slowly withdrew two strange weapons, each with an H-shaped grip and metal basket gauntlets to shield the hands from blows. A broad, pointed blade, perhaps 1.5 feet long, protruded from the gauntlets. She pulled back on a trigger handle located directly above the main grip of both weapons, causing the blades to split into 3 separate sections before coming back together as she released the trigger. She carefully put down the weapons, which were called katars, and which had belonged to a man Yugito had seen as a great and powerful ninja from across the ocean to the east. She then carefully picked up the picture that had been with the pair of weapons, which showed her smiling happily in the arms of a blonde with bright green eyes, and next to her, a man with brown hair and dark brown, almost black eyes, both of whom had Kumo headbands and were dressed as ninjas. "Mom, Dad, I'll make you both proud," Yugito whispered softly as she gave the picture a strong embrace. She shed a single tear. Sitting on his bed, Raphael sighed quietly as he went over a scroll on element manipulation. It had been 2 weeks since he'd learned the truth about Naruto. When they'd gone grocery shopping, Raphael had been expecting to find that the clerks and such had overcharged him for his food, but that wasn't the case. Instead, Naruto had stocked up on ramen because it was extremely cheap to buy in bulk. Naruto simply bought ramen so he could have a lot of food and could put the rest away as an emergency fund or to buy new sets of clothes and other necessities. From that point on, Raphael assured Naruto that he would assist in covering half of his grocery expenses, allowing him to continue saving money. Since then, Naruto had started eating a healthier diet, though he was still permitted to occasionally have ramen during the week, and had started taking Tomo with him to their morning training sessions. Tomo was excited to chase after Naruto when he did his laps, and afterward, the little fox kid would sit under a tree and watch Naruto practice his taijutsu skills. Naruto would then alternately spar with Raphael and Anko, who was still teaching Raphael the ninja arts, though that training was coming to an end as Anko was now responsible for teaching Raphael the fundamentals of the main ninja arts, leaving Raphael to work on his own form. Since she didn't really know anyone else in Konoha, Yugito had also taken to attending their training sessions. As a probationary chunin who had previously been from another village, she hadn't been assigned any missions beyond patrols around the village, and she was likely to be sent on very basic C-ranked missions that involved escorting people well within Fire Country's borders or clearing bandits. When she stiffened, Raphael quickly reassured her that he didn't think any less of her and that, in fact, his respect for her had grown since wielding such power was an enormous burden and responsibility. Raphael had pulled her aside and quietly mentioned to her how he knew about her tenant. Naruto's training had gone well so far. He was learning the fundamentals of the taijutsu style that Raphael was teaching him, and he was putting a lot of effort into mastering them as well as strengthening his body to better withstand damage. He was also continuing his chess education, and although he was still a long way from winning a game, he was starting to get the feel of it. Raphael put down his scroll and sat back, thinking about how he would train Naruto going forward. Naruto was learning quickly, and he was beginning to show signs of being fast and agile. But what had impressed him the most about the boy when he first met him was that, even though it was clear he had no chance of winning, he had been willing to stand up to 3 older bullies to help someone in need. That was a quality that could make him a good assassin, if he could also adopt the correct mindset. Although the assassins did stand against injustices, they were not noble knights or champions. Rather, their mission was to protect humanity's freedom from those who thought to take their lives and freedom from humanity. It was not their place to punish every evildoer, just as some crimes were better left to those whose jobs it was to deal with such criminals and problems. But Raphael knew that his time with Naruto was running out. In 6 or 7 months, Naruto would be enrolling in the Shinobi Academy, where he would start training to become a shinobi of Konoha. If Naruto showed the promise he had shown thus far, Raphael intended to offer him the opportunity to become an assassin before that time. If Naruto accepted, then Raphael needed to know what the academy would teach him, so that he could make plans accordingly. Otherwise, it would be pointless for him to plan to teach him skills that the academy might teach him anyhow. Perhaps the Hokage could give him a general summary of the lessons the academy taught its students? He stood up, stretched his back, and looked at his armor clothing stand that he had found in an antique store. He looked at the robes, then out the window of his bedroom at the people below. He smiled as he put on his crimson robes and slid out the window, climbing up to the roof of his building. Although he could easily climb the side of the building now that he had learned how to do so with chakra, it was still a good idea to keep up one's skills sharp because there might come a time when he would have to rely on the abilities that his mentor, Ezio, had instilled in him. He smiled as he reached the edge of the roof and leapt off, sailing through the air and landing on another roof, experiencing that familiar rush of adrenaline and excitement that comes from jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He moved quickly in the direction of the academy, using chakra every now and then to enhance his leaps when he encountered gaps that were too great even for him. 10 or so minutes later, he was positioned on a rooftop across from the academy and squatted down to examine the structure. It was an expansive scene, consisting of multiple buildings, at least 3 that he could see rising to a height of 3 stories each, as well as several training fields connected to the buildings, where he observed some small children occupied with drills, taijutsu sparring, and kunai and shuriken practice. 1. The students working out were currently running laps around the field in formation. Some looked out of breath, while others were breathing steadily. Raphael studied the students outside the academy first, seeing what they were being taught and such. His gaze then shifted to the taijutsu sparring ring, where 2 boys were engaged in a round of sparring. The longer of the 2, with his brown hair tied in what appeared to be bandages around his forehead, was decimating the other, with his wild black hair and pronounced eyebrows. Eventually, the boy with the longer hair was knocked out of the ring, and the brown-haired boy was pronounced the winner. The instructor appeared to converse with them briefly before the boys shook hands, though only the black-haired boy seemed eager to do so. Raphael tilted his head, watching their movements, then turned his attention to the third group, practicing with what appeared to be kunai and shuriken. Some were standing in a row, throwing shuriken at target posts, while others were being guided through various attacks and blocks with their kunai by their chunin instructor. From here, he could see very little, save for the fact that there were many students in several of the classrooms he could see into through the windows, most of whom were occupied with either reading their textbooks or listening to a chunin teach them. Raphael observed them for a while, noting that there appeared to be far more of them inside the classrooms than outside at the moment. This perplexed him. If they were training to become shinobi, why were most of them inside attending lectures and the like? Maybe he was overlooking something, as the lectures covered topics such as chakra usage and other ninjutsu they might come across and or employ in their careers. Choosing to obtain a complete picture from the Hokage, he glanced towards the Hokage's tower before nodding and starting to run in that direction. With a silent sigh, Sarutobi worked on a few documents. The one he was working on at the moment was a request for funding to build more civilian housing in Konoha's northeastern district. He turned it down because doing so would turn it into one of the shinobi training grounds. With a sigh, he sat back and massaged his temples, blaming the Nidaime Hokage for starting the pointless civilian council in the first place. At times, it felt like the civilians were deliberately pushing the shinobi, just to see how far they could go. "Hokage-sama?" he asked as his secretary opened the door. She said, "Raphael.san is here to see you." "Please send him in," Sarutobi said, blinking before nodding. He was unsure of Raphael's request and was looking for a break from his paperwork. "Hokage-sama," Raphael said as he entered, nodding to Sarutobi. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I have a request I'd like to make," he said. Raphael sat down after the Sandaime blinked and gestured to one of the chairs in front of his desk, signaling that he could proceed. "It has to do with me possibly enlisting members of your Shinobi Academy into the Brotherhood," he said. "You can be sure that I won't approach them until I have your permission, and even then, I might wait until they've graduated. However, before I proceed, I would like to know more about the lessons the Academy is imparting to them," he remarked. "I see," Sarutobi said, leaning back and intertwining his fingers in contemplation. "May I also ask why you want to know this?" he inquired. "Sure," Raphael nodded. "It's easy for me to want to know this. In order for me to know what the Academy is teaching them and what I won't have to teach them because the Academy will have already covered it, I want to know what the Academy is teaching them. By not repeating what they have already learned, this will help reduce the amount of time needed for training," he added. After giving it some thought, Sarutobi nodded. "I suppose there is no harm in letting you see a general overview of the curriculum," he said, getting up to walk over to one of the 2 office bookcases. After looking through a book, he handed Raphael the master copy of the curriculum guidebook that Chunin instructors at the Academy had been given. He turned to sit back down. Naturally, there have been some prodigies in the past who have proven so skilled in advance, they skip years. It gives a general overview of what is being taught for each year group, he said. However, That is essentially what all of our academy students are learning right now. Raphael nodded and started to leaf through the book, trying to get a general idea. The more he read, the more he frowned, and eventually he looked up, looking puzzled. He said, "I apologize for my confusion, but I fail to see how these students are going to learn to be adequate shinobi when most of their classes are based around history, mathematics, and lectures. There seems to be an awful lot of classes here based solely on academics and theoretical situations. Wouldn't it be beneficial to have more hands on classes that cover things like chakra control exercises and how to harness one's own chakra?" he inquired. "You would be right." Raphael leaned forward. Sarutobi, who appeared to be more tired than before, and that was the situation approximately 5 years ago. The academy placed a greater emphasis on the students' hands on training. They received more practical instruction on many facets of being a shinobi. The academy had been that way ever since the first shinobi war broke out due to escalating tensions between the shinobi villages. "So what changed?" asked Raphael, blinking. He inquired. "Konoha's standing shinobi force suffered heavy losses during the attack, and still more were forced to retire from crippling wounds in the aftermath," Sarutobi stated. "The Kyuubi attack is what changed things. In the wake of the attack, we had to try to hold onto our strength and not show any signs of weakness in case one of the other major villages took advantage of it. After a while, the civilian council proposed that the academy's standards and curriculum be somewhat relaxed. By doing this, we could increase the number of students who enroll, train, and graduate from the academy. After that, the Junin instructors would take over, teaching their genin students the skills necessary to survive in the world of shinobi." Raising an eyebrow, Raphael said, "This was suggested by the civilian council? Does it function, too?" he inquired. "Before the Kyuubi attack, Konoha's academy averaged maybe 14 graduates a year, not counting prodigies who were apprenticed to others or skipped ahead," replied Sarutobi, who had been silent until he opened a drawer and took out a file. "At least one of those graduates would most likely pass away before taking the Chunin exams. It was projected that, of the 14, 1 to 4 would not survive to retire in an era of peace. During times of war, that figure increased to 3 or 8. But with the new system in place, the academy has now graduated nearly 100 students in 5 years. 7 of those students lost their lives fighting enemy ninja or bandits on their very first combat missions. 20 more were slain in Chunin exams or subsequent missions. Due to incapacitating injuries, 6 more have been forced to retire, making them unfit to be successful shinobi in the future. And 5 more people gave up being shinobi as a result of painful memories and experiences. Thus, of 100 shinobi, 38 have either passed away, been forced to retire, or left the service," the speaker stated. "That means that, in peaceful times, about 7 or 8 shinobi pass away annually. If another shinobi war started, I would rather not even consider what we would lose." Raphael simply gazed at the file and said, "It's clear that this new system is completely broken, though you are losing far more shinobi than you are gaining. If so, why haven't you gone back to using the traditional academy teaching techniques?" Silently, Sarutobi sighed, "I guess I could make a lot of excuses for you. Unfortunately, though, I have found it harder to concentrate on personal issues. I have dedicated the last 5 years to maintaining the positive perception of Konoha's strength. There is perpetual, cold war in the shinobi world. We treat each other as enemies even though there isn't an official war between us. Spies enter other villages in search of information and vulnerabilities, and alliances change. Villages frequently show off their strength by gathering shinobi close to the edge and then pulling back to see how another village will react. I've been preventing the other villages from identifying our vulnerability and attacking. It's a delicate balancing act that needs stability in Konoha's circumstances. Furthermore, I think the civilian council would not quietly cede the little power they have obtained. I hate to say it, but this village's civilian population has grown to be significant and powerful. We have been able to continue while we rebuild our workforce thanks to the money they made." Raphael observed the Hokage and said, "Do you believe they are trying to take over the village?" With a sigh, Sarutobi said, "That could happen. Nowadays, civilian-born students make up almost all of the academy's student body. By inundating our ranks with shinobi who might be more loyal to their civilian families than to the village itself, it's possible they hope to exert more control over us. If that's the case, Hokage-sama, then this doesn't seem like something you can put off." Raphael shook his head. "I don't want to go overboard, but you can't just ignore this apparent issue. Based on my comprehension of this village's operations, the military might of this community originates from your academy. The military is weak if it is weak. Konoha will find itself overrun by enemies and destroyed if this cycle persists. Not to mention that these genin are dying as a result of the inadequate training. More people will perish if you don't address this issue. With a look of rage on his face, Sarutobi stood up and said, "Do you not think I know this? Do you not believe that I am affected by every death? I would much rather send these young people fighting than to see them die." "Then prove it," Raphael said softly as he stood up. "Good day, Hokage. Sama," he added as he turned and walked away. After a few moments of staring at the empty space that Raphael had taken up, Sarutobi slowly sat down and studied the file that listed the casualties that Konoha's teams had suffered over the previous few years. He hardly heard the door open as his secretary came in silently carrying a scroll. "Hokage. Sama, this report came in from the mission's office," she stated. "Team 13 returned from their mission, and they report 2 of the genin were killed in action. Note to all members of the councils that there will be a meeting tomorrow afternoon," Sarutobi said as he quietly took the report from her, unrolling it without appearing to react in any way. However, as he read the report, his hands trembled slightly. "Then announced that all academy instructors should report to my office right now." With a nod, his secretary departed, leaving Sarutobi holding the report firmly in his hands. He was determined to ensure that no more sacrifices were made in vain. Border of Fire Country and River Country. With a sigh, Anko followed 2 other Chunin and a Junin who had been assigned to a border patrol, Konoha having received reports of rogue ninjas operating in that region. Their task was to try and find tangible proof of missing nins in the area to support the reports. Anko detested missions such as these, but not for what they were. In fact, she kind of enjoyed the thrill of going into battle, the hunt for missing ninnies, and the possibility that she might be eliminating criminals who might grow up to be very big, dangerous threats. No, the thing she detested the most was being left alone in the wilderness with other shinobi, and the reason for this was quite straightforward. Those other ninjas often treated her like a piece of trash, making her do all the work in setting up camp and calling her names like traitor and snake whore, because she had been apprenticed to Orochimaru, who was arguably the biggest and most notorious traitor to Konoha since Madara Uchiha. It seemed that no matter how hard Anko tried to prove her loyalty to Konoha, her past connection to the snake Sanin would blot out efforts. Normally, when in the village, she could avoid people making fun of her and hating her. She could get to a training ground and vent her anger, or slip into a bar and drink enough to numb the sting of their words. However, while on a mission, things were different. She was unable to avoid the glares and derogatory remarks, and worse, her allies didn't seem to give a damn if she survived. "We'll set up camp here," the Junin replied, gesturing for them all to stop. "You 2 start setting up the tents," he said commandingly, before glaring almost at Anko. "And you," he said, "go get the firewood." Any other ninja would have been sent off with a partner to gather firewood and watch each other's back, especially if there were potential enemies nearby. Not Anko, however, as she simply followed orders, knowing that if she didn't, the Junin would accuse her of being an insubordinate. Anko almost glared back. Carefully picking up branches and other sticks for the fire, Anko made her way through the forest, staying close to the camp in case something happened. She felt a presence nearby as she tensed slightly as she reached down to pick up a branch. She stood up with the branch and pretended to look around for more wood, but in the meantime, she used her senses to find him, crouching on a tree branch above and to the left of her. She moved slowly to grab another stick, but then abruptly dropped them, picked up a shuriken, and threw it. Anko simply turned to face the man, holding a kunai. The figure in front of her was a tall, lanky man dressed like an Iwa shinobi, but with an Iwa headband that had been slashed. He grinned as he took out his own kunai. "Not bad, little kunoichi," the figure said, leering at her. "Before I kill you, I'll make sure you have a good time," he said. Anko merely snarled, saying, "Why don't you give up? Before I kill you, I'll make sure you can say goodbye to your dick," she growled. "Wrong choice, bitch," the man shook his head and said, just before Anko was knocked to the ground by a weight that struck her from behind. Something struck Anko and slammed her into the ground, smothering her cries with a hand over her mouth. A man's voice spoke from behind, "You shouldn't have come out here alone, tree hugger." The missing nin from Iwa smirked and said, "Let's get out of here before the others come looking for her," but then he dropped to his knees and fell face forward, a kunai buried in the back of his head. The figure that was holding Anko jerked and then fell away too, and Anko turned to see a missing nin from Kumo lying on the ground with a shuriken in his neck. Anko blinked and then growled as the Leaf Junin said, "Looks like the plan worked," as he and the 2 Chunin emerged from the trees. "You knew these 2 bastards were present, right?" As the Chunin retrieved their weapons and the heads of the missing nins, she screamed at him, and the Junin gave her a blank stare. "About 10 minutes before I gave the order to stop, I felt like they were following us. I sent you out as bait to draw them into the open because I assumed they would come out to attack one of us alone. And it did, he remarked. You didn't think to maybe warn me or something? Anko snarled angrily. I could have been killed by them. I deemed it an acceptable risk, with acceptable potential losses, the Junin said, turning back to camp, seemingly unfazed. Anko angrily gathered up the wood she had collected and stormed back to camp, wanting nothing more than to get this mission over with. She just stood there, staring at where the Junin had been, as a few tears threatened to fall, before she wiped them away. No, she wasn't going to cry again. They weren't going to break her, ever. Konoha the following day with a silent sigh, Raphael continued his tour among Konoha's blacksmiths, assessing their skills and abilities in order to determine whether any of them could potentially forge the armor, weapons, and other equipment needed by future assassins. Thus far, however, his search had proven fruitless. Although a few of them were likely capable of crafting swords and crossbows, or creating lightweight, flexible, yet sturdy armor, none of them appeared to possess the knowledge necessary to create the parts needed for not only the hidden blade bracers, but also some of the weapon attachments for them, like poison blades or poison dart launchers. It appeared that Raphael would have to look outside the village for someone with the necessary skills. He blinked as he turned a corner and almost ran into someone, but he was able to dodge in time and catch them just as they staggered a little from the near miss. Whoa there, easy, he said, grinning. Yugito-san. Thanks for the save there, Yugito said, adjusting the grocery bags she was carrying. What are you up to? She asked, grinning as she realized it was him she had almost run into. Raphael shrugged, mostly just wandering. Actually, I was trying to find out if any of the blacksmiths could help me out with some parts that I might need for some projects. However, the majority of them don't appear to be capable. He remarked, I think I might need to look outside of Konoha for someone. Well, I'm sure you'll get what you'll need in time, Yugito grinned. Would you mind helping me? I believe I may have taken a bit more than I could manage, she remarked, nearly toppling one of the bags. After taking it from her hands and adjusting the other bags, Raphael nodded and began guiding him back to the apartment she had rented. They chatted about training and other things as they walked, and then Yugito broke the silence, saying, So Raphael, Anko talked about how you were planning on recruiting others to become assassins. Quietly nodding, Raphael said, I am. You bring it up, but why? I'm just curious as to who you're thinking about recruiting, Yugito shrugged. It is not a simple choice, Raphael said, glancing down a little. Being an assassin isn't simply being good at killing people stealthily. It entails having a strong commitment to the Brotherhood's objectives and values, and leading a life that can occasionally be extremely challenging. At that, Yugito blinked. I see, and do you think anyone can accept that, too? Why are you so interested? Asked Raphael with a small smile, considering signing up. I don't know. Being a shinobi is all fine and such, but, well, you, Anko, and Naruto are the only ones I really know. The blonde female Jinchuriki shrugged. And perhaps, based on your description, becoming an assassin sounds like a really significant and meaningful job. Something I'd like to do with my life, she remarked, lowering her gaze to whisper the final words. With a slight head tilt, Raphael said, Yugito? Is there a problem? He inquired. It's nothing. Yugito shook her head, looking up as they reached her apartment. Thanks for your help, but I got it from here, she said, taking her bag from him. It's not a problem, Raphael nodded. I'll see you at the training tomorrow. Yugito simply nodded and smiled as she went inside her apartment in response to his question. As the members of the council took their seats, Hiruzen Sarutobi silently lit his pipe, puffed on it a few times, and then blew out some smoke. Finally, he addressed the group, saying, I've called this meeting to address an ongoing problem within Konoha. He looked around the room slowly and said, a problem that 5 years ago was thought to be a solution to, but is now turning into a disaster. A proposal was made to increase Konoha's manpower by lowering the standards of Konoha's Shinobi Academy. As a result, more students were able to pass and become Konoha Shinobi. It seemed like a great solution at the time. But I now see that it was foolish to take such an action. The council members were muttering to each other, but Sarutobi's voice cut them down. Konoha has lost 45% of its shinobi ranks in the last 5 years. Only 38% of those losses are incurred by our rookie Chunin and Genin. The remaining 7% are our Anbu and Junin who are deployed on more advanced missions. I have concluded that the inferior instruction of Konoha's academy is no longer acceptable. As such, at the start of the following academy year, the original curriculum will be reinstated. One of the civilian council members interrupted almost immediately, saying, Hokage. Sama, you cannot just do that. Every choice needs to be voted on. We forgive you for sending that assassin to Kumo and giving that Jinchuriki amnesty, but this isn't something you can just decide on your own. The Hokage of Nidaime. It was a mistake on the part of the Nidaime Hokage to give the civilians in Konoha such influence. My sensei was a fool allowing civilians to have a say in shinobi matters, Sarutobi snapped, shocking the member of the civilian council and turning many heads to look at him. Sarutobi had always spoken so warmly of his sensei. You all have no idea what a shinobi's life is like. It is not your responsibility to put your life in danger in order to bring in money and keep this village safe from its adversaries. The elderly Hokage went on. This village, despite our attempts at diplomacy and peaceful solutions, is still a shinobi village, as the council member sat down, intimidated by the furious Sandaime. A village with military connections. I am in complete control of the shinobi in this village as well as the facilities they use, like the academy, because I am the head of the armed forces. Another council member raised their voice, saying, Hokage Sama, please be calm. The money needed for this kind of project is. The money funding those expansions was originally meant for the academy. Before your proposal was put into action, Sarutobi stated. I've already allocated funds towards reworking the academy from several projects around the city that are currently unnecessary. One such project was the expansion of civilian housing complexes into areas meant for the training of this village's shinobi. Returning the funds to their rightful place seems only fitting. The Nidaime Hokage, Toburama Senju, had given the village's civilians more of a voice in Konoha ever since he took over, feeling that since they lived there too, they should have a say in how the village was run. It also helped that at the time, the civilians were willing to support him on most of his decisions, which seemed to be focused on keeping the Uchiha clan at a distance from the rest of the village. The civilian council fell silent at this point, though it was clear from their body language that they weren't happy. There were many more civilians in Konoha than shinobi. Their businesses had sustained the village during the war and reconstruction phases, and they believed that their children, not the pampered brats of Konoha's shinobi clans, should have the right to equal say in all decisions made in the village. Since then, the civilians had been gradually seeking to increase their influence. It had taken them years to reach this point, gradually increasing their influence and power, but sadly, the Yondaime Hokage had thwarted their plans. He had recognized the danger and taken action to stop them. Only his own death at the hands of the Kyuubi kept him from destroying them completely. Their greatest success had been bringing down the standards at Konoha's academy so they could exert more influence there. The more civilian-born shinobi who left the academy with diplomas in hand, the better, as they felt they could use their familial ties and love to sway shinobi affairs. Now that Sarutobi had started outlining his plans for reorganizing the academy, that plan was in ruins as well. Because the academy year is almost over, the current graduating class will take a crash course of classes during the break months between academy years. The year below them will follow suit. Everyone will begin learning from the original curriculum in the upcoming academy year. I've already discussed this with the academy's instructors and with a few of the Junin who will be teaching the summer courses. All matters have been resolved. Now Sume Inuzuka raised her voice, saying, Hokage Sama, may I inquire as to what has caused this abrupt change? She inquired. Sarutobi went silent and smoked his pipe for a short while before responding, saying, I was talking to someone about this. Following that conversation, I was given a scroll containing a mission report from Team 13. After going on a mission to protect a trade convoy to the Land of Rivers, they had returned. A group of Ronin samurai and bandits, led by a Chunin missing nin from Kusa, ambushed them during the mission. The two male members of Team 13 perished in the fighting. While protecting his Kunoichi teammate who had been hurt by the bandit she had been battling, Genin Takagi Hiramoto was killed. Before his Junin sensei could arrive, bandits overpowered Genin Oroku Yoshi. As Sarutobi went on, several in the room bowed their heads. Team 13 came into action at the end of the previous academy year, he said. Takagi Hiramoto won his class's Rookie of the Year award. They have only started accepting low-ranked C-ranked missions in the last 2 of their 8 months of activity. This was their third, and the second time they had engaged in battle. In the first, Genin Shigeru Naga, their Kunoichi teammate, was severely injured by a bandit's arrow and had to be taken off active duty for 2 weeks. Although they were easily treatable, both of her teammates sustained injuries as well. By contrast, the majority of Konoha Genin teams that were trained in the traditional manner and were initially sent into battle were more than capable of holding their own against bandits. They received constant training until their combat maneuvers were second nature. I want to go back to the academy and receive this training because it saved lives. I'm sick and weary of seeing parents bury their kids. I can no longer watch helplessly as these promising young lives are lost. From this day forth, the matters of Shinobi will be handled by Shinobi, Sarutobi said, putting out his pipe after nearly the whole council had been humbled and quieted. Everything that affects the civilian council will be communicated to them. But I will no longer stand by and let people who have never had to fight for their own or their friends' or comrades' lives dictate how the military should operate. Is that clear to you? He inquired. Almost all nodded silently, and then Sarutobi stood up, saying, "Dismissed," and he walked out of the room, leaving the council looking stunned. No one seemed to notice the brief flash of approval that appeared in Danzu's one good eye, and they all walked out of the room slowly. Training Ground 4. After 3 days, Raphael yawned a little as he made his way to the training ground for his daily training with Naruto and to practice his own abilities. He was thinking of teaching Naruto how to disarm opponents who were wielding weapons today, which would be very helpful if someone came after him with a sword or kunai. As he approached, though, he was pleasantly surprised to see that Anko had returned from her mission. He moved forward with great anticipation, but slowed down when he saw Anko's posture. He approached her slowly and caressed her shoulder. Since her return the night before, Anko had been feeling a little down. Her Junin commander had filed a mission report, saying she had done very little to aid in taking down the rogue ninjas they had been sent after, and that she and the other 2 Chunin had claimed the bounty on their heads, with them receiving nice big bonus checks while she received nothing but the payment for the mission. What was worse was the smug look of contempt on the Junin's face the entire time. Anko felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up abruptly, about to throw a kunai at the person touching her, but she stopped when she saw Raphael's worried expression. "Oh, Raphael." She tried to put on a smile and said, "I didn't hear you. Are you ready for another dose of hell?" She smiled and asked. "Anko, what's wrong?" Raphael blinked, seeing her glaringly fake grin. Quietly, he questioned. Anko blinks. "What's not right? You should be getting ready for training." "That's what's wrong," I said, she said. "Anko, I noticed how you were standing there," Raphael said, putting his hands on her shoulders with a simple sigh. "You don't have to keep it from me. I know something's off," he said. It's nothing," Anko said, biting her lip and turning her head away. "We should prepare for the Gaki's arrival, okay?" Raphael held her back. "You are aware that you are free to discuss anything with me. If you need me, I'm here," he muttered. Anko shuddered a little and looked down, then she slowly started telling him everything that had happened during the mission. Upon finishing, Raphael gave a slight scowl in his native Spanish, "Ese hijo de puta," before launching into a lengthy tirade. Anko just stared at him while he babbled in what she took to be his native tongue, catching a few words like, "malditocio," "tonto," and "joder." When Anko blinked at him, he shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. Why didn't you tell the Hokage what happened?" "Because it wouldn't matter," Anko sighed. "Do you really think getting 1 Junin in hot water will make them think differently about me?" Blinking, Raphael said, "Why do they hate you? I've heard them refer to you as traitor's apprentice, and other such terms," he inquired. "Why are you called that by them?" Anko turned to face him, then looked down. She was silent for a while before speaking again, a little voice saying, "I guess it's only fair," after sharing your life story with her. She inhaled deeply before continuing, "I should share mine with you. After I graduated from the academy, I caught the attention of the snake Sanin, Orochimaru. I was overjoyed when he agreed to have me as his apprentice. He belonged to the elite group of ninja in the village beneath the Hokage, known as the 3 legendary Sanin. It was an honor to be his apprentice." She inhaled deeply and closed her eyes. "Unfortunately, Orochimaru was not all that I had imagined him to be. Later on, it was discovered that he had been using Konoha residents and shinobi in horrifying and cruel experiments. Upon being discovered, he absconded, taking me along on a special mission. We were leaving for the northeast when I last remembered anything, and the next thing I know is that I was saved from a lab by an Enbu patrol nearly a year later. I was brought back to this place and questioned about all of Orochimaru's plans and past actions. And I had no knowledge. I couldn't recall anything, and he hadn't shared any plans. Instead, I didn't want to recall. Inoichi Yamanaka claims that the experience was so painful that it made my brain suppress the memory of it. When I was brought up to date on what exactly my bastard of a sensei did to me, I was also informed of a small gift he left me with," she said, slowly moving her hand so he could see. He blinked as he saw what looked like 3 tomos in a circle formation, surrounded by what looked like a binding seal of some sort. Raphael slowly reached out and touched her shoulder, causing her to look up and smile weakly at him. "What is it?" She looked down as he asked her softly. "Everyone says my brand is evidence of how much I love my sensei. It was dubbed the Curse Seal by Hokage Sama. Apparently he discovered entries about it after looking through the bastard's notes. It is meant to bestow great power upon the bearer, but at the expense of essentially making them his slaves. Although it was sealed away to prevent it from influencing me, the villagers and Shinobi, who are still looking for someone to blame for the deaths of loved ones, claim it as evidence that I am a traitor and spy who is only waiting to join my former master. I will always be tarnished by him because of this mark, she muttered, glancing down. Raphael silently tilted Anko's face so that she was facing him, sensing the anguish and rage in her demeanor. That's only if you believe what they tell you is true, he said, quietly adding, I however, believe you to be a loyal ninja of this village, an ally I'd want watching my back in a fight, and an excellent friend to have at my side. Anko blushed a little at what he said, but she looked away as her eyes widened. Flatterer, she muttered, trying to hide the pink flush on her cheeks. Standing up, Raphael simply grinned and said, I think we're meant to be training. He extended his hand to her and said, if you feel up to it. I thought I taught you better than this, Anko said with her characteristic smug grin, and then suddenly Raphael found himself face down on the ground with her holding his arm behind his back. Anko felt someone poke the back of her head, and Raphael just smiled back, poofing into a log. You did in fact, Raphael said, making Anko pout. The two laughed as they continued their mock sparring, waiting for Naruto. After 6 months, training ground 8 breathing deeply, Raphael turned to face the 3 people in front of him. He had summoned Anko, Naruto, and Yugito to this training ground because he had finally come to the conclusion that it was time to give each of them an opportunity to become an assassin. The boy was becoming very proficient in the taijutsu Raphael had taught him, which Anko had dubbed Asashin no Ken, or Assassin Fist. He still had quite a bit to learn before he could match Raphael, but he was no longer the brawler Raphael had watched take on 3 bullies. He was also becoming skilled in chess. While he still was working on his long-term strategic thinking, he had proven to be very skilled at strategizing in the here and now. Often he could come up with strategies quickly in reaction to Raphael's movements. Naruto had also been taught about chakra by Anko, who had also taught him how to draw upon it and begun a very basic control exercise wherein he had to try to keep a leaf attached to his forehead without blowing it off. It had taken him 2 weeks and 3 days to finally stop shooting the leaf across the training field, and another 3 days to get it to stick to his forehead for more than 5 minutes. In addition, Yugito had started training in the new style of taijutsu, combining it with her natural flexibility and agility as well as the 2 katars that served as her main weapons. She had also started learning parkour and free running, just like Anko had from Raphael. In terms of her shinobi career, she had already completed several C-rank missions and had been promoted to full chunin. Since their little talk a few months ago, Anko had begun to hang out much more with Raphael. She had grown to love her time with him, not feeling burdened in the slightest. He was aware of the truth about her past, which had turned many away from her, but he didn't care. He had accepted her in spite of the fact that so few others had done the same. In fact, she could count on one hand the number of people who had done the same as Raphael. They were now gathered in front of Naruto, who was thrilled to be heading to the Shinobi Academy in a month, where you would not only learn how to become a shinobi but also have the opportunity to socialize with young people his own age. If only he could manage to make some friends. I appreciate you coming to see me, Raphael said with a smile. I'll get right to it and tell you all that there's a very good reason I asked you to come. He went on, as the 3 of you know, when I'm not training with you all, I've been on 1 or 2 assassinations outside the village, which caught their attention. In the course of those missions, I also started to assemble a crude network of informants and spies who could provide me with information about future targets. As the majority of my missions have been in the Land of Fire, it's not a big deal at the moment. Nevertheless, it has helped me realize that I need to grow. I can no longer take it all, he declared. I have called you 3 here now because I need to recruit more people into the Brotherhood. With wide eyes, Naruto said, You want to turn us into assassins? With a startled and enthusiastic expression, he inquired. With a quiet giggle, Raphael said, Yes and no Naruto. I wish to enlist you as assassins. It would teach you how to become assassins. However, you could leave at any moment if you decided that an assassin's life wasn't what you wanted to lead. And before you say anything, I want you to understand something, he said, cutting off Naruto just as he was about to scream with excitement. Learning to use a variety of high-tech weapons in combat is not enough to become an assassin. It implies that your life will be devoted to the assassins. You will be introduced to our values and tenets. You will dedicate your life to furthering our cause. A life rife with inconsistencies, hate, and mortality. Being an assassin means that you will have to be prepared to kill, battle for your life, and possibly lose your life while on a mission. I understand if you find all of that too much to take, he said. After exchanging glances, the 3 of them said, Won't I be living that type of life as a shinobi? Isn't everything he just said the way life is for you? He inquired, glancing at Anko. For Yugito ne? Chan instead? Yes, it is in many ways, Naruto, nodded Anko and Yugito. To defend their villages, shinobi battle, kill, and perish. They are committed to maintaining and safeguarding their house. Anko stated, if Raphael's claims are accurate, then becoming an assassin will be similar to becoming a shinobi. Then I want to be an assassin, Naruto said, nodding. Raphael.san, you did tell me that the assassins were committed to defending people against those who would seek to enslave them or instigate wars and other mischief. I'd like to carry that out. He said, I want to help people the way you helped me. I also want to join up, Yugito said, giving Naruto a quick rub. Shinobi end up bleeding and dying for their village, just so that the village can get a bigger paycheck. Yugito smiled. My deeds and sacrifice as an assassin may have some significance. I want to make sure that my life has meaning after everything I've seen and experienced. Raphael nodded softly. He had never bothered to find out precisely why Yugito had betrayed Kumo, since it was still a very sensitive subject between them. The last person to speak was Anko, who said, this village all but turned its back on me when my sensei betrayed me. If I died, almost no one would really care. In the 7 months I've spent training and talking with each of you, I felt closer and more bonded than I have with anyone else in this village, save for my friend Kurenai. In fact, some would probably be happy to do me in themselves, she said quietly. I'll join your brotherhood, Raphael. I'm not going to lose them now, she declared. He grinned. Then welcome, my new recruits, to the Brotherhood of Assassins. 4 figures were being trained in Training Ground 4. They were all dressed in hooded clothing. Raphael was observing the training of his 3 recruits. Naruto was practicing against a wooden training dummy with moving parts, while Anko and Yugito were starting to adapt the Asashin no Ken to their own taijutsu styles and were practicing with each other. They were all getting used to their new assassin recruit outfits as well. The assassins were identified by their peaked hooded tunic and long sleeves, worn with shinobi pants and zori sandals. In order for them to get used to wearing the recruit uniforms, Raphael had requested that they wear them at least during their assassin training sessions. They would be able to design their own assassin outfit if and when they attained the rank of full assassin. His thoughts turned to the conversation he had with the Hokage as he watched the 3 of them train. He had gone to discuss those he had recruited, per their agreement, in the event that the Hokage wanted to grant an exception. Retrospection as the elderly leader went through the 3 files that were in front of him, Raphael took a seat quietly in front of the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi gave him a look. I thank you for coming, Raphael.san, he replied. I wanted to talk to you about the 3 people you've recruited into your brotherhood. I must admit I am a little nervous about you recruiting both Naruto and Yugito.san, he stated. At that, Raphael arched an eyebrow. He said, may I ask why, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi inhaled deeply as he collected his thoughts. Both of them are Jinchuriki, and thus are prime targets. Yugito even more so, since she is a defector from Kumo. As assassins, they could be going on many missions that take them behind enemy lines. While I do not view them as weapons, I do view them as valuable shinobi and assets of Konoha's military force. Raphael gave a nod. I can see your point, Hokage-sama, but will they not still be in danger just going on regular missions? If anything, being Jinchuriki ensures that when they are skilled enough, they'll be deployed on missions involving lots of combat against bandits, missing nin, and enemy shinobi. How is that any different to them working as assassins? Sarutobi reclined. Silently, you make a valid point, he remarked. They both chose this path? They did indeed, Hokage-sama. I told them what being an assassin entailed, what their life would become. In many ways, it's not so different from being a shinobi. They both accepted willing. As did Anko, Raphael said in a proud tone. With a gentle smile, Sarutobi stepped back. All right then. I'll agree to them being members of your brotherhood, so long as they do not betray this village. Raphael got up slowly. I've been looking for a blacksmith or some other metalworker to help me craft the components necessary to create more of these, he said, holding up his right arm to reveal his hidden blade bracer. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Before I leave, may I ask for a favor? So far, I've found none in this village who could do it, or who I thought was trustworthy enough not to start making and selling their own versions to other shinobi. I was wondering if you might know of anyone in or outside the village I could go to. Sarutobi blinked and gently puffed on the pipe he had taken out and ignited. At last, he responded. I can finally think of 2, he uttered. One is a not so well-known weapon shop here in Konoha. They sell a variety of crafted weapons, as well as several unique, inventive weapons, but the extra quality has led to extra prices. As such, most shinobi go to most other weapons stores for cheaper equipment, since they usually buy in bulk. The other place would be the Land of Iron, far off to the north. I would suggest trying the place here in Konoha first. Go to the market, and head south down the main road, till you're almost to the training grounds. Then make a right, travel about 30 feet, and you should find a shop called Kurazuru. That's the place you want, he added, first of all. Raphael gave a nod. As he walked out, he said, "Good day, Hokage. Sama. Thank you." Flashback comes to an end. Raphael noticed Naruto sprawled on the ground close to him and looked up. He leaned over him and smiled. Having fun? When Naruto got up from Anko tripping him, he just moaned. No, he replied, squinting slightly after landing on a tiny, thankfully an interesting rock. To the two young ladies who were still fighting, Raphael gave a nod. He yelled, "That's enough now, bring it in." Yugito and Anko halted and approached Raphael and Naruto. To them, Raphael gave a nod. "I'm going to go look into a possible blacksmith to forge the components we need to make hidden blade bracers. When I get the parts, I'll begin showing you all how to construct, as well as maintain your hidden blades." Naruto gave a blink. "Maintain?" he inquired, unsure of his meaning. Anko responded. "He means how to fix it and repair it," she replied. "You know, to make sure they keep working." Raphael gave a nod. "Exactly. Now tomorrow, Naruto starts the academy, so your physical training will be handled over the weekends. After the academy though, we'll continue your mental lessons. Understood?" Nervous looking, Naruto nodded. He said, I understand." With a smile on his face, Anko lowered his hood and tousled his hair. She reassured him, "Don't worry about it, Gaki. You'll be a natural." He scowled at her and attempted to adjust his hair. "Little bit of advice though, don't be a showboat. You'll just make the other kids angry." The assassin stroked his chin a little, thoughtfully saying, "Actually, that's sound advice. Naruto, there is a bit of assassin training you can do while in the academy." Naruto gave this a hearty nod. He inquired, "Yes? What kind of training?" Raphael grinned. "It's a mixture of training you in being discreet and being deceptive. Traits you'll need as a shinobi and an assassin. I don't want you to draw too much attention to yourself, alright? I want you to hold back in the academy. Not a whole lot. Just try to blend in with the students who are roughly average in their ability," explained the instructor. Naruto gave a blink. Confused, he said, "But why? Shouldn't I try to be the best?" Raphael gave a nod. "Oh yes, you should train to be the best. But if you try really hard and get everyone's attention, then they'll all be watching you. Everyone's attention will be on you, and so you won't be being discreet, will you? And that's what an assassin needs to be. Not to mention, if you show everyone your best skills, then they'll know about them, and you won't have any surprises, will you? It's better to have a hidden skill, so you can surprise your enemies in fights and such." Naruto's eyes grew wide with comprehension. "I get it," he replied. "So I want to try and be average, so no one will really notice me?" Raphael smiled. "Exactly. That way, you can surprise your enemies if need be. And also, try to make some friends your own age, okay?" replied the man. Naruto cast a sidelong glance. I'll try, but everyone's parents always keep them away from me," he replied. Yugito glanced at Anko and Raphael. The main reason she was still unaware of Naruto's burden was a security measure put in place by the Hokage. Anko gave Naruto a quiet hug, though. Whispering, "They're all just jerks," she remarked. "I'm sure once the kids see you, you'll make friends in a heartbeat," she continued. Anko's right, Raphael continued. "Besides, you remember that girl you saved from those bullies? When we first met? I'll bet she's in the academy?" With a blink, Naruto's expression softened into a smile. With excitement, he said, "You think she'll want to be my friend?" Yugito smiled. "I know if someone saved me from bullies, I'd want to be their friend," she stated. "Why don't you keep an eye out for her tomorrow, okay?" Raphael smiled as Naruto eagerly nodded. "Alright then. Why don't you get home and get ready for tomorrow? And remember, wear normal clothes while in the academy. Don't want to draw attention to yourself." The youthful blonde gave a sympathetic nod. He called to the small fox kit, who yipped excitedly and hurried over to Naruto, hopping up in the little backpack that had become his carrying case. "You got it, Raphael. Sensei. Come on, Tomo. Time to go home." The three elderly people grinned as Naruto put on the backpack and dashed for home. Anko smirked and said, "He's going to run those teachers ragged." Raphael simply laughed softly. Meanwhile, Yugito was observing the sun's position. I better get going too. I've been assigned a routine patrol around the village with a couple other chunin tomorrow. Need to go get ready for it. Anko and Raphael gave her a nod, and Yugito hurried off, leaving the two of them by themselves. Anko gave Raphael a smile. Anko grinned and said, "Well, I should be off too. I hear a plate of dango calling my name." Raphael laughed. "You and your dango. You eat anything else?" he inquired. She grinned. She said, "Maybe. You'll just have to find out," and turned to walk away. With a small chuckle to himself, Raphael headed off to locate the blacksmith that Sarutobi had mentioned. He wandered for 30 minutes and made a few incorrect turns before arriving outside of a rather ordinary building. The wooden sign with the black crane on it was the only thing that really set it apart from the ones on either side. Raphael smiled and walked in. He entered a sizable main room that was stocked with racks and shelves holding weapons. Axes, pulled weapons, chain-based weapons, and various long, heavy swords were arranged along the walls. A variety of samurai and shinobi armor pieces were held by armor mannequins. Smaller swords and weaponry were stuffed into barrels. This blacksmith's inventory of weapons surpassed that of any other blacksmith Raphael had visited thus far. Raphael went to the counter where there was a bell. He rang the bell after noticing it was there but not seeing anyone there. A figure staggered out from the back room as there was some clattering and muttered curses. With shoulder-length dirty blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, the figure was stocky. He had on a heavy leather glove, pants, boots, and a studded leather apron. He had goggles covering his eyes. Soot coated his entire musculoskeletal structure. The man had brown eyes visible through his goggles as he coughed a little. "I apologize," he said, taking off his gloves and patting his leather apron. "This is Gonzo, the owner of this store," he said while extending his hand. "Too." Raphael gave a nod. "Raphael, I was told you might be able to help me with something," he replied. Gonzo furrowed his brow. He said, "Oh, is that so? And what, may I ask, do you need help with?" Raphael surveyed the area. "Can you promise me that you won't share the secrets of what I'm going to show you with anyone else?" he inquired. "Otherwise, I'm leaving. What I need help with is something I don't want others to know about or be able to utilize." "All right." Gonzo gave a nod. "All right, client, blacksmith confidentiality," he replied. With deliberate care, Raphael removed his right bracer and slid it off, exposing the hidden blade parts and other weapon attachments. He then laid the bracer upside down. Then, using his left-hand bracer, which only had the hidden blade component, he performed the same action. "I need you to build me the various parts one need to make more of these," he replied. Gonzo carefully selected the correct one, and his eyes grew wide. "What's this?" he questioned, a little amazed. Raphael said, "It's a hidden blade bracer. It contains a stabbing blade roughly 1 foot in length, which is retracted into this mechanism here, and released by flexing the forearm muscle and pressing a release button with said muscle. There is also a poison blade here, which is activated the same way, after flipping this switch here. Rounding it out are a spring-loaded poison dart launcher, and a hidden pistol. 3. Gonzo raised his gaze. "Hidden pistol? What is that?" Raphael laughed. "A weapon that utilizes explosive powder and small projectiles," he stated. Gonzo blinked in response, reaching for his chin stubble with one hand. "I see, the explosive force would cause the projectile to travel at tremendous force and speed. But how can you do it without blowing your arm off?" Raphael started taking off the brace attachments for the weapons, saying, "Maybe we can talk about that later." He said, "For the time being, I'd like to see if you can make the components necessary to build more of the hidden blades, the poison blade, and the dart launcher." Raphael, who had received training in maintaining and repairing his hidden blades, disassembled them with ease and showed Gonzo the different parts and mechanisms needed. Gonzo simply smiled and said, "Yeah, I think I should give it a shot. This ought to be a really fun challenge." After excitedly grabbing a scroll, brush, and inkpot, he said, "Now do you want me to just make the components, or put it all together?" He started taking notes and measurements, he inquired. Raphael observed him taking notes and said, "Please just make the components. I'll have to impart building and repair skills to the people I'll be giving these to as well." After completing his notes, Gonzo nodded. "And how many do you want?" "Enough to make 6 of the hidden blades, and 3 of the poison blades and dart launchers," he stated. "I'll also need 6 bracers, either leather or metal," he stated. Gonzo grinned. "You understand. I should be able to finish this in a week or maybe 2. Feel free to peruse my wares here in the interim, and check with me in 8 days," he said. "Alternatively, I have a few more, unique, pieces in the back. As he reassembled the bracers and slid them back on, Raphael laughed. Thanks, but I think I'm good. What is your estimate of the total cost? He inquired. Gonzo gestured with his hand. The exact cost is unknown to me. Perhaps 30,000 Ryo in total, I would say, he remarked. Well then, thank you for this, grinned Raphael. He said, and I'll see you in a week, before leaving. This should be most interesting, Gonzo remarked, chuckling as he went to work with his notes in the back. The following day the newest students hoping to become Konoha's shinobi gathered in front of the academy's doors, with Hiruzen Sarutobi himself standing to greet them. Behind them were their parents, relatives, or sometimes even guardians. Sarutobi grinned as he watched the excited group of young children who were getting ready to enter the academy. Sarutobi signaled silence with his hands before starting to talk. Hello. Greetings to everyone on the first day of the academy year. The kids started chatting excitedly. It is truly an honor to see so many of you here, who are eager to become shinobi of Konoha, Sarutobi said. He knew that in a few years, many of them would drop out of the academy, realizing that being a shinobi was not a glamorous life filled with heroic adventures, but rather life and death profession filled with many tragedies. But those who stuck with it and graduated would go on to become the proud guardians of this village. A new world awaits you when you step through these doors. One that calls for perseverance and commitment. The students surrounding you will become your fellow allies as you discover what it takes to become a Konoha shinobi, not just a ninja. They will stand by your side through good times and bad, and that will continue after you graduate. Have faith in one another and in yourself. To applause from both the children and the parents, he said, please give your names to one of these two instructors, and they'll tell you which classroom you'll be assigned to. Grinning, he stepped aside as two of the Chunin instructors opened the doors. Sarutobi turned to the parents and guardians as the students eagerly gave their names and headed to their assigned rooms. The children, excited by the stories told by their parents, or by the ideas of battling evil villains and being heroes, rushed forward to the Chunin as one. There were a few stragglers, either very nervous or more composed. I'd like to talk about the new curriculum that will start this academy year before you all leave, so you know what we expect from your children, he said. Konoha's academy has been more focused on academic and theoretical lessons for the past few years. When they took their students, it was thought that the Junin sensei would make up the difference. That is going to change in the coming year. In the first year, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, the fundamentals of being a shinobi, will be taught to the students. They'll start doing physical activities to build up their chakra reserves and physical strength. Additionally, they will learn how to access and feel their chakra. The years that follow will see an increasing emphasis on preparing them both mentally and physically to become shinobi, eliminating those who are unsuited for this way of life in the process. The three fundamental ninjutsu techniques will be taught, along with more physical training, daily taijutsu spars with their classmates, chakra control exercises, ongoing combat, weapon, and stealth drills, and more. In addition, we will provide the students with additional fundamental ninjutsu techniques, which they can choose to practice or are advised to do so. This will enable us to assess their skill levels more accurately. Additionally, starting in their third year of training, they will be given D-ranked missions here in Konoha and assigned to randomly selected teams of 3 on the second and fourth Friday of each month. This will teach them the values of cooperation and the ability to collaborate with various teammates in addition to helping us with the overabundance of D-ranked missions we currently have. This will also be used to determine which students get along with one another the best. While there will be academic classes, the emphasis will be more on topics like cryptography, cartography, diplomacy, and cultural recognition that will improve their skills as shinobi. In their final year, the students will take classes covering the darker aspects of being a shinobi, including risks associated with their lifestyle and assassinations and interrogations. Thereafter, they'll take a final test, and if they pass, they'll become Konoha's genin, he said. A parent from the civilian group raised their hand and asked, what about the academic courses that are more generalized? How are you going to handle them? The academy turned into a pseudo-school, teaching subjects that regular kids would learn in schools, when its standards were lowered. We'll keep those classes in the first year as we work on introducing the kids to the world of shinobi, sighed Sarutobi. But by the third year, they will be elective courses. All required classes will then concentrate on preparing the students to become shinobi at that point. If you want your kids to take advanced academic courses, I advise you to either teach them those subjects yourself or have them enroll in the optional classes. Our aim is to train these kids to become shinobi, not academics. Do you have any more queries? Sarutobi nodded to them, and there were some murmurs in the crowd, but no one else really said anything. Then, I want to thank everyone for your time. He said, please come back here at 3 in the afternoon to pick up your kids, and he and his Anbu escort departed. Raphael smiled in the crowd and gave a slight nod of approval before walking away. Wearing a white shirt with a red pattern and dark blue pants, Naruto smiled as he entered room 104, his designated classroom. The room was set up with stadium-style seating, with 3 rows of desks that could hold 3 students each. Naruto searched the room for a good spot and finally settled on a spot in the back where he could watch everyone. He sat down and let out a soft sigh as he observed the different students in the room. His eyes grew wide as he did, and he smiled to see a familiar figure walk into the room. Hinata Hyuga timidly made her way inside, hunching slightly as she felt the students eyeing her. The past few months had not been kind to the Hyuga heiress. Her father had verbally reprimanded her in front of the entire clan, calling her weak and hopeless. Her mother had simply looked on, not bothering to look at her. When she was dismissed, she had fled to her room, sobbing uncontrollably into her bed. The next few months were spent in depth drills and training, with her father pushing her to her breaking point and verbally abusing her the entire time, destroying her will and confidence. Other clan members had done the same, or had simply ignored her. Her mother had attempted to console her once, but only in the seclusion of Hinata's room. After finding herself in front of a group of strangers, Hinata moved toward the back in the hopes that no one would notice her there. Just as she was ready to take a seat, she heard a voice in the distance startle her, saying, "Hey Hinata." Hinata blushed as he smiled and waved her over. Shakily, she took a few steps towards him. She squeaked and turned to face the voice, only to have her eyes widen. It was the boy in her class who had saved her from those bullies. "I take it you're Hinata Hyuga?" he asked her, grinning. "Did those jerks really mess with that girl?" Why yes," she nodded shakily in response. "You are Naruto Uzumaki, right?" With a smile, he said, "Yes, I am that. Could you please take a seat beside me?" Really?" she blinked. "Do you want me to?" she inquired. Naruto gave a nod, saying, "Yes. Seeing a familiar face here is nice. I'm very excited but also a little anxious." Naruto simply smiled and said, "So, you excited about learning how to be a shinobi?" Hinata just blushed as she slowly sat down next to him. He inquired. Hinata gave a slight nod. "Yeah, although I'm really nervous," she admitted half the truth in her statement. "Don't worry," Naruto smiled at her. He said, "Together, we'll turn into the greatest shinobi this village has ever seen." Hinata looked at her desk with wide eyes and a slight flush. "Why? You think so?" Quietly, she questioned. "You know it," Naruto offered with a smile. Just then, a new student came in and sat down beside Hinata. The two of them studied the boy, who had a black coat with a collar that covered his lower face, black sunglasses, and a brown afro hairstyle. "Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto grinned and said, leaning back to give Shino a hand. "Who are you?" The boy looked at Naruto, his expression very impassive, and then he answered in a monotone, "Shino Aburame," very quietly. "Aburame?" blinked Naruto. "Are you a member of that clan? The ones who use insects?" he inquired. Naruto and Raphael had learned from Anko about the different Konoha clans and their unique bloodlines and fighting styles. Naruto knew that the Aburame clan was known for their quiet nature and ability to use insects as a weapon against their foes. After giving a quiet nod, Shino turned to face Hinata. The latter swallowed and said, "I'm Hinata Hyuga," in a whisper. Raising an eyebrow, Shino said, "The Hyuga heiress?" Quietly, he questioned. In answer, Hinata gave a feeble nod. "Yeah, that's me. And you're the leader of Aburame's son?" After the other students had come in and were waiting for their teacher, Shino nodded once and turned to face forward. Before long, the door opened and a woman came in. Taking a deep breath, Kurenai smiled and adjusted her Chunin vest as she scanned the room, surveying her students for the next year or two. "Welcome, all of you. For the next year or two, I, Kurenai Yuhi, will be your Chunin instructor. Is it possible for each of you to introduce yourself before we begin?" She pointed to a student at the front and asked each of them. The others smiled as that student got to his feet, marking the start of their adventure. A few minutes ahead of schedule, which would account for her current solitude, Yugito hummed as she waited for the other Chunin who were on her patrol at the main gate. She heard footsteps approaching and looked up in time to see a figure approaching, dressed in the typical Chunin uniform, with tanned skin, brown hair pulled back in a high pineapple-style ponytail akin to Anko's, and a distinctive scar across his nose. He also seemed to be around her age. As he got closer, he stopped. "Hello there, I take it you're Yugito-san?" He inquired a little bashfully. Yes, Yugito said, arching an eyebrow. And you too? She tried to give him a deceptive smile as she asked. As he stammered out, oh, the man appeared to blush slightly. With an eyebrow raised, Yugito said, cat got your tongue? She smiled as she asked. I'm Haruka Amino, he mumbled, looking down a little as he blushed even more with shame. I apologize if my presence causes discomfort, Yugito sighed. Being around a Jinchuriki and former Kumo Kunoichi must be difficult, isn't it? She inquired. No, blinked Haruka. That's not it at all, he blurted out. I'm just a little anxious. Not only am I anxious that something will go wrong because this is my first patrol mission, but there's also a pretty girl, so, his eyes widened, and he slammed his mouth shut. Yugito approached with a playful smile, her eyes widening as a light blush spread across her cheeks. You say I'm attractive? Grinning, she asked. Haruka just started babbling until two other people showed up. The first was a chunin with white, shaggy hair, and he had a bandana tied around his head. The second had the same bandana tied around his head, but it was facing the front, and he was chewing on a senbon. You two are there. Hello, I'm Genma Shiranui, and I'll be in charge of the patrol, he said. Are you Haruka Amino and Yugito ni? This is Mizuki Toji, the last member of the team, he said, pointing to their third member as they nodded. Let's start this, if everyone is prepared. The three chunin nodded, and Genma gave them a small smile before guiding them outside. Yugito gave Haruka a small smile as they leapt up into the trees and started to hop among them. She grinned and thought, well, he is kind of cute too, as they left on their patrol route. After a week, you must understand the philosophy and tenets of the Assassin Brotherhood before we can further your training as assassins, Raphael said, glancing at the three recruits seated in front of him. He started, to the nods and listening of Anko, Yugito, and Naruto. The precise founding date of the assassins remains a mystery. But according to the oldest documents, the Assassin Order has been around for more than a millennium in my world. It was based more on an observation of the world than it was on a belief. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, remains the central tenet of the Assassin Order, as per that observation. After blinking, Naruto rained his hand down. What's a maxim? He inquired. A maxim is a general rule or a code of conduct, Raphael explained, chuckling a little. An example of a maxim would be something like stealing is bad. This time, Anko spoke up, and Naruto nodded, understanding. So what does it mean? The maxim of the assassin? I remember asking my mentor Ezio that as well, Raphael said with a quiet chuckle. In my interpretation, he seemed to be implying that I was free to use my assassin powers however I please. However, that is not the true meaning of those words. He gave me two explanations for it. Nothing is true, the opening section, makes observations about society. It was the realization that a lot of the things that people consider to be truths aren't really so. What one individual considers true may be viewed as a lie by another. Let me give you an example, he said, putting his hand on his chin as he observed the perplexed expressions on Yugito and Naruto's faces. Naruto, you would say the Yondaime Hokage is a hero, yes? Raphael turned to face Yugito after Naruto nodded in response to his question. But do you believe that Yugito? Is Minato Namikaze considered a hero by you? Or does anyone think that in Kumo? No, Kumo wouldn't, Yugito shook her head. In 1 combat, Minato Namikaze vanquished our current Raikage, and in the second battle of Taki, he slaughtered hundreds of Kumo ninja. Iwa is the only nation that despises him more than Kumo. Raphael gave a nod. I'm grateful. Nothing is true, means exactly that. It is intended to help us see the world more clearly rather than allowing ourselves to be blinded by those in positions of authority or those vying for them. It is to understand, in the words of my mentor Ezio, that we must be shepherds of our own civilization, and that the foundations of society are fragile. That the customs and laws established by our ancestors are not infallible requirements that must be adhered to, but rather may actually act as obstacles to our development and education. Though it seemed like Anko and Yugito understood what he was saying, Naruto was perplexed and said, Raphael. Sensei. I don't understand. I don't expect you to Naruto, Raphael said, giving him a gentle pat on the head. When Ezio told me, I was also confused. I needed a few years to fully comprehend. Naruto, give it some thought and time. You will eventually. Now to the second part of the maxim, he said, releasing Naruto's head and turning to face them all. Anything is allowed. You would think that hearing these words would allow you to do anything, wouldn't you? That you're willing to go above and beyond to finish a task. That you are free to do as you please. Furthermore, if you accept the first part, which states that nothing is true, then why shouldn't you be free to pursue your interests? You can do as you please if the laws and morals that society has forced upon you are untrue, right? What then transpires, though? When 50 innocent people are killed in order to reach one man, what happens? When you choose to pilfer something from someone, what happens? Do you really believe that nothing will occur? That there won't be any repercussions? He inquired. He said, the second part does not teach the assassins to be free, as they all listen to him. It instructs us to exercise wisdom. We have to accept responsibility for our acts and understand that everything we say and do has repercussions. We are free to act however we please, but we also have to be prepared to deal with the fallout from our choices. That's its intended meaning. 1. Following the maxim that is the foundation of the assassins, the Brotherhood has spent its lifetime fighting against those who threaten the safety, freedom, and free will of the people, Raphael said, drawing nods from the three. People who oppress the populace and want to use them as slaves in order to gain power or wealth. We defend humanity against these threats from the shadows. That is the main goal of the assassins. Raphael quietly took a seat as the three of them nodded once more. As assassins, we have 3 rules that we must always abide by in addition to the maxim that guides us. They are as follows. Avoid cutting an innocent person's flesh with your blade. Stay out of sight, and never let the Brotherhood be compromised. The first guideline is obvious. We don't attack people who aren't our targets or who don't directly or indirectly threaten us. If you are on an assassination contract, you may need to kill or disable guards who stand in your way. We do not strike down those who do not need to die, he stated simply. Or, should you be found, a servant who is running off to alert the guards to your presence. Though it is best if you can slip past them, there's a good reason why they die. However, we don't kill without purpose. When there is no good reason to kill someone, we don't. They are not guilty. Anko gave a slight snort, murmuring, not some of the ones I know, which made Raphael sigh. I guess the word innocent does not apply to everyone, he remarked. It is true that there are individuals who hold prejudice and bigotry. However, this is just human nature. A man cannot be killed just for making a terrible statement. We won't be able to silence him until he actually poses a threat, launches an attack, or attempts to subjugate others. However, we can't put an end to them just because they have an opinion. Otherwise, we'll be no better than our opponents. Raphael continued, the second rule tells us to be stealthy. Anko just looked down. Our ability to appear out of nowhere, defeat our adversaries, and then vanish once more gives us the upper hand. We develop the ability to blend in with the surroundings in order to achieve this. To be able to disappear into the throng and move around freely without drawing notice until the moment is right to attack. By doing this, we gain the upper hand over our adversaries and intimidate or paranoize them. They err as a result, leaving gaps that can be filled. Our task would be considerably more challenging if we were to lose this advantage. The three of them nodded understandingly. For Yugito and Anko, they understood what Raphael was getting at. Freedom of movement would be a great advantage, not only for their assassin duties but also for their shinobi missions. Naruto reasoned that it was just like being a ninja. After all, ninja were supposed to be stealthy. Never compromise the Brotherhood is the third assassin's rule. It basically means that you should never, under any circumstances, directly or indirectly hurt other assassins. The enemy must not follow you or your fellow assassins. You have to keep knowledge about the assassin's secret. Raphael continued, if you are taken prisoner, it is anticipated that you will perish before betraying the Brotherhood. The group nodded and laughed. The final verbal lesson I wish to convey to you three today is something I want you all to think about as you train. The 3 ironies of the assassins. What are ironies? Blink Naruto, he inquired. This time, Anko tried to put it simply for him. Irony is when something is the opposite of what you expect it to be. For example, you remember how those drunk men that Raphael and I saved you from were saying those horrible things about you. Anko put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, that's an example of irony there. Naruto nodded and looked down a little. They were about to attack and physically abuse you, all the while calling you deplorable names. Behaviors deemed abhorrent and grotesque. See? She inquired. Raphael went on, the assassins have discovered that there are 3 main contradictions about our order, to which Naruto nodded in comprehension. Items that give the order a contradictory appearance. However, we welcome these ironies because they serve as a helpful reminder that the world is full of them as well, rather than allowing them to demoralize us. By robbing them of their freedoms and killing them, men may argue that they are fighting for the people. Religions will use violence and bigotry to provide freedom and salvation. These ironies abound in the world, and by accepting our own, we remind ourselves that we have opened our eyes and seen the reality of it. Now for our Brotherhood's 3 ironies. First, the assassins work to bring about peace among men, but we do so by using violence and death. The second is that, despite our efforts to free people from the false rules that confine them, we still insist on following our own set of rules. The third is that, despite our efforts to highlight the perils of blind faith in certain things, we nevertheless engage in the same behavior within our order. As I said, I wish for you to consider these contradictions. Raphael gestured to the 3 of them as they blinked with surprise and some confusion. Take lessons from them as well as from everything else I've taught you today. These are the core principles of our belief system and order. To fully become an assassin, you have to believe and accept these things. I therefore ask that you all consider it, and if you find that you are unable to accept these things, you are free to leave the order. Raphael grinned as the 3 gradually nodded in agreement with his remarks. Now, on to more useful lessons. He turned to each of them and said, the pieces before you are the components to make a hidden blade bracer. The hidden blade bracer is the signature weapon of the assassins, and one of the keys to our success. It consists of various metal pieces, a blade, and a hardened leather bracer covered in metal. You will spend the next few lessons learning about each part and how it works as a whole to form your hidden blade bracer. He held up a piece of his own bracer and said, first, find this piece. The Uchiha clan, one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha and the military police force of Konoha, lived here when they weren't on missions or in the village. The district had been a gift to them from the Naidame Hokage, but the Uchiha took that to mean that Tobarama Senju didn't trust them, and they would not be wrong in that belief. Elsewhere on the edge of town sat the series of buildings that made up the Uchiha district. But for now, there was reason to rejoice in the clan. Well, more precisely, the clan chief's family did. With a smile on his face, Fugaku observed his oldest son, Itachi Uchiha, who at the age of 13 had attained the rank of Anbu captain. This achievement was only surpassed by Kakashi Hitaki, who at the same age became a Junin, as Itachi had previously been a Chunin. Many had heralded Itachi as a prodigy, with potential on par with the likes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze, or Jiraiya of the Sannin. Fugaku was ecstatic to see his son have achieved this rank, as well as bringing great honor to the clan. The position of an ANBU, especially an Anbu captain, was one that needed to be kept secret. Therefore, only family members of sufficient rank, as well as other Anbu operatives, could be told of an Anbu member's true identity. Meanwhile, Itachi grinned graciously to his mother as she congratulated him. His younger brother Sasuke, on the other hand, had only been informed that his brother had been given a very important position. Itachi simply smiled and ruffled his hair a little as Sasuke continued to rave about how awesome his big brother was, making him whimper and bat his hand away. Itachi turned to see a girl about his age smiling at him and said, I hope you have some time for your betrothed, Mr. Big Shot. Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Kaseki, miracle. Uchiha got her name from the fact that her parents had been told their chances of becoming parents were slim, but they had been lucky enough to be given a daughter. The 12-year-old, almost 13-year-old Uchiha was a little short for her age, standing at about 4 feet even, and she wore a black skirt that fell down to her knees, black zori on her feet, and long, straight black hair that reached about mid-back. Kaseki and Itachi Uchiha were actually engaged just a year after Kaseki was born. Her mother, a non-Shinobi member of the Uchiha clan, ran a prosperous clothing business for the clan, and her father was one of the leading Junin of the clan. Given their success, and the fact that Itachi was the son of the clan head, it made sense for them to be engaged. Kaseki had thrown a tantrum over the betrothal, wanting to marry a prince and be a princess, while Itachi had accepted it calmly, though he did voice concerns about being married to someone he didn't know anything about when he was old enough to be told about it, at about the age of 8. Things didn't go well when the two first met. Kaseki didn't want to talk to Itachi, and Itachi tried to strike up a conversation. This would go on like this for the next 2 years, until Itachi finally won Kaseki over on her 10th birthday by giving her the one gift that she had been dying to have. A kitten. Itachi had graduated much earlier than Kaseki, but he always made time to train with her. In their free time, they were often spotted talking, walking, and occasionally sharing a box of Pocky, a treat they both enjoyed greatly. In that moment, Kaseki had pretended that she and Itachi had been best friends for their entire lives, and for the next 3 years, one would assume as much from watching them. Eventually, friendship gave way to very young love. Makoto just smiled, watching this cute couple, as Itachi grinned at his Chunin-ranked future wife and said, of course, as they headed off. The two went to a different area of the house and sat down. So, Anbu Captain? you'll most likely be extremely busy, Kaseki remarked softly. Itachi sighed, saying, I think I will. However, because I'm new, they should keep me in or close to Konoha until I gain the necessary experience. So that we can see one another. Not to add, every Anbu member is required to take 2 months of vacation time every year. Thus, all is not lost. Well, just be ready for when they ask me to join up, and be the Anbu commander, Kaseki grinned. I'll then be able to direct you. As Kaseki embraced him, Itachi grinned but then blinked in shock. You'll be careful for me if they send you on any really dangerous missions, won't you? With her face buried in his shoulder, she asked, her voice a little muffled. Itachi gave the hug back. I'll do that. I swear, he uttered. Kaseki gave him a brief smile before retreating, and Itachi saw her blush as well, since this was the first time she had ever given him a kiss. Come on, I'll race you to the sweets shop. Loser has to buy Pocky for the both of us, Kaseki exclaimed, abruptly letting go of him and getting to her feet. With a slight look of shock, Itachi sat there for a moment before abruptly getting up and running after her. He had no idea how she managed it. Itachi was never one to show his feelings. He was usually a very reserved person. Still, Kaseki always gave him a sense of happiness. Lethargic. He smiled, relishing this happy moment as he ran after her, not realizing the issues he would soon be entangled in. Next day, Hokage's office sitting quietly, Sarutobi worked on the paperwork that had been left on his desk upon his arrival that morning. He noticed a slight stirring of the air at the nape of his neck as he did. He gave himself a little chuckle. When are you going to enter my office like a normal person? He inquired. A tall man who appeared to be in his late 40s or early 50s was the person he was asking. He wore a greenish, gray outfit with mesh under the shirt, arm guards over his forearms, and a red vest. He had a long mane of spiky white hair, wooden sandals, a metal headband with horns and the oil symbol on it, and a large scroll strapped to his back completed his ensemble. Jiraiya, a well-known toad sage, was one of the 3 legendary Sannin, a group of ninja trained by Hiruzen Sarutobi who nearly defeated Hanzo the Salamander. Jiraiya merely grinned. Ah sensei, you know it's more fun this way. Didn't you do this back when Hashirama and Tobirama were Hokage? All Sarutobi did was sigh. He inquired, what news do you have? The laid-back expression disappeared at that very moment, to be replaced by the tough, seasoned face of a shinobi veteran. Well, I've learned of a couple of possible new dangers out there. I've been looking more into that group Orochimaru joined up with, Akatsuki. It raised red flags when they accepted someone like Orochimaru, and now I know they're trouble. It seems the entire organization is made up of S-rank missing nins. And what's more, I can't be certain but I think they're hunting Jinchuriki, he continued. Sarutobi's gaze grew strained. He inquired, where did you hear that? Jiraiya took a seat in front of Sarutobi's workstation. Some of my contacts have mentioned hearing about people asking around about certain individuals from the shinobi villages. It didn't seem like much till they mentioned that one of those they were looking for was an Iwa shinobi named Roshi. That one we confirmed was the Jinchuriki of the Yanbi Biju. I did a little digging on some of the others they were asking about. Each of the ones they were asking about is a Jinchuriki. Sarutobi gave a quiet nod. I want you to divert your available resources into tracking this group. S-ranked missing nins asking about Jinchuriki is not good for anyone. Jiraiya nodded sympathetically. I'll get on it, sensei. The other news I've heard is some rumblings coming from the land of iron. There's talk of some Ronin samurai spouting about how ninjas are abominations and that all chakra users should be wiped from the face of the world. Most people just pass it off as a raving lunatic's words, so I'm not sure what to make of it. The elderly Hokage sighed and took a quiet seat. If it's occurring in the land of iron, it's none of our business. They're neutral territory, and to break that neutrality would be bad for us. If you hear more, let me know. But for now, focus on Orochimaru and Akatsuki. After following his instructions, Jiraiya took a seat back. So, how is he doing? He murmured. Naruto? He's doing very well actually. He just entered the academy, and from my reports so far, he's working hard, especially in the practical lessons. Of course it helps that he has at least 3 people training him outside the academy, said Sarutobi. Jiraiya furrowed her brow. He questioned, really? Who? Sarutobi gave a small smile. He gestured to one of his ANBUs, telling him to go get Raphael. Chunin Enko Midarashi, our new Chunin Yugito ni, and someone I actually would like you to meet, he said. When Jiraiya heard the name, she blinked in shock. What sort of name Raphael had? After observing the perplexity in Jiraiya's eyes, Sarutobi sighed and took a file off his desk. "Read this," he said curtly as he gave Jiraiya the file. Raphael, meantime, had been called to the Hokage's tower by an Anbu and was making his way there. He was thinking quietly about the training his 3 new recruits were receiving. Anko and Yugito were already very skilled at stealth. All they needed was instruction in how to move and walk in plain sight without drawing attention to themselves or using any kind of genjutsu or henjutsu. Both would be very useful to an assassin, and Raphael would definitely research them for future training. However, the chakra that is used in conjunction with each could serve as a warning to adversaries who are adept at identifying enemies through the use of chakra. Raphael had therefore started to work on a training regimen for moving stealthily in public. The 2 kunoichi were already adept fighters and had started assiduously assimilating the assassin fighting style into their own fighting techniques. They just required parkour and free running instruction as additional physical training. At first, Raphael thought it surprising that such means of transportation were not more commonplace in the shinobi world, but then he thought it was not so surprising, since they could use chakra to climb surfaces and launch themselves dozens of feet in a single leap. But as he pointed out to Anko and Yugito, if they were low on chakra and trying to save chakra for fighting, or if they were attempting to avoid alerting enemies skilled in chakra detection, like with the henge or genjutsu, being able to move freely without chakra would be advantageous. On the other hand, Naruto was essentially unadulterated. It was both a disadvantage and a benefit that he had no prior formal training when he started working with Anko and Raphael. Teaching him how to move, think, and fight like an assassin would take more time. However, he had not acquired any habits or abilities that would conflict with his training. Raphael was appreciative that the new academy's curriculum covered a good deal of skills that an assassin could or would need, giving him the freedom to teach Naruto the skills that only an assassin can possess while refining the rest that the academy provided. Raphael abruptly stopped thinking and arrived at the tower. He went straight inside and up to the Hokage's office. He blinked at the stranger as he walked in. "Hokage. Sama? You summoned me?" Sarutobi gave a nod. "Indeed. Raphael-san, this is Jiraiya, one of my former students. Jiraiya, this is Raphael." Jiraiya smiled warmly and held out a hand to Raphael. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Raphael-san," he replied. The Sannin appeared amiable from the outside, but he was actually studying the young man in front of him. This was a man from a time and place where shinobi wars were nothing compared to, if what he read in the file was accurate. He was a professional killer, skilled at taking a victim's life quickly and quietly. There were many people in the shinobi world who had been trained to perform stealthy and silent kills since they were young, but very few were true masters of the skill. Meanwhile, Raphael shook Jiraiya's hand and nodded in return. He felt the calluses and a few small scars from a man who had been in fights before as he did. Though he appeared amiable and elderly, this man was not to be taken lightly. He said, "And you too, Jiraiya-san." Sarutobi reclined. "I was just talking to Jiraiya about you. He was quite interested to learn you were training Naruto," he stated. Raphael gave a blink. "Curious," he said. "Oh. May I ask why?" Jiraiya kept grinning. "Well, I just find it interesting you would train someone so young in a field that primarily involves killing people." At that, Raphael tensed up a bit. "If I'm not mistaken, this village and the others around the world are training children as young as Naruto to fight, kill, and die for their village. How is what I'm doing any different?" he replied with a bit of coolness. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, but Sarutobi intervened. He remarked, "Jiraiya, he has a point. How is what Raphael doing any different from what the academy or Naruto's future Junin sensei going to do?" Jiraiya opened his mouth to reply, but Sarutobi's stern look cut him down. Jiraiya reluctantly nodded as Raphael noticed and filed it away for later use. "My apologies, Raphael. I spoke out of place." Raphael gave a nod. "It's all right. Was there something you wished, Hokage Sama, besides introducing me to Jiraiya?" With a nod of confirmation, Sarutobi took out a file. "There have been recent problems between us and Sanagakure no Sato. Problems that I wish to address personally. I was hoping you might accompany me as part of my guard. I know that such a task isn't exactly something you do, but it would help you to familiarize yourself with Suna, should the need arise for you to venture there," he continued. After considering it for a short while, Raphael nodded. "Very well. When should I be ready to go?" he inquired. Jiraiya observed the young man closely as Sarutobi reported the information to him. It would be necessary to keep an eye on this person. He was a mysterious figure who was having an impact on his godson. His network of spies was largely the reason he knew he hadn't been there for the boy. However, he would defend his godson. In the academy for one of their taijutsu and physical lessons, Naruto and his classmates were outside. Their teacher, Ryu, had inquired last week as to whether any of the pupils had previously received taijutsu instruction. 5 students raised their hands out of the 30 or so in their class. Hinata was being taught the Hyuga fighting style, Juken, while Naruto was studying the taijutsu style Raphael was creating. The 3 other pupils who responded were also members of clans. The first was Sasuke Uchiha, the Uchiha clan's leader and the youngest son of Fugaku Uchiha. Naruto had made fun of Sasuke's black hair, saying it was styled like a duck's butt, which infuriated the young Uchiha. In addition, he had on white shorts and a long, sleeved shirt in a charcoal color. The sole child of Shuza Akamichi, Shoji Akamichi, came next. The boy, who was quite large, wore white shirts with a long, sleeved dark green shirt with light green collars and shoulders. He also had red swirl marks on his cheek and spiky brown hair. Kiba Inuzuka, the son of Sume Inuzuka, was the last. His hair was spiky and dark brown, his pupils were slit. Like, and below his eyes, red, upside down triangles were painted on his face. He had a small white puppy perched on his head and was dressed in gray shorts and a long, sleeved shirt stained dirty white. After evaluating their abilities in their stances against training dummies, Ryu told them that they could practice while he instructed the other students in the Fundamental Academy stance. They were expected to take part in the class's physical exercise and sparring sessions, though. Right now, they were all warming up and stretching as a group. Naruto smiled, preferring to learn in person rather than by sitting in a classroom. He disliked spending too much time sitting still. Furthermore, he had the opportunity to speak with Hinata during these lessons. Naruto had made sure to sit next to her or reserve the seat next to him, ever since they first saw each other on their first day together. He grew close to her because she was the only student he had known before the academy. Though she was constantly quiet and stuttering, she seemed like a really nice person to him. Once, though, before class started, he decided to play a practical joke on their sensei Kurenai by placing a fake spider on her chair. That's when he saw her smile. She had a beautiful smile, and he decided he should see it more often. He smiled at Hinata as their sensei led them in the more strenuous exercises, like sit-ups and push-ups, after they had completed their warm-up. As they got to work, Hinata just gave a shy little smile. After guiding them through a series of physical drills, Ryu had them complete 10 laps around the yard. The 30 academy students formed a formation at first, but the less athletic ones soon fell behind. Until about the 7th lap, Hinata and Naruto maintained their pace, after which she started to slow down. Slowing down his own pace, Naruto stayed by her side, cheering her on. After they were all done, Ryu nodded toward the adjacent sparring ring and allowed them to rest and recover. I think it would be good if those of you who do know a taijutsu style would demonstrate your skills to the rest of the class in a sparring session. To start with, could I have Kiba and Hinata come forward to spar first? He inquired. Kiba blew out his chest, and Hinata gasped and tried to duck behind Naruto for a moment. Come on, Ryu. Sensei, you can't expect me to fight a girl, he replied. Ryu sighed and the girls in the class glared at Kiba almost immediately. He questioned, and why not Kiba? Even though he already knew the response. Kiba grinned. Because she's a girl. And most girls are weak and can't fight as well as boys can. The only girls who aren't weak are from my clan, and that's because they act more like guys. Just look at my mom. A girl like Hinata won't ever be able to beat me. Behind Naruto, Hinata started to tremble and looked down a little because she was crying. She was feeble. But she had to look up when she noticed an enraged growl in front of her. Naruto angrily yelled, "You take that back, you jerk. Hinata's not weak," after realizing how furious his first friend had become. If she wanted to, she could beat you up in no time at all. Kiba gave Naruto a scowl. His words infuriated Naruto even more. What do you know? You're not even from a proper shinobi family, he exclaimed. He yelled, hoping to exact revenge on Kiba for the things he had said about Hinata and himself. Anko ne. Chan and Yugito ne. Chan both helped train me, and they're really strong. Ryu. Sensei, let me fight Kiba. The Chunin teacher let out a sigh. Fine then. Naruto, you and Kiba fight. After that, Hinata and Shoji can fight, he replied. Swiftly approaching the sparring circle, Naruto and Kiba each took up positions at opposite ends. Ryu moved to the side of the circle and everyone else lined up to watch as they did. The spar will be until one of you is unable to continue, or one of you is knocked from the ring. Is that understood? He inquired. Ryu nodded as they both nodded, glaring at one another, and then, "Fight," he exclaimed. Naruto instantly took a stance, bending his knees, putting his right leg forward, and raising his hands to block and deflect. Lowering himself to a more animalistic stance, Kiba growled. With a growl, he lunged forward faster than Naruto could have predicted, catching him off guard with a punch to the stomach. With a grunt, Naruto stumbled backwards but soon found his balance. Kiba charged in again, but this time Naruto's wild left punch was parried to the side. Kiba was caught off guard and struck in the cheek by Naruto's left blow. Kiba stumbled backward, and Raphael's advice rang in his ears as Naruto moved forward, right up to Kiba's stomach. Remember, don't let your adversary steal the moment. Proceed with the attack if you've delivered a blow that has left them vulnerable. The quicker you vanquish an adversary, the better. However, pick your battles wisely. Never expose yourself to unanticipated events. Thinking about Raphael's words, Naruto delivered a left uppercut to Kiba's chest again before sending him sprawling onto his back with a right uppercut. While Naruto repositioned himself, the youthful Inuzuka attempted to clamber to his feet. He bit his cheek after the first left, and as he did so, he spat out some blood. Kiba pounced once more, driving Naruto to the ground and delivering a vicious blow to his face while growling angrily. With his hands up in a moment, Naruto stopped more of Kiba's blows. He pushed Kiba away with difficulty, but eventually succeeded in getting enough momentum to raise both of his feet and push Kiba away. After the first blow, Naruto stood back up, one eye turning black. Ryu nibbled on his lip. He detested witnessing these young children physically abuse one another, but that was the life they decided to lead. They would have no mercy on their adversaries if they turned shinobi. Nobody would be present to stop them. He shook his head and saw the two get back into a heated exchange. Kiba launched a vicious right cross at Naruto once more, but this time, instead of just deflecting, Naruto sidestepped, grabbing Kiba's arm with his right hand before unleashing a strong left jab and right cross. Kiba stumbled backward, his head ringing, and landed on his butt, looking very confused. Naruto tried to advance, but Ryu stopped him. He looked around at the other students and said, "I think that's enough." A number of them appeared terrified, and many were in disbelief at what they had witnessed. Ryu looked at the two and shook his head. "Naruto, you've won the match. But I hope you both realized your mistake here. Or in Kiba's case, mistakes." Ryu clarified in response to their perplexed looks, or, in Kiba's case, dazed and confused. "You both allowed your anger to cloud your judgment and force you into a fight. You cannot allow yourself to get angry out in the real world, as it will cause you to lose control. While allowing anger to motivate you is a good idea, allowing it to control and consume you is not. Kiba, you also underestimated not only Naruto for not being part of a clan, but all of your fellow female classmates as well, simply because they're girls. Do you know that one of the strongest shinobi of Konoha is a kunoichi named Tsunade Senju? She has the ability to level entire mountains with a single punch. With a flick of her finger, she could put you through the wall of the academy." When Kiba heard that, his eyes, along with everyone else's, widened. Ryu studied each of them. "Take that lesson to heart. Never underestimate your opponents. It will be the death of you, and possibly your teammates. Naruto, Kiba, report to the nurse's office. The rest of you, line up to practice the next set of moves for the basic academy taijutsu," he stated. Naruto and Kiba started marching into the academy as the students formed a line. However, as Naruto turned to look back, he noticed a shy Hinata giving him a quick glance and a small smile before blushing and averting his gaze. With a lopsided smile, Naruto walked inside. Raphael cursed the desert for the umpteenth time. He cursed the scorching sun, the lost sand, the unbearable heat, and the chilly nights. He cursed the things that were lying in the sand, ready to devour him at any time. He pronounced a curse on everything that had to do with the desert. Along for the ride were Sarutobi and 5 of Konoha's most elite Anbu, the Hokage's personal bodyguards. They were all protecting themselves from the sun by donning light cloaks. Right now, one of them was traveling with Raphael and Sarutobi, and the other 4 were scouting the flanks in pairs. With a gentle pant, Raphael wiped the perspiration from his brow. Glancing at Sarutobi, he inquired, "How much longer till we get out of this blasted desert?" The elderly man looked at the young assassin and laughed softly. "Not too long now, young Raphael," he replied. "In fact, you can see it just over this next rise." In fact, they saw the walls of rock encircling Sanagakure as they crested the next sand dune. Raphael exhaled a breath of calm. "Finally, I can't wait to take a bath," said the man. Sarutobi laughed, only slightly tensing up. He said, "Asuna Patrol is moving to intercept us. while the Anbu standing next to him signaled the other Anbu with a whistle. The 4 Anbu moved to new locations. A group of 4 Suna ninja materialized in front of them in less than 2 minutes. Each had on the standard flak vests and uniforms in shades of gray, khaki, and cream. They also wore turbans with Suna headbands covering the loose cloth. The commander peered at Sarutobi, Raphael, and his Anbu escort. "Identify yourselves," he growled, causing the 3 behind him to stiffen into fighting position. Sarutobi's eyebrow shot up. "I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. I'm here to negotiate with your cage." The 4 shinobi watched them closely. The leader said, "Please follow us to Suna. We've been expecting you." The youngest of the 4 Suna shinobi was about to yell out and grab a kunai, but one of his friends stopped him. That was the moment the other 4 Anbu joined the group. Sarutobi nodded, and the Konoha group moved in Suna's direction, trailing the Suna patrol. They arrived at Suna's sole official entry and exit, a narrow canyon that appeared to have been cut through the rocky wall encircling the village. They were stopped there by a couple of gate guards. One of them said, "I need to see identification papers," and moved forward. With a nod, Sarutobi gestured for Raphael and the Anbu to turn in their identity documents while he did the same. The gate guard conferred with them, then nodded and let them pass. They followed the patrol through the entranceway to the canyon. They were met with a view of the village as they came out. Under his hood, Raphael studied the buildings in silence. Suna's buildings seemed to be made of sand that had been formed into buildings and solidified into rock, in contrast to Konoha, where the buildings were made of wood or a substance that resembled rock and was known as concrete. The fact that Suna's wall was a portion of the enormous canyon that encircled the village inside a hollowed dot-out area further demonstrated that it was in fact a natural one. The village was concealed and shielded by the defensive position that nature had created. Raphael also saw that people were stepping aside to avoid them. Here and there, a few Suna shinobi could be seen, glaring at the group when they thought no one was looking. He asked quietly, "What's with the evil looks?" Sarutobi sighed in response. "It is part of the reason I am here, Raphael.san. Their daimyo has been cutting the budget to Suna, and has recently begun handing Konoha missions normally reserved for their village. I'm hoping to reach an agreement with the cage that will solve this problem," the elderly Hokage replied. The patrol leader pulled up outside a fairly tall building at that precise moment. Giving Sarutobi a piece of paper with their reservation details on it, the Junin said, "This is the hotel where you and your group will be staying during your time here. Please note that each member of your group will be monitored when they leave the hotel," before he and his squad departed. Sarutobi grinned at Raphael and his Anbu. As they arrived at the hotel, he asked, "Shall we see our rooms?" The 6 of them were positioned in 3 rooms adjacent to one another in a matter of minutes. The Anbu was divided into 2 pairs, with one outside room belonging to each pair. Raphael, Sarutobi, and the remaining Anbu were in the middle room. The group as a whole was now in the middle hotel room. Sarutobi was explaining to them his plans. "The Anbu will be taking rotations on their jobs here. 2 will accompany me when I go to see the cage. The other 3 will remain here to guard the rooms. Raphael, I want you to head into the village. Keep an ear to the ground, see what you can hear. And try not to cause any problems," he stated. Raphael gave a nod. "Understood, Hokage. Sama, I'll get right on it." The elderly Hokage grinned and nodded. "For now though, let's relax. It's been a long journey, and I think we've earned it." With a nod of agreement, Raphael went to use the restroom, and the Anbu did nothing. With a smile on his face, Sarutobi took a seat, lit his pipe, and set out to enjoy a peaceful puff. He intended to savor this peaceful moment as long as it persisted. A small red-haired boy was sitting on a swing somewhere in the village. He was being ignored by many, or they were glaring at him angrily, but he didn't give a damn. He used to wonder why they did it until 2 days ago. Why did nobody want to be near him? Not even his brothers and sisters. But that was irrelevant now. With a slow gaze, he raised his head, the area above his left eye still slightly sore where his mother had placed the symbol, serving as a reminder of his mission. The love kanji, permanently inscribed on his forehead, radiated a fiery red hue. "Mum, soon," he muttered. His light green eyes gave them a hint of madness as he whispered, "Soon I shall give you what you want," before they went back to their usual emotionless stare. The Konoha Academy between the two, Hinata timidly made another move on the board, and Naruto smiled. He was teaching Hinata how to play chess the way Raphael had taught him during lunch at Konoha's academy. When Hinata had finished moving a pawn, she bit her lip. Naruto smiled and maneuvered a rook. "Verify," he stated. With a quick glance around the board, Hinata caught Naruto's attention. He gestured to the bishop who was still there and said, "I'd suggest the bishop." Shikamaru, Nara and Choji Akamichi stood nearby, observing. Or rather, Shikamaru watched, intrigued, as Choji ate his food voraciously. He said to his big friend, "That game. Choji, doesn't that kind of look like shugi?" Choji continued to eat while Shikamaru continued to observe the two. With a smile, Naruto moved his queen. He declared, "Checkmate," trapping the king of Hinata. Letha saddened and sighed. "You succeed," she declared. Naruto saw her dejected expression and blinked. Trying to cheer her up, he said, "Hey now, don't feel too bad. It's just a game. And you're getting better at it." Hinata simply gave herself a small flush and looked away. A shadow passed over them at that precise moment. "Hey," an exhausted sounding drawl uttered. When they both looked up, Shikamaru was quickly scanning the board. "What's this game?" Naruto gave a blink. "It's called chess. My sensei Raphael taught it to me. It's like shugi, but different." Shikamaru gave a blink. He asked the two, "Can I play?" As Naruto reset the board and started outlining the rules, Hinata stealthily moved to sit where she was. Naruto and Shikamaru started playing as Choji, who had followed, sat down and started eating from a bag of chips he had. Students who were interested in the game had gathered in small groups by the time the bell rang. With each move being countered, the two were at a standstill. The bell rang, and Shikamaru sighed. "Draw?" he inquired. Naruto gave a nod. He nodded, "Draw," and the two tipped over their kings. Shikamaru threw back his head as Naruto started packing. "That was an interesting game. Perhaps we could play again sometime," replied Shikamaru. Naruto smiled. As Hinata timidly waved, Naruto said, "Sure thing. This is my friend Hinata." Choji was indicated by Shikamaru. "This is my friend Choji, and I'm Shikamaru." As they all made their way inside, Naruto smiled, delighted to have made new friends. Their Chunin Kurenai sensei grinned at them once they were all seated. "Today we're going to be studying the origins of the modern shinobi world," she stated. "Now who knows the origins of chakra use?" A civilian girl with pink hair named Sakura Haruno excitedly raised her hand. She grinned when Kurenai called on her. Chakra is an energy that exists in all people. It is a mixture of physical energy produced from one's body, and spiritual energy that comes from a person's experience and intelligence. However, no one was able to access it until the Rakudo Sennin managed to access the chakra in his body. He learned to harness it, and passed his teachings to others. Kurenai gave a nod. "Indeed, we'll get back to the Rakudo Sennin in a few moments." As Sakura said, chakra is something that exists in all people, but no one even knew of its existence before the Rakudo Sennin. However, shinobi existed even before the use of chakra. Back then though, they were simple peasants and farmers who objected to being ruled over by the daimyo and their armies of samurai. These people rebelled, running away and training themselves to being able to fight back. Since they lacked the equipment and resources of the samurai, they turned instead to using surprise, stealth, and deception to combat the samurai. Instead of engaging in a one-on-one battle, they would sneak through the shadows, striking at enemies with surprise, and utilizing whatever advantage they could use to win. Seeing that the class was paying close attention, she grinned. About 1,000 years ago, the Rakudo Sennin was a monk who had gone out to meditate in a forest near his monastery. However, something occurred while he was out there, and upon his return, he had changed. He had somehow unlocked the secret of utilizing chakra. Despite being called a heretic and blasphemer, he continued to explore his new abilities, leading to him eventually spreading his teachings to others who he taught how to utilize their chakra, she continued. Of course, with the discovery of chakra came new dangers. The samurai class, having long since held power, did not appreciate the idea of there being simple peasants with more power than themselves. They attempted to exterminate the Rakudo Sennin and his followers. However, they soon found the tide turned against them. Some of those who had learned from the Rakudo Sennin were also from the established groups and clans of shinobi who had been fighting against the samurai. With their newfound abilities and power, they turned the tide against the samurai armies sent against them and the Rakudo Sennin. Within a matter of months, the samurai class within the elemental nations had been reduced to a mere handful of warriors, who were forced to give up their quest. The Rakudo Sennin retreated into solitude after the samurai shinobi war, upset over the pain and death his teachings had brought. It was not until a monstrous creature of immeasurable power and strength, known as the Jubi, threatened the whole world that he returned from his self-imposed exiled. He managed to defeat the Jubi, and then brought the various shinobi together under his banner. Under his care, the shinobi stopped their internal fighting, and began to work together to protect the peoples of their home countries. This was the beginning of the Shinobi world as we know it now, she said, finished, smiling. Now if you'll all please get out your books and open them to page 12. There are questions there for you to answer, and to turn in at the end of class. 1. Naruto bent down to Hinata as the students started removing their books. He said in a whisper, "The Rakudo Sennin sounds awesome, doesn't he?" Hinata gave a nod. "Why? Yes, he does," she replied in a whisper. To not only discover chakra, but to defeat a terrifying monster like the Jubi? Naruto smiled. "Well, one day, we'll be that strong too, won't we?" As they started working, Hinata just blushed, and Naruto smiled as he imagined himself to be incredibly powerful and cool. Suna Raphael strolled through Suna, taking in the village while humming softly. Raphael had nothing to do for the time being because Sarutobi was negotiating with the Kazekage and the Anbu that wasn't with the Hokage were watching over and guarding the rooms. With a smile, Raphael surveyed the village. He would appear to be just another tourist to the untrained eye, dressed in more relaxed civilian clothes now instead of his customary assassin robes. In actuality, though, Raphael was taking in the village's layout, scouting out potential hiding places, buildings to scale, and other details an assassin would find useful. He grinned, sensing that there were a few people trailing him. A shinobi named Suna was tasked with monitoring him. He smiled and headed for the marketplace, his shadows trailing behind. People were running from stall to stall in the marketplace, buying necessities or chatting with friends. With a sly smile, Raphael stepped through the crowd and into the mass of people. He slid toward a group of people he noticed, moving under the shade of the building awning that covered them. He leaned back against the wall slowly, listening to the exchange while keeping an eye out for the Suna shinobi that had been pursuing him. He was looking around the marketplace and noticed one of them on a building. He smiled. Despite being on the other side of his companion, the other one seemed to still be able to see him. Raphael spun around in an instant, ducked into an alleyway between two buildings, and used his chakra to swiftly climb the building's side to a tiny balcony covered by an awning. He leapt up, grasping one of the awning's supports and swinging his legs up to hook onto the other after peeking inside the building and finding no one in the room. He heard footsteps on the roof approaching, so he threw back his head and looked back down into the alley. The two shinobi arrived in the alley at that precise moment and started searching for him. With great stealth, Raphael slipped onto the balcony and knelt down to listen to them. As he kicked over an empty barrel, the first one exclaimed, "Where the hell did he go?" The second one said, "How should I know? You were the last one to see him." Just as the first one was about to respond, the marketplace began to scream in fear. Raphael blinked as the two shinobi darted out of the alley. With haste, he scaled the roof to get a better view of the marketplace. A throng had gathered in the marketplace around two figures who were engaged in a physical altercation. The two shinobi were occupied with navigating the crowd. With a quiet giggle, Raphael observed everything and then blinked when he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. He looked around and noticed a figure emerging on top of what looked to be a jewelry store. Because the figure was wearing a tan cloak that matched the building's color, it was difficult to distinguish them. After casting a sidelong glance at the altercation, the figure took off running. Raphael was intrigued and quickly followed the figure, watching as they swung on poles and vaulted over building edges. It appeared as though they were moving toward the far side of the village. With a grunt, Raphael ascended over a low wall that encircled one roof's edge. He then stopped and hid behind a dome-shaped decoration, just as the figure did. After glancing over their shoulder, the figure swiftly removed their cloak to reveal that it was a young girl, perhaps 14 or 15, with brown hair wrapped in a bandana. She had a short skirt over her black shorts and gray shirt on, bandages around her legs, and black sandals on her feet. She smiled and produced a brilliant jewel from a bag fastened to her waist. She hopped off the roof and into the alleyway below, still smiling. Raphael hurried to the edge and blinked when she saw the girl standing between two men and backed against a wall. Rather than wearing shinobi regalia, both were dressed a little raggedly. One was holding a pair of knives, the other a rusty katana. The one brandishing the katana aimed his sword towards the girl. He stepped forward, sneering, "I thought your kind knew to stay out of our turf," only to have the girl pull a knife out of a sheath secured in the belt of her skirt. Shorts. She yelled, getting ready to fight, "Since when is this your territory?" The Suna Nezumi, Sandrat, controls the southeastern part of the village. The thug with the knife laughed. He was about to lunge at the girl when he said, "Not for long you don't. Your kind might as well hand over your territory right now." "Señors, excuse me," a voice called out to them from behind. Raising an eyebrow, Raphael was standing behind the thugs when the two men and the girl turned to face him. I do believe that 2-on-1 are rather unfair odds, don't you? The thug brandishing a katana turned to face him. He stormed toward Raphael, saying, "This isn't your affair, stranger. And if you don't want me to cut that tongue from your mouth, you'll hand over your valuables, now." With a simple smile, Raphael moved forward and opened his arms wide. The two moved closer until they were only a foot apart. "I'm afraid I don't have any money or anything on me right now. But there is something I can give you," he said. With a sudden lunge, Raphael's left hand swatted the sword away, while his right struck the thugs in the stomach with lightning speed. Breathless, he leaned over as Raphael rolled over his back, slamming both feet into the face of the thug with the knife who had come to his friend's rescue. Raphael whirled around and delivered a low uppercut to the still, bowled over thug's face, causing him to snap up straight and tilt his head back while spitting blood. After kicking the man's katana into the air and dodging a knife wielding thug's attempt to stab him, Raphael grabbed the man's extended arm and flipped him over onto his companion, sending them both sprawling on the ground. Reaching up, Raphael picked up the falling katana and held it to the two men who were cowering on the ground. With the katana still pointing at them, "I suggest the two of you run along home now," he said. The two goons stumbled to their feet and ran toward the alleyway. Raphael merely struck the wall with the katana blade, causing the rusty weapon to shatter, and then he turned to face the girl, only to discover that she had vanished by then. Raphael let out a sigh. He muttered, "Can't say I didn't expect that," as he turned and started back towards the hotel down the main street. While he was doing this, a number of figures wearing tan cloaks gradually emerged from the rooftops and observed him go. The girl stepped up beside one of them and looked at their face that was hidden. "What are you thinking, Dad?" The figure observed Raphael turning to leave. "I'm thinking I apparently owe someone a debt." Later on in the evening, reading a scroll, Raphael was back in the hotel room with Sarutobi and the Anbu. There was a knock on the door, and he blinked, making the Anbu stiffen and grab for his weapons as he got closer to it. The Anbu asked in a formal, tense voice, "Who is it?" "I'm sorry to disturb you, but a letter was delivered to the hotel. It's addressed to this room, to the young bearded man," the person who knocked replied. Before shutting and locking the door, the Anbu slightly opened it so that the person on the other side could give him the letter. When he learned who the letter was intended for, Raphael stood up and approached the Anbu, who was looking at the folded piece of paper. Sarutobi, smoking his pipe in silence on his bed, looked up. He inquired with curiosity, "Now who would be sending you a letter, Raphael?" As Raphael accepted it. With a simple shrug, Raphael opened it and perused its contents. "You provided excellent service to my family today. We would like to discuss paying you back, so please come to Kaika Oshisu, Blooming Oasis. Suna Nizumi, please sign." When he saw who had signed it, Raphael's eyes grew a little wider, recalling the words the girl had spoken when she was cornered by those two men. He hurried to put on his disguised blade bracers and clothes. "I've got to go out for a while. Looks like I apparently put someone in my debt today," said the man. Sarutobi gave a nod. He had previously received a warning from the cage regarding Raphael's actions in eluding his escorts. "Just don't cause an incident, and please don't aggravate your escorts like earlier today," he said. Raphael laughed. He said, "It's not my fault they couldn't keep up," and turned to leave. Raphael located the check.in clerk at the desk downstairs in the lobby and went up to him. "Excuse me? Where can I find the Kaika Oshisu?" he inquired. The clerk grinned. "Ah, that's a good bar. You can find it by heading right form outside the hotel, then make a left, then a right on the second intersection you come to. You'll find it there," said the man. Raphael gave a nod. He said, "Thank you very much," and left. He smiled as he left, feeling the frustration of two Suna shinobi. He laughed, assuming they were hoping for a peaceful night of stakeout. He smiled as he approached the Kaika Oshisu, following the attendant's instructions. Yes, it was a bar, and a pretty good one, judging by the patrons that came and went. He walked in and headed for the bar, where he placed his drink order. With a satisfied sigh, he took a seat on a bar stool and took a leisurely look over his shoulder at the entrance to the bar. As expected, the two shinobi casually strolled in and sat down at a table across from the bar, their backs to the wall. Raphael just went back to his drink and drank it down before requesting another. The bartender approached, set down a napkin, and poured another drink. Upon noticing writing on the napkin, Raphael blinked and proceeded to slowly read it while finishing his second drink. He sighed when he was done and got up to head back to the bathrooms. One of the Suna shinobi followed to watch him as he vanished into the back. But when he got to the men's room, he discovered Raphael positioned at a urinal. He left the restroom in silence, not realizing that he had just witnessed a shadow clone. Raphael, meantime, moaned as he reached the top of the hole in the ceiling that overlooked the woman's room. He let out a quiet pant as he worked, exhausted and a little depleted from making even one shadow clone. Enko warned me those were draining, but still, that was tiring, he gasped as a female hand lifted him to stand. Remain silent and let's move on, the woman said. She was the one who handed the bartender the note, waited for Raphael in the woman's room, and assisted him in climbing through the ceiling. Wearing a tan cloak and hood, she turned and started running across the rooftops, followed drowsily by Raphael. They returned to the southern section of the village after 10 or so minutes. They came to a halt on a roof. To Raphael's slight groan, he questioned, "Are we almost there?" The woman looked away. She said, "Almost, but we can't let you know where we're going," as two more cloaked figures, one of whom was holding a bag, appears. Raphael exclaimed, "Oh joy," as the bag was put over his head. As they left, he sensed the two new figures directing him. They arrived at their destination after taking what Raphael surmised to be a rather roundabout route in about 30 minutes. Raphael felt his clone disperse during this time after going back to the Hokage and giving an explanation. At last, Raphael sensed that he was being seated and that the bag was being taken out. He shook his head slightly, blinking. He remarked, "I've had warmer invitations," as the person in front of him laughed and lit up a cigarette. With a, "I'll bet," the figure spoke. "Let's get right to business, shall we? Earlier today you rescued a young teenage girl from a couple of ruffians. That girl was my daughter, and since you rescued her, I owe you a debt. Something I don't exactly enjoy owing," said the man. Raphael took a small stretch. "I see. And who exactly is it that owes me a debt?" The figure stepped forward, exposing a man in his early 30s who had a scar that extended from beneath the path to his right ear, partially hidden by an eye patch over his right eye. "You can call me Dorobu, thief. It's a good as name as any for myself. And I'm the head of the Suna Nezumi." Raphael gave a nod. "You're a guild of thieves. I'm surprised you've survived inside a shinobi village," said the man. Dorobu took a chair out of the corner of his eye and took a seat. "Well, there are ways to survive. I found a few for my crew. But I want to get to business, all right?" he inquired. "I'm not fond of strangers inside my home." The assassin's youth shrugged. "Very well. What exactly are you offering?" he inquired. The robber sighed and sat back, stomping out his cigarette after flicking it to the ground. "We've got money. Or we can steal something for you," he replied. Raphael gave him a quick glance before beaming. "Tell me, how good are you at gathering information?" Dorobu gave a blink. "Information? You want information? Why?" "Well, my profession often finds me in need of good quality information about certain people. People who I have deals with. If you might be willing to keep an ear out for information on certain people here in K's no Kuni, people who fit my criteria, and be willing to pass the information to me, then that could settle our debt," he continued. Dorobu snarled. With a, "Forget it," he stood up. "I'm not going to betray my village or country," he declared. Raphael let out a sigh. "I'm not asking for vital information on the village. I'm asking for information on black arms dealers, slave traders, criminal bosses, that sort of stuff. Anybody who might be in the business of making war or making the lives of innocent people horrible and miserable." With a growl of frustration, the thief rubbed his face with his hand. "You're asking an awful lot for rescuing my daughter. Because I figure this would be a long-term thing, yes?" Raphael got to his feet. "Then how about this? From what happened earlier, when I rescued your daughter, I'm getting the idea you're in a turf war with another group of thieves or criminals, yes?" Reluctantly, Dorobu nodded. "These guys are thugs and drug pushers from an outside crime syndicate. It's even rumored they're in human trafficking. My guess is they're here to try and expand their group's influence and income. And they don't take too kindly to my rejection to working with them," he stated. "They've been doing their level best to wipe us out. What's worse is, they've drawn the attention of the shinobi onto us." Raphael gave a blink. "They weren't after you before? I didn't think shinobi took kindly to thieves in their village." "You'd normally be right, but considering we never stole from those who didn't deserve it or couldn't afford it, they were willing to look the other way as a favor to fellow citizens of Suna. Now though, they hunt us and the others as well, because the daimyo has been receiving complaints about the crime in Suna," Dorobu stated. Raphael gave a small smile. "But if your problem disappeared, and your group laid low for a while, then things would go back to normal?" Dorobu gave him a blink. "What are you thinking?" Still smiling, Raphael leaned in a little. "What do you know about their operations?" The following morning. "That's not possible. Sarutobi remarked after completing his breakfast and hearing Raphael discuss what had transpired the previous evening. I will not have you causing an international incident while I'm conducting negotiations to maintain the alliance between our villages, he stated. Raphael let out a sigh. Look, I know it sounds bad, but this can be beneficial to Suna as well, he continued. Think about it. Doribu.san told me the cage already has the daimyo breathing down his neck to deal with the criminals here in Suna. If I succeed, then their top leader here in Suna disappears, their main base of operations goes down, and the cage gets an anonymous letter detailing the information he needs to finish off whatever operations they have left in Suna. Then he can claim credit for dealing with the problem, and the daimyo is happy. Sarutobi inquired, and what do you get out of all this? I get my own spy network here in Suna. My contact has agreed to pass me info on potential targets or allies, in exchange for doing this. Some of this information could go to helping Konoha as well, Raphael said, subtly suggesting a payment. The elderly Hokage furrowed his brow and sighed. And you can't use Jiraiya's spy network for that? He already has one spanning the elemental nations. Raphael gave a headshake. 2 reasons why I can't. The first reason is because they're asked to look for information regarding threats to Konoha's security. Even if we did task them with looking for other information, that would be overworking them, and Jiraiya.san would need to recruit additional spies. If I start building my own separate network, it's for the better. Sarutobi let out a soft sigh. Can you promise me this won't come and haunt me? He inquired. Raphael laughed. Remember, I'm a freelance mercenary. You can't be held accountable for all of my actions, right? The older Hokage gave a nod. I suppose not, alright. But please try to do it quietly, okay? He inquired. Raphael grinned. He said, hey, I'm an assassin, remember? Before leaving to get ready. A few hours later, the Hokage left for another round of talks with the cage accompanied by his 2 Anbu guards. Shortly afterward, an elderly man using a cane slowly made his way out of the hotel and down the street. The elderly man turned down a street, unnoticed by the Suna Shinobi on watch duty. The elderly man smiled as he slipped into an alley and started to take off the fake warts, ears, and nose that covered his face, along with the makeup. Raphael whispered to himself, those Anbu disguise kits are rather handy, and hurriedly put the faux rubber pieces in a storage scroll inside one of his equipment pouches. Before revealing his own assassin robes and pulling up the hood, he swiftly tore off the heavy robe he was wearing and walked through the village. Like in Kumo, Raphael made every effort to stay in the alleys while making his way to his objective. He had 2 targets that Doribu had given him. The first was the head of the criminal syndicate moving into Suna's red light district and using it as his primary residence and office. It was located on the top floor of an abandoned building that had been transformed into a clandestine gaming den. The other was a warehouse that served as most of the thugs' barracks and a place to store their drug supplies. Raphael had disagreed about how to handle Doribu. The robber had proposed that they attack the warehouse first, light it on fire, destroy their drug supply, and apprehend several of the thugs in the process. However, Raphael had recommended pursuing the leader initially. In addition to raising the alarm and stepping up security around the syndicate leader, his attack on the warehouse would also attract Suna Shinobi to the red light district, making it more difficult to get to the leader. Hitting him first would be preferable to hitting the warehouse. That was the reason Raphael was now standing in the shadow of an alley across the street from the converted gambling den, silently observing it. There were 2 guards on the building's rooftop, posing as repair workers, and at least 1 guard outside that was ill-dressed. He had no idea how many were inside, but it couldn't be that many. Since the gambling den was busiest at night, fewer people would be inside and fewer security personnel would be required on the lower level. However, this was not possible for the higher level. Slowly reaching to his right bracer, Raphael pulled a tiny lever back, setting in motion one of the assassin's most inconspicuous long-range death techniques. He lifted his arm slowly, aimed, and squeezed the trigger on the primed device. The poison dart launcher made the merest sound of a coiled spring releasing, shot a small poison dart across the comparatively empty street, and struck the disguised guard in the back of the neck. Reaching for whatever had struck him, he jerked, stopped, shivered, and then jerked again. Raphael thanked Anko in silence for the powerful and quick-acting poison she had given him. It kept the target from being able to scream before they lost control of their body. The man passed out a few seconds later, slumped over. Raphael waited for the 2 sentries on the rooftop to turn away before briskly crossing the street. He soon found himself in an alley by the building's side, where he turned to stealthily and silently ascended the side. Once at the top, He perched on a piece of protruding rock against the wall and, with a swift and surreptitious glance over the edge of the roof, ascertained the positions of both men. While working on patching a hole in the roof, one of them remained close to him, facing away from him. His accomplice was at a greater distance, gazing down but still facing Raphael. While he concealed himself, Raphael made plans for how to eliminate both men covertly. He sighed after a few moments of contemplation. With a whisper, "Fuck it," he pulled out a small throwing knife he was holding in his left hand. He read himself and lunged forward, slinging the knife at the man who was farther away and pulling out the hidden blade from his right bracer. The man who was the furthest away from Raphael was instantly knocked down when the knife made contact with his skull. Before the closer thug could even process what had happened, Raphael's hidden blade drove through his throat and through the back of his neck, permanently silencing him. Holding onto him to keep from toppling over, Raphael waited for the man to stop his feeble struggles. Raphael silently withdrew his throwing knife from the other corpse and withdrew his hidden blade when he stood motionless for eternity. Now that the roof was safely in place, Raphael crept to the tiny entrance and opened the door just a crack. Upon observing nothing, he cautiously started to descend the short set of stairs towards a door. He stopped at it and shifted his hood to listen to what was on the other side while leaning slightly against it. There were the occasional sounds of footsteps on wood, the gentle murmur of voices, and the rustle of paper. Raphael cautiously cracked open the door and peered inside. Raphael had a clear view of the room because of the door's placement and opening mechanism. He managed to catch a glimpse of 4 men at a table. 4 people were writing in a ledger, 3 of them were counting money. He saw a 5th man standing guard, big and burly and armed with a katana. A 6th guard appeared in short order and briefly conversed with the other guard. A door, which probably led downstairs or to his target's office, stood on the far side of the men. After carefully closing the door, Raphael leaned back to consider what he had just witnessed. It appeared that there were 6 persons in all. 4 people, most likely civilians, and 2 guards. Doribu's target should be in an office on this floor right now, if his information is accurate. I hope he wouldn't be accompanied by any guards. Slowly, Raphael reached into one of his pouches and pulled out a scroll and 2 small round objects with tabs sticking out of them. Putting the cylinders down, he unlocked the scroll, unsealing it to reveal a crossbow. He picked up the 2 round objects again and slid the crossbow onto a sling on his back. With some steadiness, he partially opened the door, then he removed the tabs and rolled them into the chamber. The 6 men inside were startled when the 2 objects abruptly and silently burst into dark clouds of smoke. With no time to spare, Raphael charged out of the stairwell, driving one of the 2 guards against the wall with his hidden blade embedded in the man's throat. Grabbing the crossbow with his other hand, he quickly aimed and fired at the other guard, causing the bolt to rip into the man's head and pin his corpse to the wall behind him. As the clouds of smoke from Raphael's smoke bombs started to clear, he swiftly freed the first dead guard and loaded another crossbow bolt. It was then revealed that 3 of the 4 men were still coughing and that one of them was unconscious after hitting a wall in the confusion. Once they oriented themselves, they discovered Raphael aimed his crossbow directly at them. He said icily, "I suggest you do not yell or speak. You 2, tie your hands to your feet and around the legs of your table there. I want you to gag each other now," he said, gesturing for them to use the dead guard's clothes as rope. Fearfully, Raphael turned to face the 3rd man as the other 2 followed orders swiftly. "Now you. I have one single question for you. Is your boss in his office?" he said quietly. With a terrified nod, the man never took his eyes off the crossbow aimed at him. Raphael gave a small grin. "Good. Do to yourself what the other 2 did," he replied. Raphael nodded and quickly got the man to comply, slinging his crossbow back onto his back. He walked slowly toward the door he assumed led to the office after taking a quick look at it. After drawing his crossbow and inhaling deeply, he knocked on the door. The voice on the other end of the argument responds angrily, What do you want?" Pointing his crossbow, Raphael entered the room after opening the door. "Akuto?" he asked coolly, observing the man flinch when he saw his gun. When Raphael knocked, Akuto, a large, tubby man with greasy black hair and a beard, was busy counting his money. The man was now motionless behind his desk. With terror, he questioned, "Who are you?" With his hood up, Raphael's lower face was the only thing visible as he grinned. He murmured, "I'm just a blade in the crowd," and squeezed the trigger. Raphael moved in, slinging his crossbow slowly, and Akuto flinched back, weakly grasping at the crossbow bolt in his neck. He started speaking softly as he extended his hidden blade. He said in a whisper, "Do not fear death, but welcome it. And may you find forgiveness for those whose lives you wronged or ruined. Then, he killed Akuto once and for all by driving the blade into his neck. Descansa en la paz, rest in peace. Raphael withdrew the bolt and his blade from the man's throat gradually. Before rummaging through the office for crucial documents and files, he swiftly collected the cash that was on the desk and slipped it into his storage scroll. With haste, he located a drawer containing reports and orders that Akuto had received from his employer. Raphael glanced over the documents. He whispered, "So, you're working for a company called Gato Industries?" Before swiftly putting the documents away too. He finished his search and hurried out of the room, returning to the roof. Before he was finished, he had one more goal to complete. As he heard the Yondaime Keiskage's additional grievances about how the treaty with Konoha was suffocating Suna, Sarutobi let out a mental sigh. He had already explained that the somewhat harsh terms of the treaty between the two villages had been imposed because Suna had broken away from its previous alliance with Kumo and Iwa during the previous war. The Keiskage insisted on terms that would have benefited his village more, even though he had been more than happy to renegotiate for far more favorable terms. All Sarutobi wanted was for the man to get over his conceit, to stop hiding behind a veiled palanquin like he was some kind of daimyo. The old Hokage thought to himself, what I wouldn't give for a distraction, content to just kick back and smoke his pipe. Asuna Anbu interrupted them, causing a distraction as if some deity was listening to the Hokage's wish. Keiskage. Sama, a fire has erupted in a warehouse in the southern part of the village. Shinobi teams have already moved in to quell the blaze, the Suna Anbu said with a bowed head. With a sigh of frustration, the Keiskage exited his palanquin. I apologize, Hokage-san, but I have to take care of this, he said and swept from the room. Sarutobi just grinned and stood up. He remarked, take your time, Keiskage-san, as he and his bodyguards slipped out of the room. A warehouse surrounded by flames was located in Suna's southern region. The building was not flammable in and of itself, but it had been crowded with flammable materials. Things like the drug-filled crates and the beds, furniture, clothes, and people that had been in the warehouse's barracks area. Everything had burned up into flames, which were now licking the building's windows and doors in search of more fuel to stay alive. Before Shinobi arrived, civilian firemen attempted to put out the flames by throwing sand on them. While some of the Shinobi with Earth Affinity ninjutsu bravely attempted to find a way in to save survivors, others started using their ninjutsu to further bury the flames. When it was finally thought to be hopeless, the Shinobi set about bringing the structure down. Fires were uncommon in Suna, but when they did occur, the lack of water made them very dangerous. The Shinobi had to destroy the building to put out the fire before it spread if they weren't able to douse the flames or locate any survivors in the first few minutes of getting to the scene. Raphael grimly examined his creation while observing from an alley. A hand slid over his shoulder and Dorobu was standing beside him, smoking a cigarette without making any noise. Subtly, so Akuto is dead? He questioned. Raphael gave a nod. He is. The drugs are gone. Their thugs are in disarray if not dead, and they are leaderless. I have the files for you to give to the Keiskage, though I ask that you let me make copies. Whoever was behind this group may have plans for Konoha in the future, and I think Hokage Sama would like to look at these reports too. Dorobu gave a nod. Fair enough, kid. Now let's talk about that information you wanted my guild to look out for. With a smile, Raphael and Dorobu walked away. Having the gratitude of a thief was definitely helpful.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.